Welcome to Stream of Wisdom out here in Houston, Texas. We're at 231 FM 1092, Stafford, Texas 77477. All right. Our class days and times are Monday and Wednesday and Friday, 7 to 9. SABBATH class, which you're in right now, is from 10 to 2. We got another location out in San Antonio. They're at 4444 Walsham Road, Suite 201. All right, a bunch of good brothers out there holding it down. Their class days and times are the same as ours, but during the week, they start 30 minutes later. All right, their Sabbath class starts at the same time as ours. And then we got Virginia. Virginia, they're at 2610 Granby Street, Norfolk, Virginia, 23517. Their class days are Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, 7 to 9, Eastern Standard Time. All right, and their Sabbath class starts at 10.
The camera's robust.
Then we have Rochester. They're at 1600 Lau Ave, the very end of the strip center, if you're in the area. Their class days and times are the same as Virginia's. Okay. Then we got the Blog Talk, still popping. We got other YouTube channels you can check out. We have a kids class typically, but we have that on pause because sisters are working on the garments for Passover. Israel Wear still accepting orders. Hebrew Academy every Monday in Rochester and Virginia, and here in Houston on Tuesdays. If you need to reach a priest or teacher, you can reach Priest Kazakia at 757-300-4047, or Priest Kwatazab at 303-557-8979, or Priest Zainala at 346-234-8340. All right. We do have a business that we ask you to like, support, spread the word, help us get the word out there. You know, it's sweet ambiance. I know y'all like smelling good, so keep yourself smelling good. You know, keep your car smelling good, keep your fringes smelling good, keep your beard smelling good, keep your children smelling good.
Dip the fringes.
You gotta dip the fringes. Come on now.
Wow.
Be blowing in the wind. That scent traveling in the air, you know. But yeah, you can make an order online if you're not here or near a location. You can check us out online, sweetambiance.com. All right. Also, Chosen Creation, very, very dope woodwork. So check it out, woodwork, metalwork. If you have any design, any righteous design that you want, or just any design like you want something like your family, something for your family, something for if you want like a family crest created, you know, Chosen Creation can do that.
We're in Rochester, 1600 Lyle Ave. 1600 Lyle Ave. That's in Greece.
Yeah.
That's in Greece. 1600 Lyle Ave, Suite
1A.
1A. Right next to the pizza shop.
Yes, it's like on the opposite end of the pizza shop.
Yep.
Right on the corner. But it's in the same strip center.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, if you want to make any donations, if you want to, send any alms, donations, offerings, tithes, please hit up one of the priests, Kazakia, Fatazap, or Zainala, and they can give you the appropriate Zelle or Apple Pay, Google Wallet, however you choose to send it. They can let you know how to send it. All right, and that's it for the announcements.
Right. So it is a Shabbat. We are going to start with the opening prayers. We're going to do the reading, whatever questions, and the closing prayers. All right. So no. Just us,
Uh,
right? We started and then we get it locked for everybody else. Barakatha Yahweh.
Barakatha Yahweh.
Bahasham Yahweh Shai.
Bahasham Yahweh Shai.
Hawa Nathanawa.
Nathanawa.
A war.
Zayawam.
The water.
The water.
Aman.
That's bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the light this day. Thank you, so be it. And the light represents the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding we obtain through the scriptures.
Barakatha Yahweh.
Barakatha Yahweh.
Bahasham Yahweh Shai.
Bahasham Yahweh Shai.
Hawa
Nathanawa.
Rayach. Nayachacha.
Nakaka.
The water. Aman.
Let's bless you, Yahweh, in the name Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the sweet savor. Thank you, so be it. Amen. And the sweet savor represents our prayers going up to the Most High as frankincense and myrrh.
Right, boom. You can put it right here. Throw it on. Let's see. Imajim, Wapanya, Yerushalayim.
Please rise and face Jerusalem.
Barakatha Yahweh.
Barakatha Yahweh.
Bahasham Yahweh Shai.
Bahasham Yahweh Shai.
Hawa
Nathanawa.
Hashabbat.
Hashabbat.
Bashalom.
Bashalom.
The water.
Aman.
Aman.
Let's bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the Sabbath day in peace. Thank you, so be it.
This is Psalms 121 in the Hebrew. Ayin Shah.
Ayin Shah. Ayam Yah.
Al-Haryam.
Al-Haryam. Naya. Wabu'ah. Isaiah. Isaiah. Wabu'ah. Mayahawa. Shaisha. Shemaya. Wa'aratza. La'ah. Yanathan. Lamawat. Regalia. Ya'ah. Nawam. Shashawamar. Yashra'ala. Yahweh. Shemaya. Yahweh. Tuzalia. Yemyah. Yah. Ashmash. Yala'ah. Kakaya. Bayawam. Wala'ah. Halabana. Balayala. Yahweh. Yashmaria. Makorah. Yashamar. Pasha. Yahweh. Yashamar. Hawalakia. Wabu'aya. Ma'aitan. Ma'ai. Aman.
Psalms chapter 121. I will lift up mine eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and even forevermore.
Aman. Now, I know that some of y'all online are used to hearing Virginia sing this. I ain't doing that. Shema Yasharallah.
Shema Yasharallah.
Yahweh Allah Hayanawa.
Yahweh Allah Hayanawa.
Yahweh Achad.
Yahweh Achad.
Shema Yasharallah.
Shema Yasharallah.
Yahweh Allah Hayanawa.
Yahweh Allah Hayanawa.
Yahweh Achad.
Yahweh Achad.
Shema Yasharallah.
Shema Yasharallah.
Yahweh Allah Hayanawa.
Yahweh Allah Hayanawa.
Yahweh Achad.
Yahweh Achad.
Hear Israel, Yahweh our power, Yahweh is one.
Some cats' vocals just ain't on point like that. You know what I'm saying? Abanawa?
Abanawa.
Shema Kudash.
Shemka. Yahweh. Malak with Ka.
Watazaka.
Watazaka.
Haya.
Haya.
Aisha.
Aisha.
Wa'arataza.
Wa'arataza.
Kawa.
Kawa.
Haya.
Haya.
Mashamaya.
Mashamaya.
Malanawa.
Malanawa.
Lacham.
Lacham.
Kol.
Kol.
Yawam. Masalachnawa.
Masalachnawa.
Wawatnawa.
Wawatnawa.
Masalachnawa.
Masalachnawa.
Kamawatginawa.
Kamawatginawa.
Wala'ah.
Tabiyanawa.
Balasaya one.
Balasaya one.
A ball.
A ball.
Awashaynawa.
Awashaynawa.
Mayan.
Mayan.
Rai.
Rai.
Kaya.
Kaya.
Laka.
Laka.
Malakwa.
Malakwa.
Waha'ala.
Waha'ala.
Wahatapa'ara.
Wahasapara.
La'abalani.
La'abalani.
Come on.
Amen. Lord's Prayer. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth, as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever. Amen.
Amen.
Ha. Aishara.
Aishara.
Matazawa.
Matazawa.
The Ten Commandments.
Number one. La'ah.
La'ah.
Yahaya.
Yahaya.
Laka.
Laka.
Alahayim.
Alahayim.
Acharyim.
Acharyim.
Alpanya.
Alpanya.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
La'ah.
La'ah.
Aisha.
Aisha.
Laka.
Laka.
Pasal.
Pasal.
Wala'ah. Aipadam.
Amen.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image.
La'ah.
La'ah.
Talakwat.
Talakwat.
Sham.
Sham.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Mashawa.
Mashawa.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
Zakar.
Zakar.
Hayawam.
Hayawam.
Hashabat.
Hashabat.
Lakwadash.
Lakadashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Kabad.
Kabad.
Abaka.
Abaka.
Wa.
Wa.
Abaka.
Amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
La'ah.
La'ah.
Aratazak.
Aratazak.
Thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not murder.
La'ah.
La'ah.
Dana'ah.
Dana'ah.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
La'ah.
La'ah.
Lagana.
Lagana.
Thou shalt not steal.
La'ah.
La'ah.
Ta'ina.
Ta'ina.
Shakur.
Shakur.
Thou shalt not bear false witness.
La'ah.
La'ah.
Lachmad.
Lachmad.
Kol.
Kol.
Asherah.
Asherah.
Ra'aika.
Mara'aika.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Bahashem Yahavashah.
Bahashem Yahavashah.
The water.
The water.
From Yah.
From Yah.
Amen.
Amen.
Yeshavium, which means to be seated.
Be seated. Right. Yeah, right. Good brother Aaron. How you doing, man?
Doing good.
Long time no see. Oh yeah, good to have you. Good to have you. I know you just walked in. What we did, we do like a for the Shabbat. This is our Shabbat. Which started last night at sundown, or yesterday at sundown, till sundown tonight. So what we did a little prayer before we get into this reading. So what we do on the Shabbat, we go into the Torah, and we break it up into 7 sections or a few different chapters, and we read and get the understanding. So that's what we're going to be getting into today. If you got questions on what we're reading, feel free. If there's any questions after on a different topic, we'll take questions. All right? So where we at? First reader, right? Everybody online, Tawada, for joining us. I know usually y'all are used to seeing Virginia go live, but it's all good. Sometimes you gotta switch it up, right? Now you gotta switch it up. It's all good. Huh?
Yeah.
Right? Amen?
We'll switch up to the monotony.
Yeah, it's like you gotta switch it up, man. You know? All right, let's get the first reader. Get the ball rolling. So, we do speak a little Hebrew, okay? Each brother that comes up to read, what he's gonna do is he's gonna state his registry. So he's gonna say his name. He's gonna say the tribe that he's from. So he's gonna say
His name.
right, his name, which is Amon. So he's gonna say Amon Izar, Shabbat Tashal, tribe of Yahweh, which is Judah, Ban Yasha'Allah, son of Israel. All right. So the scriptures tell us that if we speak in an unknown language, that we got to translate. All right. That way we don't sound like barbarians, and that way you're understanding what's going on. Right. I mean, unless you speak Hebrew.
Negative.
Right. So we got to translate. See what I'm saying? All right.
I mean, that wouldn't have surprised me though.
It wouldn't have surprised me because you're a studious guy. Right? All right.
I'm one Azar, Shabbat Shah, Yahweh, Ban Yasharallah.
I'm a one-eyed Zar, Shabbat Shah Yahweh, but Ban Yasha'Allah, men of Israel. I'm mighty. Right?
Yahweh Shem Yashab Rakatam.
Yahweh Shem Yahweh Barakatah.
And then what we did at the end, he saluted, said, God in the name of Christ, bless you. Yahweh Bahasham, Yahweh Shai, Baraka Thumb, bless you all. And then we said it back to him, bless you. What?
Oh, let me-
Yeah, so I'm glad you're here. Actually, McGunn, I got something for you.
Yes, sir.
I got something for you. Remember your question that you asked last week?
Oh, yeah.
Right. So we're gonna touch on that real fast, which is, I mean, is gonna lead us into the reading anyway. So we're in the book of Samuel, chapter 1 Samuel chapter 18, right? There was a question that the good brother asked last week, and so we had to do a little investigation. We had to do a little investigation. I found it that night. I told you I was gonna go home and find it. You know how I'm playing. Come on. So let's go to let's real quick. Let's just deal with this question, and it's gonna lead us into the reading. So it was 1 Samuel 16 and 1 Samuel 17, right? So let's go to 1 Samuel 16. And where was the first scripture at?
It was when Saul said, "Who is this?"
Well, that's the 17. So basically, there's a little discrepancy, or it seems that there's a discrepancy in the scriptures where it kind of puts it out there as if Saul doesn't know who David is at the end of the 17th chapter, which that's almost impossible because when does he fight Goliath? When does David fight Goliath? Before the 17th chapter, right? Like within that chapter, but at the very end of the chapter, you gonna move it over a little bit?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's verse 16. Verse 16.
16 to 16?
16, 18.
Okay, so let's read this real quick. Read 1 Samuel chapter 16 and verse.
It was 21.
Is that what you want? Right, read verse 21.
Book of 1 Samuel, chapter 16, and verse 21.
Go ahead.
And David came to Saul and stood before him.
So it's telling us right here, David came to Saul and stood before him. Go ahead.
And he loved him greatly.
Right? And Saul loved him greatly. Why? Because David was Saul's harp player. Right? David was contracted to play the harp on Saul's behalf whenever he got the evil spirit on him. Go ahead.
And he became his armor bearer.
And he also became his armor bearer, right? So you would, you look at this and you say, well, there got to be some type of close connection there. There got to be some type of relationship, right? Which, yeah, you could say that, but not always necessarily. But cat's in the corner playing the harp. I mean, you ain't got to really have no relationship with him. He's just a harp player.
Right.
If he's the armor bearer, he's just there to bear the armor, right? But remember, he's the armor bearer. So in order for him to bear the armor, there'd have to be something to go fight. Right? So we got that. But the bottom line is David is in close parameters with Saul. Right? So now let's jump over to chapter 17. This is after David slays Goliath. We're gonna go to 17
58.
and verse 58. Read it.
The first Samuel chapter 17 and verse 58.
Right?
And Saul said to him,
Start at verse 55.
verse 55.
Right.
And when Saul saw David go forth against the Philistines,
Right.
he said unto Abner,
Abner, which is the captain of the host, which is Saul's cousin. So he says to Abner, go ahead.
the captain of the host,
Mm-hmm.
Abner, whose son is this youth?
Right. Whose son is this? Now remember, and we didn't read it, but they sent letters to Jesse to get David to be the harp player. They sent letters, but when a king sends a letter, does he like sit there and like literally always be the one to send that letter? No, not always, right? The king is busy. He's like, hey, send a letter, give me a harp player. So more than likely it's going to be sent on his behalf. It may he might just stamp his seal on it after it's closed up. Somebody else pens it, he stamps the seal, and that letter is sent off. He doesn't necessarily address it and do all those formalities, right? I mean, come on, a king's business, he got a lot of things going on, right? So a lot of details, they're going to be missed, especially at this time. Saul was dealing with a lot of wars. Go ahead.
And Abner said,
Mm-hmm.
as thy soul liveth,
Mhm.
O king, I cannot tell you.
Right, and Abner, he's the captain of the host, so he's in the camp. He's not in the king's court. So he's not going to be really around David like that or any harp players, or he's not going to be in that situation. He's out with the military. That's where he's at. Go ahead.
And the king said, inquire thou whose son the stripling is.
Right.
And as David returned from the slaughter of the Philistines, Abner took him and brought him before Saul with the head of the Philistine in his hand.
Right.
And Saul said to him, whose son art thou?
Right. So now Saul is asking David, whose son are you? Right. He doesn't recognize him. He just said, whose son are thou? Go ahead.
Thou young man.
Right.
And David answered, I am the son of thy servant Jesse,
Mm-hmm.
the Bethlehemite.
Right. So, I mean, when we really examine this, he wasn't really asking who David is. He's asking whose son are thou? Right? There was a reason for this. What was the promise to whoever slew Goliath? What was the promise? Come on, y'all know the promise. What was the promise? What did he promise? What?
Whoever kills Goliath could have his daughter.
Okay, that was one part of the promise. What was the other part? So whoever slayed Goliath, that man would be able to marry King Saul's daughter. What was the other part of the promise? Y'all don't remember? Because the other part was that family would live tax-free. They would be free. They'd be free in Israel, meaning tax-free. So Saul is doing his due diligence here to ask, whose son are you? Because he has to make good on his promise. But there's also something that we kind of we skip over in chapter 17. So let's go back to chapter 17. And let's read verse 14. Let's read verse 12, excuse me, right?
Verse 12.
Remember, there's no contradiction in the Bible. I'm gonna tell you straight up. And certain, like, I know some people subscribe to the Septuagint, right? The Septuagint is the oldest translation. And you know what's funny about the Septuagint? They have to take out the last 3 verses in chapter 17. Because to them, they couldn't figure out why Saul didn't know who David was.
Right.
They took these verses out to make it make sense to them. That's wild.
Yeah.
The scriptures say you can't remove or add. So you got a whole Bible, a whole translation that had to remove scriptures just to make something make sense, where all you got to go to is the Bible to make it make sense, like we're about to do right now. So let's make it make sense.
Book of 1 Samuel, chapter 17 and verse 12.
Go ahead.
Now David was the son of that Ephraimite of Bethlehem,
Right.
whose name was Jesse.
Right, go ahead.
And he had 8 sons. And the man went among men for an old man in the days of Saul.
Go ahead.
And the 3 eldest sons of Jesse went and followed Saul to the battle.
Now remember, what was the stipulations that Samuel gave the people when they asked for a king? He's going to take your sons to be in his army. He's going to take your daughters to be confectionaries. He's going to take them to be in front of the chariots and ride the horses and plow the fields and ear the corn, right? So we see it happening here where Saul or Jesse's 3 eldest are now in the army of Saul. And David is the harp player. Right? Go ahead.
And the names of his 3 sons that went to the battle were Eliab, the
Right.
firstborn, and the next unto him, Abinadab, and the third, Shammah.
Right?
And David was the youngest, and the 3 eldest followed Saul.
Come on.
But David went and returned from Saul to feed his father's sheep.
This is the point. So after David plays the harp for Saul in chapter 16, he goes home. He goes home. Right? And he returns to his father's house to feed the sheep. Now, let's just use common sense. Did he return home for a day to feed the sheep for a day? Nah, he obviously went back for some time. Right? Because remember, his father now sends him to go greet his brothers at the battle. Now, the scriptures don't give us like a time frame, but obviously for Saul to not recognize David or have to inquire, he had to have changed in features. He might have aged a little bit, right? He might have aged a little bit. Now, I'm not trying to add to the scriptures or anything like that, but if we use common sense, come on, we know that in one verse, 30 years can expire. That's how the scriptures work, right? We'll read something and then the next verse, that's 30 years later. It's like, whoa, how did we get here? Because the Bible doesn't always go into every explicit detail, right? You kind of got to use common sense. You got to use wisdom, and you got to look in and say, well, if he went back to go feed the sheep, did he go do that for a day or 2? He did it for, he would have did it for a while. And then you look, it's telling you what the sons went and did. 3 of them went into the army. That means that what? They have to go get trained. So now they're in training in the army, and then a battle arises with Goliath, the Goliath situation now where the Philistines are mounting up. So we know that some time might have expired, okay? So there's no discrepancy in the Bible. We don't have to remove scriptures to make the scriptures make sense. I'm telling you, just look into it. The Septuagint removed verses 55, 56, 57, and 58 so that they wouldn't have to try to rectify this situation. When all you got to do is just read and get the understanding, right? And all I had to do when I went home, I just read it slow. I went back, I just read the story again. I'm like, it's in here. The Bible is going to give us what we need. All right, so we good?
Yeah.
Good on that?
Yeah.
Right, we ain't got to take no scriptures out, right? We ain't got to delete.
Make it fit.
Like, let's erase the last 3 scriptures. But see, this is why the King James is the most accurate translation, because they're not removing scriptures to make things make sense, right? The Hebrew, when you go into the Hebrew, when you're able to go into the original languages that the scriptures were written in, you'll be able to get that understanding, right? And so we know that the King James Bible is the closest to the Hebrew and Greek. It's the closest translations, all right? And that's why we subscribe to that. All right, so now that we got that rectified, once again, shalom to everybody online. Let's see here. So we're going to start in 1 Samuel for the official reading, 1 Samuel chapter 18. Real quick, who can give me a quick recap so far, thus far, of what we've been dealing with, what we dealt with last week? What was going on last week as far as the reading? Who got a little synopsis? Anybody? I need to be taught. Somebody teach me. Who was here? Everybody raise your hand that was here. Corey, Bryce, you was here? Y'all weren't here. You're excused. But not really. You should have been reading at home. You were here? You were here? You were, but you're not excused. You should have been reading after the mall. Oh, go ahead. Adonai.
When they were fighting against the Philistines, Saul told everybody to fast during the time of war, and Jonathan didn't know about the fast, his son. So he said, Saul said, whoever eats, he's something like a curse will be brought to it. So Jonathan, he did the honey,
Right.
The egg, and they told him like, hey, Saul said this would happen. So I think like he's like it was more like it was them warring, and that was like not the time. So Saul also what did he do? I think he went to the Most High for some advice after like the fact that he was moving in his own ways.
Right. No, you got it.
The Most High didn't answer him.
Right. Most High cut him off.
Yeah, the Most High had cut him off.
Why did he cut him off? Why did Saul get cut off? What was the action that got him cut? What? Oh, you want to?
Was it because he was supposed to he did the sacrifice? Was it like the sacrifice that he was supposed to wait for Samuel, but he didn't because he was like impatient and he was worried. He let his fear take over him, so he went ahead and did it himself.
Right. He let fear allow him to usurp an authority that he did not have.
Yep.
His fear, his anxiety, his presumptuousness. He went and did a sacrifice. His lack of obedience. He goes and does a sacrifice that he did not have the authority to do. And right then and there is where it's prophesied that the kingdom would be taken from him. And everything you said was on point. You know, we see where David. You know, the thing is with this story, we start to see the character of Saul really come to light when he's faced with these different adversities, right? We see how he moves towards David, and we're really going to start really diving into that dynamic between Saul, David, Jonathan, and these different characters in the scriptures. What's that?
And then you can also see how when Samuel arrived and he tried to check Saul, all Saul did was give excuses. Like, he didn't admit fault. He didn't take blame. He was like, well, you didn't arrive on time.
Right.
Samuel arrived right on time. You know what I'm saying? He
Right.
was hasty.
Right.
So all he did was give excuses. And it just goes to Saul's character.
A sinful man will find an excuse for his cause. Right? And we see, I mean, at the end of it, no matter what, the overall character view on Saul is that he's not a righteous king. He's not a good man. Right? We're really about to dive into this murderous, grudgeful character that's on him. And the scriptures is going to highlight that, and we're just going to bring it out. So, let's start reading. Let's start reading. So you're going to read the verse 22. No, you're going to read the verse 20, Salada.
1 Samuel, chapter 18, and verse 1. And it came to pass, when he had made an end of speaking unto Saul, and the soul of Jonathan was knit with the soul of David, and Jonathan loved him as his own soul.
Now, I'm going to say some things about this chapter that, you know, I'm going to put it out there, but it's already out there. A lot of people try to read like extra deep into what this is saying, and they're like, oh, yeah, David and Jonathan were lovers.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Right? They were lovers. And it's like, wait a minute, the scriptures never say that. All it's showing is, and all it's giving us is this bond and the love of two men, right? That was a strong bond. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with two men having a love for each other, right? On a brotherly tip. There's nothing wrong with that.
It should be.
That's how we should be. But see, the problem is everyone is about themselves, right? Go to Deuteronomy real quick, 28. See, part of the curses that the so-called black, Hispanic, and Native Indian man is under is that you hate your brother, and that there is no knit. You're not looking at him as you look at yourself. You're looking at him as the enemy. He's the op, right? That's all you hear, my ops.
Yeah.
The ops is always somebody that looks like you. And your ally is what? It's always somebody that don't look like you.
You're oppressor.
You're oppressive, right? So read Deuteronomy 28 and verse 54.
Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 54.
Go ahead.
So that the man that is tender among you,
Right.
and very delicate.
Right. So when it uses the word tender and delicate, does that mean that he's just a softie? Yeah, he's a caring man. He knows how to handle. He knows how to handle his brother. He knows how to handle a sister. Right? Go ahead.
His eye shall be evil towards his brother.
Right, and that's the curse, that the man that was once tender, that knew how to deal with his brother, knew how to deal with his sister, knew how to raise his kids, his eye is now evil towards his brother. Go ahead.
And toward the wife of his bosom.
And that's why you got this world star mentality where you'll see a brother in danger and the first thing you do is whip out your phone. Right. Not to record it for like any type of courtroom evidence. That's true. You record it so you can be the first to put it on Instagram to get likes.
Yep.
So you can go viral on some type of social media platform. You're not putting it up there. Well, I got the evidence to make sure that this brother is protected in court. That our people don't think like that. Our people want to go viral. So everything's world star, right? Put the phone down and maybe help the brother. Maybe if somebody put the phone down, George Floyd wouldn't have got choked the hell out for 3 minutes. They wouldn't have been able to step on his neck for 3 minutes. But see, our people don't think like that. We don't think in the matter of loving each other. And my soul is like your soul. You're valuable. You're as valuable to me as I am to me. Because what would you do for your own self? Wouldn't you try to protect yourself? By all means, right? But who's trying to protect their brother by all means? See, our people don't think like that. That tender and delicateness, that care, that love, that looking out for one another, that's gone from us. That's gone from us. Everything else is more important. The drugs, the alcohol, my time, my money, getting the bag, chasing these women, all that's more important. So now what happens? Well, not only is your brother neglected, read on.
And toward the remnant of his children.
Right. Now your children are neglected. Didn't it say his wife? Right. Read it again.
From the top?
Read it. Yeah, read it from the top.
All right. Verse 54.
Right.
So that the man that is tender among you.
Right.
And very delicate.
Right.
His eye shall be evil towards his brother.
Right. So if you can be evil towards your brother, who you're supposed to be very close and knit with in the soul, the souls are supposed to be aligned. Read.
And toward the wife of his bosom.
And that's why there's so much hatred in the household. That's why there's so much discourse and contention, because at the end of the day, niggas ain't got no love, right? The so-called black man don't love his family. Out in the world, they don't love their families, man. It's dog eat dog. Everyone fend for themselves.
I gotta get mine.
I gotta get mine. I gotta chase this bag. I gotta chase this woman. I gotta get this Bentley. I gotta get this. I gotta get this chain, right? And our people neglect one another. Go ahead.
And toward the remnant of his children.
Like the sister said, clout chasing. Yeah, clout chasing, man.
I like that.
That's all we about. Quick fame, the quick come up, right? But we neglect our wives, our brother, and our children. Read.
Which he shall lead.
Which he shall do what?
Which he shall lead.
Right. I mean, come on. At the end of the day, I'm gonna show y'all something. At the end of the day, it's not in a black man's nature to leave his children. Right. It wasn't in our nature. We're like the most loving fathers on the face of the earth. We're the most nurturing fathers by nature. But see, we've been taken out of our natural course because of the things that we follow after. By nature, listen, we the best fathers on the earth. Tell me different. You can't disprove me. We are the best fathers on the earth. We will go through hell and high water for our children. To the point where, bro, it'll be to our own detriment. Sacrificing and killing ourselves for our kids to come up. But that tender and delicateness has been stripped from us through all these captivities, through our own lusts, through the things that we follow after, through our idolization of these different gods, right? You care more about LeBron and his stats than you do your kids' grades. What about their stats?
That's true.
Their stats is at 69, 65, 67. You're like, damn, like everything's in the 60s, right? Look like LeBron's 3-point percentage. Well, his is like in the 30s, right? But the point is, you care more about this grown man's stats than your children's stats. What about their vital signs? What about their mental health? Right? You care more about your kills on Fortnite than your kills on what do we Call of Duty. I got like 1,000 online kills. Okay, but what about your children dying inside?
They're gonna be all right.
They'll be all right. He playing Call of Duty with me.
Right.
Right? The point is that I'm trying to make, we've become very neglectful as a people. Because it ain't just the man, right? We know that when you read down,
Takes 2 to tango.
when we read down, right? The woman is also guilty. Her tender and delicateness has been stripped, right? And what do they say? Well, there ain't no good men around. But if there were, would you still be tender and delicate, or would you be a brute beast animal, niggard in the street? You would still be an animal, because there are good men around, right? They just ain't got the 6-pack, six figures, and a Bentley. So to you, he ain't good, right? So yeah, he ain't got the 666, right? He ain't got he ain't got those markings, right? So the woman is also, but you know why I like it though? It shows you, it gives you an order right here. First it highlights the man. Why? Because he's the head. It starts with us. Then the woman is just gonna follow. The children are gonna follow, right? But we're seeing, when you go back, let's jump back to the reading. When we go back, and it's talking about David and Jonathan and their relationship, it's showing you how men dealt with each other. We actually care for each other. Now you see why when Cain murdered Abel, right? When he murdered Abel, why the Most High took that so hard, and why he dealt so harshly with Cain. Because that wasn't in our nature, man. Why he called him you are of your father the devil. He was a murderer from the beginning. Those are devilish acts. For you to be, for you to neglect your brother and cast him to the side, that's devilish, man. You might as well be a child of Satan. You might as well be a child of Cain. Because that's that spirit that's being promoted, right? So let's read on.
1 Samuel chapter 18 and verse 2. And Saul took him that day and would let him go no more home to his father's house.
Right, so we see it here. Now Saul basically is like, no, I need you to stay here. You done killed Goliath. You done freed us from these Philistines for a moment. I need you, right? I'll keep you here. What was Saul's thing?
Valiant man.
Saul's thing was about keeping the valiant men, the beautiful men around him. Tells you that in the scriptures. Tells you that in the Josephus, right? I mean, the scriptures tell you that David was a beautiful man from head to toe. But not only was he handsome, he was very valiant. He was brave. He was courageous. And he had the Spirit of the Lord on him. That's very important. Go ahead.
Then Jonathan and David made a covenant because he loved him as his own soul.
Now, let me ask y'all a question. Is it wrong for another man to love another man like his own soul? Is it wrong? No. I love my son like my own soul. I love y'all like my own soul. Whatever I do to y'all, I'm going to do to me. Whatever I do to me, I would try to do for y'all. That's what it's talking about, right? I'm gonna go into the depths of my soul to protect the ones around me. And really, we know what that love is. That's just keeping the commandments, right? I'm gonna keep the commandment with my whole heart, my whole soul. Why? Because that's how you show love to your brother, right? I'm gonna lay down my life. Why? Because that's how you show love to your brother. That's what the scriptures say. That's what Christ said, right? That you lay down your life for your brother, and that's how you show the love. And you keep that love by keeping the commandment. Not just the 2, but all the commandments, right? Not just the sinner's prayer, because that ain't a real thing, right? But I got to keep the dietary laws. I got to put down the pork, the shrimp, the crab, the lobster, right? I got to keep the feast days, right? I got to keep the moral laws. You see what I'm saying? I got to do all the civil laws. And it's not hard. It's not a lot.
It's not grievous.
It's not grievous. Read on.
Verse 4. And Jonathan stripped him of the robe that was upon him, and gave it to David, and his garments, even to his sword.
Think about it. This is how much love Jonathan had. He was like, bro, here go my girdle, here go my armor, here goes my sword. That's the love he had for him. Go ahead.
And his bow.
And the respect. I mean, wouldn't you have great love and admiration and respect for a man that just literally saved the whole nation? He literally went and put his life on the line for the nation. Wouldn't you have that admiration for that man? See, it's hard to think in that way now because of the fact that we're so spread out and we don't know who we are. We don't know what we're fighting for, right? But you have it a little bit when you look at Martin Luther the King, the Malcolm X's, the Huey P. Newtons, right? You could kind of feel that sense of admiration where, man, this man put his life on the line for black folk, right? They put their lives on the line for the freedom of black people. But you know what the problem is with that? Really, only black Americans really feel what Malcolm X and Martin Luther King and Huey P. Newton was about, right? Like you got people, you got Israelites in other countries that Martin Luther King don't resonate with them. Why though? Because they weren't part of that struggle. They had their own freedom fighters, right? The Marcus Garveys and the nannies and the Maroons and all these different people that resonate with them. But that's the issue with being so spread out. Now we got to fight on different fronts everywhere, and the mind state is not united. We're here. This one man went out to fight against another man for the nation. The whole nation is here. This is what we got to remember. The whole nation of Israel is here in the land of Canaan, and he's going out to fight for the nation. Go ahead.
And to his girdle. Verse 5. And David went out whithersoever Saul sent him, and behaved himself wisely. And Saul set him over the men of war, and he was accepted in the sight of all the people, and also in the sight of all of Saul's servants.
So what do we start to see? We start to see that David, through his actions, through his wisdom, he's starting to win the love of the people. Right? They're starting to now sway to his side because of his bravery, right? Because he got the Spirit of the Lord on him. And we know ultimately can't fight against prophecy. Ultimately, you can't fight against what the Most High got in motion, that Saul is going to be removed and David is going to take that place. But you know why I love it? Because the Most High is giving the people the examples on two fronts. Here goes Saul, this is how he rolls. Here goes David, this is how he rolls. Which one you want? What would you rather have? Right, go ahead.
And it came to pass as they came, and David was returned from the slaughter of the Philistines, that the women came out of the cities of Israel, singing and dancing to meet King Saul, with tabrets, with joy, and with instruments of music.
Right.
And the women answered one another as they played, and said, Saul has slain his thousands, and David is 10,000.
Yeah, Saul's a killer, but David, he's a killer. He's a ninja. Right? Now, you can see now what's about to start happening. As soon as the women say something,
It's over.
that's when cats start getting nervous. Like, I'm losing the love of the women. Women, right? I'm losing the love of the women. So that jealousy is gonna start setting in. Like, hold up, wait a minute, why they ain't recognizing me?
Right.
Go ahead.
And Saul was very wroth,
Right.
and the saying displeased him. And he said, They have ascribed unto David 10,000, and to me they have ascribed but thousands.
But did they lie? They didn't lie. David was actually going out there and killing tens of thousands. But see, Saul wanted the credit. As the king should, right? But he does get the credit.
He does.
He's the king. But they were literally ascribing these victories to David because the fact that he was literally out there like that. Right? And it all starts with him knocking down Goliath. And then they know, like, okay, the way he's going in and coming out, we watching, we looking. It didn't take anything away from Saul, to be honest. He's the king. What's that?
And a better way of looking at it from Saul's perspective would have been like, I'm the one sending him.
Right.
This is my war.
Right. This is the nation's victory. Right. But Saul, he wanted a little bit more of that credit. This is the Most High's victory.
Most High's victories. Yep.
It shows his selfishness.
It shows his selfishness. Go ahead.
And what can he have more but the kingdom?
Huh?
And so,
What could he have more but the kingdom? Little did he know the kingdom was already David's. The kingdom was already David's from way back a couple of chapters ago. The kingdom was David's. David was already anointed. Go ahead.
and so I, David.
He did what?
And so I, David.
Remember we just read in Deuteronomy 28:54, an evil eye, right? He eyed David. He was side-eyeing him. Like, man, this, bro. He, you know,
Yeah,
he over here. There's a meme. There's this meme that's out, right? Y'all know Deshaun Watson? He's played for the Texans.
Yeah.
And you know Stroud, you know how he just beat the Cleveland Browns? And you got Stroud, he's standing there all happy, and then in the background, they got Deshaun Watson like ice grilling him, like, because remember, he just got traded from that team, and then he eliminates him. Bro, it's hilarious. But he off in the background like, this nigga, if I had a chance, I'd kill him. Right? But this is what this is about. It says he started to eye him, right? He started to look at him in a different way. His eyes start turning evil towards his brother, right? Go to Ecclesiasticus real quick. Ecclesiasticus 4, Sirach chapter 4.
Sirach.
Let's go to Sirach. Aaron, you see that red book?
Yes.
That's the Apocrypha. Those are the 16 books that were taken out of the Bible. Okay, the original 1611 King James Bible. Those books were a part of it. The Bible acts as a history book, and there's a part of history that if you don't have this Apocrypha, you won't know the history. You won't know Greek history when it deals with the Israelites. They removed that Greek history because it really highlighted the atrocities of the Greek Empire, Antiochus,
Right.
his 4 generals, and then going in Alexander the Great. It talks about them in there, but it really highlights how filthy they were to the Israelites and the things that they did. So they removed it so they could, so they wouldn't look so bad. But we make sure we read that, we subscribe to it, and it does line up with the scriptures. Many things in there line up. Let's go here real quick. I want to go to Van Opinion. Ecclesiasticus 4. Is it 4?
It's like 6.
Ecclesiasticus, Sirach, chapter. You know what I want?
It's Ecclesiastes, Sirach, chapter 3, verse 24.
3. Okay, right. 3 and 24.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 3, verse 24.
Go ahead.
For many are deceived by their own vain opinion.
Right. Many are deceived by their own vain opinion. But where does that start? Where does my vain opinion formulate? Go ahead.
And evil
Suspicion.
hath overthrown their judgment.
Right? But see, their judgment, how are you judging? Well, that evil eye. When it said Saul eyed David, he starts to now come up with these evil suspicions, and they're clouded in an evil judgment. You see that? So the eyes, man. Right? Go ahead. Oh no, that's it on that. Jump back to Samuel.
1 Samuel chapter 18 and verse 9 from the top.
Right.
And so I, David,
Right.
from that day and forward.
Oh yeah, so he never stopped looking at him evil. He started watching more intensively. Oh, so you can, they going, okay, they looking at you? All right, well, I'm gonna look at you. I'm gonna find a way to get you up out of here. Go ahead.
And it came to pass on the morrow that the evil spirit from the Most High came upon Saul, and he prophesied in the midst of the house. And David played with his hand, as at other times. And there was a javelin in Saul's hand.
This is crazy. It says the evil spirit came on Saul and he prophesied. What the hell was he prophesying?
Right.
If he got demons on him, he was probably just in the house going mad, going crazy, just belligerent. Right? Because evil spirit ain't prophesying nothing good. What's that?
Why does it say the evil spirit from the Most High?
Because the Most High is the father of spirits. When you go into Job, the first chapter, who allowed Satan to test Job? It was the Most High. Like, remember, in church they teach us like it's a battle between God and the devil, and that the devil somehow was like this rebellious angel that just went on his own course. No. Satan, that spirit is controlled by the Most High. He controls all spirits, right? He controls all spirits. So that evil spirit, and really, look at it in this way. Go to Wisdom of Solomon real quick. 1 and verse 3. Because we know the Most High don't tempt with evil, right? So go to Wisdom of Solomon 1 verse 3 real quick.
Wisdom of Solomon chapter 1 verse 3.
Tell them what page you want in the red book. What page is it in the red book?
58.
58, okay. Go ahead, read that real quick.
Wisdom of Solomon chapter 1 verse 3.
Go ahead.
For forward thoughts separate from God.
Right, so you see, his thinking automatically separates him from the Most High. Forward thoughts or thoughts against the Most High. So now what am I thinking about? Well, we know that he was thinking evil. Yeah. Right? So really, did the Most High have to literally like, I'm gonna set a spirit on you? No. His thoughts put him in that evil mind state. He opened himself up. Go ahead.
And his power, when it is tried,
Go ahead.
reproveth the unwise.
Go ahead.
For into a malicious soul.
Right. So think about it. It's giving you this order. Into a malicious soul. Go ahead.
Wisdom shall not enter.
Right. So if I'm dealing with malicious thoughts, the wisdom of the Most High is not with me. Now, wouldn't I automatically just be an evil person? Yeah, because I'm dwelling in evil thoughts. If the wisdom of the Most High is with me, then ain't I dealing with righteousness and righteous thoughts? So it's just that simple. What we give our minds over to is going to dictate who we are and what we are. So if I meditate in evil, I'm going to be evil because I'm going to bring forth evil. And the wisdom of the Lord ain't with me. But if I meditate in righteousness, I'm going to bring forth righteousness. And those righteous spirits are going to be around me. They're going to be in me. It's really just that simple. It's like we can't contain both. You can't like be wicked and righteous at the same time.
That's true.
Right? You can't serve two masters. Right? So you got to choose one. But your actions will dictate what you choose. Your thoughts dictate what you choose. Right? Because thought or actions come from thought. So really it's your actions that dictate. So even though David was thinking evil towards, Saul was thinking evil towards David, he didn't have to act on the evil. And there was some points where he didn't. But there was some points where he did, where he let that evil override him, override any righteousness, any good in him. So that evil spirit, remember, where good is, evil is also present with me, right? That's our Romans 7. What is that? Romans 7 and what? Let's get it real quick. Remember, we got new brother in the class. Yeah, what you got?
Psalms chapter 10, verse 4.
Is right on point with what I'm saying?
Yes, it is.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, it is. Psalms chapter 10, verse 4.
Right?
It says, the wicked, through the pride of his countenance,
Come on.
will not seek after the Most High.
Right. You see that? Through their pride, they start to disannul wisdom. They disannul the righteousness of the Most High to establish their own righteousness. Go ahead.
God is not in all his thoughts.
See that? The Most High is not he wasn't in Saul's thoughts. The spirit left him. Why though? Because he starts dealing with evil. You see that? He started dealing with evil. It's no different than when before we all got into the truth, and what were you dealing with in the world? You were dealing with evil thoughts. And then slowly, right, the spirit started to remove. But really what it is, you stop thinking on the evil, and then you slowly allow the spirit of the Most High, righteousness, to slowly now come into your vessel, come into your mind, right? It's a fill the gap type of situation, right? It can't just be empty, your mind. It can't just be empty. Tahawam says it all the time, nature abhors a vacuum, right? So the gap got to be filled. So if it's empty, when I start thinking about something, well, is it righteous thoughts, wicked thoughts? Remember, we dealing with Saul's mental. His thinking is way off, right? He's way gone, right? Where did I want?
Romans chapter 7, verse 21.
Go ahead.
I find then a law,
Right?
that when I would do good,
Come on.
evil is present with me.
And that's the understanding that we have to have in this life, is that you can sit there and do good and do good and do good, but guess what? There's evil waiting for you to fumble that good, fumble that bag. There's an evil spirit waiting to pounce and destroy all the good you've built. You see that? So the whole job is to continue to do good and be not overcome with evil, but overcome evil with good. That's the entire job, is to keep doing good. Build up that good resume, right? Now you're going to fumble. Sometimes you're going to stumble, but let's pick ourselves back up. Let's keep moving, right? And not let that evil bring you into like a wicked estate, which, I mean, this is what was going on with Saul. He becomes very wicked. He becomes a wicked man. He becomes a wicked man. He becomes malicious, like the scriptures say. You see that? He lets maliciousness and anger and bitterness and grudging rule his spirit. Anger. To the point where, I mean, we're going to read it. I don't want to give it away. We're going to read it. If you never read it before, we're going to read it. Let's read on in Samuel.
1 Samuel chapter 18, verse 11. And Saul cast the javelin. And he said, I will smite David even to the wall with it.
You see that? I'm gonna pin him up against the wall. David was in the corner playing, right? He in the corner playing. So he said, I'm gonna smite him to the wall. Meaning, I'm gonna throw this javelin so hard, it's gonna hit him, and he gonna be against the wall. Boom.
Yeah. One hit.
One hit. Remember, you're dealing with some big men. Saul wasn't no little dude, and neither was David. They were strong, healthy, valiant in war, warriors, right? So when he said, I'm gonna smite him to the wall, you could imagine when he threw that javelin, it probably went 100 miles an hour. And when it hit you, that thing broke bones and ripped you to shreds and lifted you off your feet, like they show in the movies.
Yeah.
Cats throw them javelins, and they do the super slow-mo. Right? Where did they get that from?
Yeah.
Where did they get that from? These cats was, these brothers were, yeah, they was strong, healthy men.
They're like saying.
Remember, when David gave Saul's eulogy, he said he said David and Jonathan were swift as eagles, right? Swift as roes. It was quick on their feet. They ran fast. They were strong, valiant in war. So, you know, this is what Saul was on. I'm gonna take this dude out in the worst way possible. Go ahead.
And David avoided out of his presence twice.
You see that? But David he got wisdom. He's checking his spirit. He's seeing that, man, this cat's moving in an evil spirit. Let me get up out of here. A wise man foreseeth the evil and hideth himself. That's what the Bible says, right? Right. Go ahead.
And Saul was afraid of David.
But Saul was afraid of David. You know what Saul starts to see? That spirit of the Most High on David.
Yeah.
So he was in the right mind to be afraid, because that spirit was not dealing with him; it was dealing with David. But really, what was he afraid of? What was he really afraid of? What?
He was afraid of losing where he was at, like how he was a king.
Yep.
He was gonna not be a king no more.
Yeah, he was really afraid to lose his throne. He didn't have a real, genuine fear for the Most High.
Right.
We know that because he was rebellious as hell.
Right.
He had a fear of losing the throne, which, see, if we move in that spirit of, I'm afraid to lose something, but I'm not afraid to be rebellious, guess what? Don't the Most High just take it? Don't he find a way to strip you? And usually it's not in like a polite, hey, let me have that back type of way. It's in a, bro, I'm gonna cause death, destruction all through your life to show you that you don't put nothing in front of me.
You don't know.
You gonna know. He said he gonna repay you to your face. Right? What's that?
Did he not have any type of fear? Because at one point, and I mean Saul, at one point when he would be asking Samuel to petition the Most High for like mercy and things like that, he understood that the Most High controlled that situation, right?
Well, even when are you talking about the situation when he told Samuel to go with him? Well,
yeah, like kind of speak up for him because not even just in front of the people.
right. Well, that was all it was for. It was about the people. He only wanted Samuel to go with him because he knew that Samuel was what? He represented the priesthood.
Right.
And that if Samuel is with him, then he's not looking like he's off.
Right.
It's
So,
like
so
all-
Okay.
no time did he ever like acknowledge?
But he started to lose that. He started to lose that because every situation we deal with, what do we see? Do we ever see Saul do the right thing right off the bat? Doesn't he have to be overly convinced that he's in the wrong? Right? Now, what type of man is that? Unstable, wavering, but is sinful. A sinful man will find an excuse for his cause, right? So we see that Saul, he definitely has to be convinced every time he does something wrong. It's like, bro, but you did that. But no, I didn't do that. I did this, but that's not what was commanded. This what was commanded. But I did what was commanded. But then how come this is going on?
He never accepted blame.
He didn't take accountability.
Right.
You see that? That's like the first step of repentance. He never accepted what he did. He blamed everyone else around him. The people made me do it. Right? The people did it. It was them. It was them. It was her. It was him. Right? So he starts to really lose any sense of whatever little good was in him. That starts to be drowned out. Remember, that's why it says in chapter 15, it says rebellion is as the sin of witchcraft, right? That witching, that bewitching, right? That's like a spell that's being put on somebody. And you can literally, it's like using magic to blind somebody's eyes. He was blinded by his own pride, by his own mind. He was high-minded, right? He was blinded by the gain of the riches. We see that. It was about gain. He was blinded by the beautiful men he had around him that were strong and good looking, handsome. He was blinded by all these things, and he starts to let the little bit of righteousness that's in him, that's gone. And it's really going to be gone because look, he's throwing javelins at cats. He's becoming what it tells us in Wisdom of Solomon 1. He's becoming this malicious man, this hateful man, this murderous man. Now we know a man that tries to kill another man is considered what, according to Christ? Right? But he's considered what? Nah, trick question, but not really. Go to John 8:44. Go to John 8:44. What is he considered? A murderous man is considered what? Read it.
John chapter 8, verse 44.
Go ahead.
Ye are of your father, the devil.
You become a child of the devil. What good is in the devil? Well, read.
And the lust of your father ye will do.
Read on.
He was a murderer from the beginning.
So in the beginning, from the beginning, he was a murderer. Why? Read.
And abode not in the truth.
Read on.
Because there is no truth in him.
See, there was no truth in the devil from the beginning. There was no truth in the devil from the beginning. That's why he was a murderer. It said, how can you abide in something that you were never about? You see that? But when you become this murderous man that could kill your own brother, you become a child of Satan, man. You become a child of the devil. It's Christ's words. Right? Who got the red letter Bible? That's Christ speaking. Right. That's Christ speaking. So that's what Saul is now transitioning all the way into. He's becoming a child of Satan. He's becoming the literal adversary to David. Right? Remember, go to Sirach. Go to chapter. I always go here. Where it says good is set against evil. That's in the 40s. We're gonna get this real quick. Let's find this. You found it?
Ecclesiasticus chapter 33, verse 14.
Okay, that's one of them. Go ahead.
Good is set against evil.
Right. See that? Good is set against evil. This is the balance. You couldn't just have Saul moving the way he wanted to move. Being an evil man, there had to be something good to balance that out. Go ahead.
Good is set against evil.
Go ahead.
And life against death.
Come on.
So is the godly against the sinner.
So is the what?
Godly against the sinner.
Go ahead.
And the sinner against the godly.
Go ahead, read on.
So look upon all the works of the Most High.
See, these are the works of the Lord. Go ahead.
And there are two and two, one against another.
Yeah, you see that? One thing against another. That's how we create. That's what we consider perfection. Go to Ecclesiastes, Sirach 43, and what?
Sirach chapter 42,
42.
verse 24.
42, 24. I was there.
Ecclesiastes chapter 42, verse 24.
Go ahead.
All things are doubled one against another.
Come on.
And he hath made nothing
Imperfect.
imperfect.
That's the Most High's perfection, to have one thing against another. That's balance. Good against evil. Go ahead.
One thing
Establisheth.
establish the good of another.
So Saul was literally going to establish David's goodness. He was literally going to show how good David was, because look at how Saul was moving. He was literally going to, remember, David is trying to kill Saul. How many opportunities did Saul is trying to kill David. How many opportunities did David have to kill Saul? He had a few himself, and we know he didn't take them.
He even felt bad.
He even felt bad about having the opportunity. He was like, what the, like, oh my God, I can't do this.
I dare not touch the Most High anointing.
But he gave him warnings. He gave him some warnings, like, look, I could have touched on you. I could have touched you. right? Took his water canister,
Yeah.
right? And the Most High gave him opportunity. Cut the hem of his garment, and David felt bad about it.
Yep.
But do we read about Saul feeling bad for trying to kill David? Not only until we get to the very end of the story where Saul shows a little bit of remorse. Like, dang, man, this cat was a really good guy. I should have never been like this. But he had demons on him. He had spirits on him, right? But the scriptures is letting us know, it's teaching us that what? Good versus evil, but one thing is going to establish the good of another. Go ahead, finish it up.
And who shall be filled with behold?
Who shall be filled with beholding his glory? It's a question mark. You see that? Well, we know that it's going to be the good. The good. The good of this world are going to behold the glory. Right? Everybody with me so far? Aaron, I know I'd be moving kind of quick.
No, you're good. I just got a question.
Okay.
At that point, who's in control?
At which point?
At the point of, like, okay, so the king is already having these evil thoughts
right
towards David.
Right.
So now these evil thoughts and I guess these evil spirits are now within him.
Mm-hmm.
So now who's in control? Is he still in control, the king himself, or are these spirits in control?
Well, go to Romans. Let's just go to the Bible and show you. Yield your members. Right, Romans 6, I believe. Now, let me answer your question clean. Who's in control is those spirits. Them spirits is controlling. Because the natural thing in us is not to just be evil and wicked. It's just not. But see, what happens is when those evil spirits take over, that's what's really controlling you. When you yield yourself to those spirits, just like good spirits, right? When you yield yourself to good, that's in control. That's what you're being controlled by. You see that? So it's the same thing, but overall, who controls it all? The Most High. He said, I create evil, I form the light, I form the darkness, I, the Lord, do all these things. We can get that scripture, right? There's one in Exodus, there's one in Isaiah, right? So overall, the Most High controls the whole narrative, meaning he sets the players, but see what it is, we have to make the decisions.
That's what I say.
Right.
When does the power of choice that's been bestowed upon us come into play?
We always have the choice, no matter what. We always have the choice. Like I'll present it to you like this. You know, we ascribe to the dietary laws of the Bible, right? So one of the laws tells us that we shouldn't consume the swine, pork, right? Now, the Bible says it. Thou shalt not eat the swine. Thou shalt not eat bats, rats, camels. Now, I have the choice when I pull up to Wendy's to get the chicken sandwich with cheese, lettuce, and tomato, or I can get the Baconator, right? I make the choice. The choices are presented. Choose you this day life and death is what Moses said. Good and evil. But I got to let what's in me now dictate. So if the Spirit of the Lord is in me, well, what's going to happen? I'm going to choose what the Spirit of the Lord says. But if I'm riding more on my negative side and I got Satan, like the little conscience, the devil, because we all got it, right? We all got the little white angel, and then we got the crispy black niglet on this side. He's crispy as hell. He's like the little, remember the Santa Claus from Friday After Next? Yeah, he's him, right? He's crispy and black and telling you to steal and do negative, right? And then you got the soft-spoken, righteous angel on this side, which is just your conscience.
Yes.
So really, it's what do you allow to control your conscience, right? But we always have the choice because at the end of the day, we say, well, the devil made me do it. Well, the devil don't roll blunts. The devil don't order from the Baconator value meal for you. The devil don't make you walk down Bissonnette and pick up the little dainty things that's walking down Bissonnette. The devil don't make you snort coke. The devil don't crush up pills. The devil don't make you mix up lean. Like, he don't do that. He presents that those things are presented, right? Like if you got an issue with marijuana, you know what be happening to a lot of cats? You pull up to the gas station, like, oh, I'm gonna give you some gas. You open the door and look, and you just look down and be a bag of weed. You like, dang, a whole sack. And what you do? What you do? You pick it up to make sure it's official. Oh, that's that medical grade, right? But what you're doing now, you're feeding into the negative side. Where a righteous man's like, oh damn, a sack of weed, or what it looks like, bruh, let me fill up, or let me just go to another gas station. You abstain from all appearance, but most importantly, resist the devil, and he shall flee from you. Right? It's about resistance. We went over this last night. But most people say, oh, you know what? Let me make sure that's like an authentic sack. Right. And then all of you, oh God, your taste buds open up and you start trembling and sweating.
I remember this film.
Right. And you start remembering the feelings and you start pop locking like, oh damn. And then you're like, I ain't gonna smoke that. But why is it in your glove compartment?
Right. Why'd you keep it?
Why'd you keep that?
I'm saving it so nobody else will get it.
Yeah, I'm saying that. Yeah, I'm protecting others. Wait, but then the next week you gonna cop you a filling. You gonna get you the Dutch master, right? And it's like, well, no, I was, no, right? But you're easing yourself by choice into that negative, right? It's always a choice. We'll show you. Read where you at. Who got their hand up? Angela. Yes.
So what you're saying basically is that situations don't make you, they reveal you.
Right. They reveal what's in you. Every situation. That's every temptation reveals how strong or how weak one is. Yeah, that's deep. Right? So let's read this Romans, and then we're gonna go to James, and we're gonna go to Sirach 15. We got scriptures. Right? We got scriptures on this. This is easy. Right? It's light work. Read it real quick.
Romans chapter 6 and verse 13.
Go ahead.
Neither yield ye your members as instruments of unrighteousness.
Right, your members, your body, your mind. If you yield yourself to the members of unrighteousness, go ahead.
Unto sin.
Right.
But yield yourselves unto God.
Go ahead.
As those that are alive from the dead.
Right. Is that what I wanted? Go ahead.
And your members as instruments of righteousness unto God.
Go ahead.
For sin shall not have dominion over you.
See, because when I yield myself to unrighteousness, now sin starts to dominate me. We don't want to be dominated by sin. We want to be dominated by righteousness. Because sin equals what? Death. Righteousness equals what? Life. Or immortality and life. And peace. Go ahead.
For ye are not under the law, but under grace.
Right, no. So let me see here. Huh? Right. Read 6 and 12.
Verse 12. Let not sin therefore reign in your mortal body.
Right.
That ye should obey it in the lust thereof.
You see that? Obeying sin. And then now when I yield myself or pause to the negative, I open up the door to sin. Right? But what do we have to understand? Is it God that's making you make the choice? No. Right? Did the Most High make Saul start wanting to kill David? Like, see, God made me do it. He's all the way in control. The devil made me do it. He's all the way. No. There's God on the right hand. There's the devil on the left hand. And you got to choose. You in the middle. And they're both doing what? They're both vying for your attention. Or really, you're vying for their attention.
This reign that you're talking about, reigning in the mortal body, is your thoughts, right? That's what you're saying.
Yeah, when something reigns over you.
What you're playing with.
Well, think about it. When something reigns over you, it rules you. Yes. So when a king reigns over you, it rules. Right. So what is it saying? We can't let negative reign over us. Any type of negative. So think about it. And we're going to get into it, but where does murder start?
In the mind. Your heart. In the mind.
It starts in your mind, right? But do I just wake up and think, oh, I'm going to kill this nigga? No. So where does murder start?
Does it start with like the anger or?
Before I get angry. You're right, but before I get angry, Huh? Before I get jealous, don't there has to be a situation for me to be angry about? Doesn't there have to be some type of instance where we're at odds? So me and him are at odds. Now the Bible says what? Go to my brother. Let's deal with the situation like men. Right? If he hears me out, I done gained a brother. And then we should be good, squashed, right? But usually what happens, black folk?
It's fake over.
Huh?
It's like you pretend like it's over, but it's really not over.
Right, but deep down inside, it's like, the next time I see him, I'm gonna bust his head to the white meat. You start to develop a grudge.
Yeah, you start holding on to it.
You start holding a grudge, and then what does the grudge do over time?
It's taking time bomb.
You start to develop those murderous thoughts. Because you start to nourish that evil. Now, who made you do that? There's a choice. Go talk to him. Well, nah, I ain't talking to that nigga because he ain't worth my time.
Right.
Or, you know what? Let me be humble. Let me humble myself. Let me break myself. Let me do what the scriptures say and go deal with my brother. Now, it's on him if he hears me out.
Yeah.
It's on him if he hears me out or if he don't hear me out. I did my job. Right? Then if he don't hear me out, then we got to just do something different.
Right.
We got to do what the scriptures say and take it to another level of witnesses and things like that.
Yeah.
Right? But I got to make the conscious choice to do evil or to do good. It's up to us. The choices are there. So we can't blame the Most High for our choice. Right? So is it verse 19? 6 and 19?
Verse 19.
That's what I'm looking for because I have it extra highlighted. Read Romans 6:19.
Romans 6 and verse 19.
Go ahead.
I speak after the manner of men.
Right?
Because of the infirmity of your flesh.
Yeah, he said, I'm speaking to you as a man because of the weaknesses that we carry as men. Because we are in this mortal flesh, and there is this battle between fulfilling the spiritual and then trying to fulfill the flesh. There's a battle. There's a war. So he said, I'm going to speak to you as the manner of men, because I get it. I'm a man also. Read.
For as ye have yielded your members servants to uncleanness and to iniquity unto iniquity.
Right.
Even so now yield your members servants to righteousness unto holiness.
You see that? So what is he saying right here? Make the choice. You chose to yield one way. Now choose another way. What are these choices based on? He's going to show us. Read on.
For when ye were the servants of sin,
Go ahead.
ye were free from righteousness.
Right?
What fruit had ye then in those things?
Now pause. So what he's telling us is that when you decided to serve unrighteousness, look at the product of such service. So when I was a killer, dope dealer, thriller in Manila, and I did 15 years in jail, I missed out on my family, all these different things was happening to me. That was the product that you got for being a the baddest nigga on the block. Right? But if I now decide to live in righteousness, guess what I get to do? Enjoy my family, be around my wife, raise my children, serve the Most High. He's showing you that your choices have repercussions, but look at the product. Look at the repercussion. When you served evil, when you served sin, it was a sinful outcome. It was hurt, pain, agony, regret. He said, what fruit? Watch, read on.
What fruit had ye then in those things whereof ye are now ashamed?
See that? You ashamed. What fruit did you have in that? Well, the fruit is the shame. The shame of falling to sin and having to deal with those repercussions. Right now, we're going to see with Saul, there was no shame in his game. There was no shame in his game. As opposed to David, when he fell, he was shamed and he made the right steps. What's that?
That is so much truth to that right there, because I know the mistake I made back in 1990. It got me 25 years prison time. I missed my kids growing up. now, they got some degree of respect, but the degree of respect is not there like it would have been had I been there.
Right.
Because that one scene, I'm talking about that one I done caused all that damage.
Yeah.
Because decades of damage.
Domino effect. And look at the shame that you, even when you speak about it, even though you're so far removed from that situation, because it's a shameful thing for your children, like for a man to say, man, my kids ain't got that level of respect for me. Yeah, I would be ashamed too. I would have some regret also. But that's what Paul is trying to show us here, that that's how you're supposed to look at the negative you did and move and make the choice for righteousness. So we always have a choice. Go to James real quick. Go to James 1:15.
James chapter 1 verse 15.
Right?
Then when lust hath...
No, James 1:13 or 14. I want the beginning of it.
James chapter 1 verse 13.
No, 12.
Verse 12.
Right?
Blessed is the man that
Endureth
temptation.
So blessed is the man that endureth temptation. Right? So is temptation necessary? Yeah. It's very necessary to show whether you're going to be blessed or cursed or not.
Right. So the options are necessary.
Yeah, the options are definitely necessary.
Yeah, because that's what it boils down to. You say you make the choice, but there are a plethora of options. So the banquet has been set.
It's been set. Yes. Yes. The arena, the stage is set. Now you got to play the character that you choose. Now, like for instance, you know about the story between Judas and Jesus? Did somebody make Judas be Judas?
No.
There could have been a different Judas. He chose to be the one that sold Christ. He chose to fulfill that evil side. You see what I'm saying? He made the choice to go and say, you know what? 30 shekels, sign me up. Sign me up. We choose what we want to be in this life. Like the stage is set. Think about it. We hear the story all the time, right? Product of my environment. But what about those people that are not the product of their environment? Didn't they make a choice not to be? Yeah. Think about how many basketball players, like all of them, was hood niggas growing up in the hood. That man, I had a bad upbringing. You listen to Shannon Sharp, he tell you that he lived in a house half the size of this right here, and I seen it. His house was like the size of that room. Yeah, showering outside. He grew up in like the deep south, right? 10 kids and just real. But then think about it. He didn't choose to fall to those upbringings.
Right. He didn't choose Lucia's environment.
He didn't choose to be molded by his environment. He chose something different, a different path. So it is attainable, right?
Yes.
Right? Right. We don't have to be a product of the environment, but sometimes, and I get it, and we all get it. Sometimes that environment is so overwhelming. Yeah. You know what we feel like? We feel like we have no choice. Right. When there's all choice, we just got to know how to recognize the different doors and opportunities that are given. You see that? There's always a choice when there's evil, there's always a choice to do good. When you do good, there's always a choice to do evil. There's no way around it. It's how we choose. And it's going to show us. What you got?
Now, Christ taught us those choices in Matthew chapter 4.
Right. When he was tempted by Satan, he showed us how to fight those temptations. Right? Matthew's the 4th chapter is a very good chapter to read. Where you at? James.
For when he is tired.
No. When he is tried.
For when he is tried, he shall receive the crown of life.
Right. So the trying is to see how well you resist. It's not for you to break. Temptation is not there for you to break. That's the thing. It's a gauge to see how much you can apply the wisdom that you've learned. How much can you apply the knowledge? See, we look at temptation as this negative thing. It's only negative when you fall to it. It's only negative when you break to the temptation. But it's there to show you how strong am I really? How strong is my willpower? How else are you going to know? If you're not put in the arena to test your strength, then how are you going to know? And I always say this, and I will never stop saying it. Temptation is as the level of your temptation is equal to your wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. Right. They're equal. Here's my temptation. Here's my wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, and they're equal. They're equal. The weapons that you have to fight your temptation are just as strong, or if not stronger, than the temptation. They're equal. It's how you use your weapons. It's how you fight. It's just that simple. It's what wisdom you use. You got the Bible, you got your memory, you got the Bible app, you got class, you got brothers, you got sisters, you got counsel. If you only use one and you need to use 7, aren't you gonna lose? Right. Aren't you gonna lose every time? It's about what now I choose to use to fight my different battles, but they're equal. They're equal. There's no disadvantage, or else would it be fair? Nah, you lose every time. You'd never be able to fight any temptation if the temptation was greater than what you could bear. That would be a disadvantage. Let's read on.
Which the Lord hath promised to them that love him.
Go ahead.
Let no man say when he is tempted, I am tempted of God.
Right, meaning you can't blame the Most High that you're falling into this temptation. We have to always remember that where good is, evil is also present. There's always choices. Go ahead.
God can't be tempted with evil.
Come on.
Neither
tempteth he any man. Read 14.
But every man is tempted.
See, every man is tempted, meaning what? When you're already tempted, that means you've already fallen. It's a past tense. Tempted, right? That means it's already done. The action is done. Every man is tempted. Go ahead.
When he is
drawn
away of his own lust and
enticed. Right. So what draws you away? The thing that you want, the thing you chose. Right? When you're already tempted, when you've already fulfilled the act or inquired, it's like, again, I'm trying to fight, not me personally, but I'm trying to fight the weed smoking demon. And I pull up to the gas station and there's a sack of weed right there. Well, guess what? When you picked it up, you already enticed yourself. When you try to smell the quality, right? You damn near halfway face first on the ground.
I'm smoking it. I'm just smelling it.
Now let me say this though. Is marijuana wicked? Is marijuana against the Bible? Like to have it in your hand or to grow it? No, it's a herb, right? Marijuana is a herb. So it's not wicked, it's how we use it that's wicked. Because your intention ain't, oh, you know what? Got this good old green. I'm gonna boil it up in some tea. I might sprinkle a little on the spaghetti sauce or whatever the case may be. Your intention is, I'm about to go back to the old niglet in me, right? Get me the Philly, the Dutch, whatever, rip me off a Bible paper. Right?
That's cold.
Yeah, I'm gonna go right into the back of the Bible. You know those pages in the Bible that's blank.
Wow.
I'm gonna go right to the dictionary words and right, and I'm gonna roll up because that's where your mind goes. It don't go to let me use it responsibly and medicinally. Right? Let me use it for its purpose. It's let me go smoke it like how I'm used to doing. So if you know that's your temptation, oh damn. Okay, that's a sack of weed. You know what? Let me not even look at that. Let me move around from that. Let me hide myself.
Flee like it's a serpent.
Flee like it's a serpent, right? But we do what? We pick it up. We contemplate.
You look around.
Damn, are the brothers around?
See,
Ain't no brothers around. Let me pick. But you forget that the Most High is all. He's looking down like, okay. You see where you at.
Such a man, fair, only man.
Yeah. But the stage is set. And did the Most High put the sack of weed there? Or did a weed head hop out his car with a sack in his lap to get some gas, dropped it. He so weeded out he forgot and just left it. Most High didn't do that. Another evil person with evil actions did that, and you just so happened to what? Pull up, and that's that. The stage is set, the spirit. And that's how it always works, no matter what. And then guess what? Whenever you do the action, what tends to happen? When you're done, you're like,
Yep.
why'd I do that? I could have made a different choice. Hindsight kicks in, right? My hindsight's 2020. What about your foresight, my G? Your foresight's supposed to be 2020. You're supposed to be looking well to your goals, not looking behind you and making corrections. Because by that time, what if you don't have the space to correct? What if your sin gets you bent up in death?
Yeah, that's true.
And you can't correct.
That's true.
You see that? So let's read on. Let's read on real quick. 14, but every man that is tempted, go ahead.
But every man that is tempted,
Every man is tempted, it's a lot.
every man is tempted when he is drawn away of his own lust and
Enticed. Go ahead.
then when lust hath conceived,
Conceived. So now that lust is conceived, there's a conception, it's brought forth. Ooh, right? Go ahead.
bringeth forth sin,
Right.
and sin, when it is
Finished.
finished, bringeth forth death.
Yeah, and that's usually the chain of events, right? That's usually the chain of events. I gotta again, I'm battling with the weed smoke, and I got the weed man in my phone. I gotta dial his number. Like Satan don't got speed dial, right? I gotta that weed man because it says it.
Yeah.
You put his name Reggie.
Yeah.
Yeah, young Dro. Right? You got all the weed names, right? You got him disguised, but you know who he is. Who's Reggie? Right?
That's my cousin.
My cousin now. Young Dro, right? Yeah. The connect, you got him in all whatever, right? But if you know you got an issue, you're supposed to delete that out your phone.
Yeah.
But how come you didn't delete him yet?
He's still there.
Because the temptation is there. Right? The temptation is there, but what happens when you dial that number? Oh, it's hard to turn back.
Yeah.
Because when you say, look, I'm over here, he pulling up.
Yeah. It's in motion.
You can't just like not have him pull up.
No.
Yeah, I'm good. The Lord told me.
Yeah, the Lord.
Whatever.
You can, but most people ain't fighting like that. When he pulling up, you already know I gotta pull up. Now you feel compelled because you went the next step.
You're gonna use that. You're gonna use that.
Yeah, and it's gonna push you further, and that's the point. Don't be enticed. That's why he said at the end, "Do not err, my beloved brethren." Right? Delete the weed man number. Delete the little sneaky link number. Right? Delete that number. You don't need that. You don't need to be hookups and meetups and we just going for coffee. Nigga, you know what coffee turned into? You know what Starbucks turns into? Stop. Right? Come on, man. We gotta do better. What you got, Shamila?
Oh,
You had your hand like you about to.
yeah, I was just looking at that where it says, where it brings forth death.
Right.
I was just sitting up there meditating, thinking about that. It don't always have to be physical. Cause we know physical soon come, but you can die right there.
Yeah, you're dying like perfect example. I like that you said that because when we read about Saul, he started dying physically, mentally, spiritually before he ever died physically.
Right.
His spirit, the spirit of the Lord was dead in him.
Yeah.
Right? Because why? We know that negative spirit started to reside and take over. So yeah, you start to die this mental, spiritual death first.
Right.
And then we know that the body follows, right? You start to degrade mentally, and then everything else starts to go downhill from there.
Right. Description.
Wow.
Go ahead.
So like even on that example, right? It's like when you read in the scriptures, you never see Saul enjoying his position anymore. You never see him be like, "Oh, I'm glad I'm king," or anything like that. You know, so he was already dead. He was already dead mentally. He couldn't around him. He couldn't enjoy his kingship. You know.
Yeah. Yep. What's that, sis?
And even like what we're saying, the Most High, he he doesn't tempt us, right?
No.
We're drawn away from our lust. The Most High doesn't have any pleasure
In a
us
sinful
sinning.
man.
It makes me think of that Ezekiel 33:11. He wants us, the wicked, he has no pleasure in the wicked dying. He wants us to turn away from that. He even gave that time to Saul. Saul had opportunities until the end to just be like, you know what? I messed up. Most High, like, do what you have to do with me. I messed up. He could have repented like from his heart, because the Most High doesn't have pleasure in us dying.
Nope. He don't take pleasure in it.
Yeah.
That's the thing. He wants, what the Most High takes pleasure in is us choosing the right thing, right? Choosing to do His will, right? He don't take pleasure in the death of the wicked. He's not sitting up like, oh yeah, can't wait. He's like, look, I'm gonna give you all the space, like you said, to be able to change your mind. But what am I doing to help you change? Well, all the repercussions of your actions, a man shall reap what he sows. You got to be able to pay attention to what's coming forth from your actions, right? So if I'm running through the streets and I'm knocking down every chick that I come across, and I got 11 baby mamas, right, and like 90 kids, and like 2 diseases hanging out, hanging out in me,
Right.
I might have to change. Those are like clear-cut indicators of I need to change it up. Need to do something different, right? Some people take those indicators and say, you know what, red flag, let me change. And some people say, you know what, let me go harder in the paint.
Imagine harder.
Yeah, let me go harder in the paint and bring forth 11 more kids and have 1,000 more baby mamas and catch 2 more diseases. It's choices, right? But it's how the choice is predicated on how I need to make myself feel, because that's what lust is. How well do I need to feel in my decision? Can I abstain? Right? Can I protect myself? Is it worth it? What you got?
It was that scripture the sister had pulled.
Ezekiel 3?
Ezekiel chapter 33, verse 11.
33, okay.
Saying to them, as I live, saith the Lord God, I have no pleasure in the death of the wicked,
Right,
but that the wicked turn from his way and live.
right.
Turn ye from your evil ways. For why will ye die, O house of Israel?
Yeah, he won't take the pleasure in that. He wants us to change, and he just gives us the indicators. He gives us the fruit of our doings. And he don't even give that to us. I mean, isn't that just life?
It's natural occurrence.
What you put in is what you get out. What I plant in the ground is going to grow. You don't plant an apple tree and a banana pop up. That's insane. That will not happen. You plant a banana tree, bananas are going to grow. Right? No matter how well you pray and how much you wish, bananas is coming up, homie. So if you plant wickedness, wickedness is going to spring forth. If you do righteous, righteous is going to come forth. You see that? So there's no way around it. It's what we choose. Aaron, that makes sense?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Let's jump back. That was a good question too. Let's jump back to Samuel. So we understand that Saul, he's making these choices. He's making these choices.
1 Samuel chapter 18 and verse 12.
Right?
And Saul was afraid of David,
Right?
because the Lord was with him and was departed from Saul. Therefore, Saul...
So we know that Saul is thinking, because he can recognize the spirit on David. But he can also recognize the negative in him, in himself. He can. He can. He knows that he's off. I'd be a little bit afraid too. Right? What you gonna say?
He could have reproved himself, couldn't he? Like check himself and...
Of course.
He's still alive.
Of course. As long as you're alive, you have the chance to repent. What is the first part of repentance? What?
Sorrow.
Well, but right, that's all of it, but what is the first thing you have to understand?
You gotta acknowledge.
You gotta acknowledge you're wrong. You gotta really sit back and say, you know what? This is me. I'm this type of person. I think negative. I'm faithless. I'm a killer. I'm a murderer. I was doing this. I was doing that. That's the first step to being able to repent. Think about it. When you go to AA, I've never been, but you see it in the shows. What's the first thing they make you do?
Acknowledge.
They make you say your name. I'm Quataza, and I'm an alcoholic. Nobody clip that. Nobody do that. Nobody use that for a short. I'm not an alcoholic, but that's the first thing they make you do. They make you say your name, acknowledge who you are and what you do. That's the first step to fixing anything. Saul never acknowledged who he was. He never acknowledged what he was about. He always shucked the blame to somewhere else. He always removed himself from taking accountability. Right? Accountability. That's a huge thing that we lack in our community. Being accountable. Right? Our sisters do not want to be accountable for anything. Brothers don't want to be accountable, man. Right? And I'm talking about more of them out in the world, living that street life, BET, living life like it's a BET flick, like it's BET Uncut. You know what I'm saying? They don't want to be accountable for their actions. Right? Oh, my environment made me do it, or my daddy wasn't there, or my mama wasn't there, or my daddy was a drug dealer, so I had to be a drug dealer. No, you didn't. Could have chose something different. You could have fought, right? So, where we at?
Verse 13. Therefore Saul removed him from him and made him his captain over 1,000.
Yeah, he like, listen, bro, I don't want you next to me no more. Your godly spirit is irking me. So now, you about to go out. You about to go out there with the army and be amongst the camp. So he kicks him out the house, basically.
Wow.
Right? Because he couldn't deal with that godly spirit on him. Because guess what? Doesn't the Most High put people in front of you to mirror what you are? To show you what you're about? And sometimes they mirror you exactly, or sometimes they're the counterpart of you. So if you see this godly man moving in a godly spirit, wise, he's always praising the Most High. And you're like, why this nigga always happy? Why he always praising the Lord? Well, why aren't you not? Right. He's your counterpart.
And too, I'm just as you saying that, I'm thinking also, he was so much about his appearance to the people that this was a clear contrast that the people can see.
And they were already seeing it.
Yeah.
Just Saul, his thousands, David is 10,000. Wait a minute, there's something going on here. So I can't keep having me look like looking bad in front of the peeps. So, bro, you dismissed. Right? You got to go over there and be outside with these guys.
Which, that makes it even worse for him, because it's already showed Saul has already showed his examples. Now you're putting David amongst the people. So they can go to David, they can be with David, and they'll see David's character.
So guess what? Now check this out. Who made Saul do that? His own evil thoughts made him do that. But was that not the will of the Most High to get David amongst the people? So they could see a righteous man. See how our choices, the Most High says this, he knows, his will be accomplished. Whether you choose wrong or right, but there's going to always be someone to choose right to make sure that his will is accomplished. It's a no-brainer, but we can't get around it. Nobody made Saul tell David to go be amongst the brothers. Go be amongst the brothers. Yeah. Go let your character be shown amongst the brethren. Go gain the love of the people. That's basically what Saul said. Yeah. Go gain their love. Yep. Right. I hate you so much, and I'm so blinded by my hate. He pushed them to the people. Yeah. Not even realizing what he's doing. That's crazy. But what is he accomplishing? The will of the Most High at the end of the day. Because we're going to see it all play out. It's wild, but remember, Saul made the choice. And guess what David didn't do? He didn't fight it. Nope. Cool. I'm out. I'm gonna follow the king. Even though this nigga is off as hell, and he's murderous and trying to kill me, guess what? I'm going to be obedient to the end. Right? I'm going to be obedient to the end. Go ahead.
It's like how they say, obey those that have rule over you. You know what I'm saying? He just obeyed Saul.
That's it. He kept that purity. Mm-hmm. Go ahead. Let's read on.
And he went out and came in before the people.
Wait. Go ahead.
Verse 14.
Who does come? That's mine. Oh, go ahead.
And David behaved himself wisely in all his ways.
Right.
And the Lord was with him. Wherefore, when Saul saw that he behaved himself very wisely, he was afraid of him.
Mm-hmm.
But all Israel and Judah loved David because he went out and came in before them. And Saul said to David, behold, my elder daughter Merab, her will I will give thee to wife. Only be thou valiant for me and fight the Lord's battles.
Pause. What's the problem here? I know but what's the problem here? He says, look, I'll give you my daughter, but just keep fighting the Lord's battles. What's the problem here? Did anybody pick it up from previous chapters?
Didn't he really over his brother?
Thank you. He was already supposed to give David his daughter because he defeated Goliath. So here we go. We got Saul doing what? Breaking vows. At one moment, he stood on his vow and tried to kill his own son because it benefited him. The next moment, when it don't benefit, he's like, I'm going to break that vow. I'm going to rearrange the contract.
I'm gonna renege.
I'm a renege. So what type of man is that?
Double-minded.
Double-minded, sinful, right? He makes these vows and he don't own up to his vow. David did his part. He went out, he got Goliath out of there. David should have been married, had a house. I wonder if he even got Jesse and them tax-free. I wonder. Wow. But Saul, it just shows you he was so infumed with David trying to get him out of there, he didn't even own up to his vow. Then he comes with a whole nother contract. Listen, if you keep fighting, I'll let you give my daughter. I'll give you my eldest daughter. Let's see what happens.
For Saul said, let not my hand be upon him, but let the hand of the Philistines be upon him.
Uh-oh. So here he goes trying to conjure up a scheme. This is his way to get David. This is his way to kill David in his eyes. I heard my daughter is looking at him. Cool. Well, look, if you want her, keep fighting. I'm going to get you set up. You're going to keep fighting. And at some point, he's going to die in battle. That's what Saul was hoping for. And he wouldn't be blamed for it. Now, when we this is crazy. When we fast forward, when it's David's time, I know I'm going forward, but when it's David's time with Uriah the Hittite, doesn't he do the same thing? So now we see where he learned it from. Uh-oh. I like that. Uh-oh. He learned that. He picked that negative up from Saul. The scriptures say to covet the best gifts, not take little bits of evil from a nigga and hide it in your pocket and use it for a year later. That's what he did. He was like, oh, that's dope. You know what? I'm gonna put that nugget in, boom. And then when it was time, guess what? He was tempted into using something evil against another man. That's where David learned that from. He learned it from Saul. I'm gonna get him set up in the battle, and it ain't gonna be on me. But remember, the Most High sees all. That's the one thing that Saul forgot, and David forgot that at the time also.
Wow.
Most High sees all.
Ecclesiastes chapter 23, verse 18.
Right?
A man that breaketh wedlock.
Read to the next verse.
A man that breaketh wedlock, saying thus in his heart, who seeth me?
Right, read verse 19.
Such a man only fears the eyes of men.
Right.
And knoweth not that the eyes of the Lord are 10,000 times brighter than the sun.
And that's the thing. We forget that the Most High is always keeping a watch on what we're doing. Not only what we're doing, but what else? Read on.
Beholding all the ways of men.
He sees all our ways. Go ahead.
And considering the most secret parts.
Yeah, he knows your thoughts, man, and what you're thinking. He knew that Saul was thinking evil. Go ahead.
He knew all things, ere ever they were created.
Yeah. Come on, man. He knows us from creation. He created you. You think he don't know what's in you? You think he don't know what's in man? It ain't hard. It ain't hard to tell. Right? It said only wickedness is in our thoughts. Right? The heart is desperately wicked and deceitful above all things. Jeremiah 17:9, right? Most High knows that. That's why he has to give us the law and the righteousness to be able to balance those things out and to eradicate, right? Let's drop that. Let's jump back. What verse you at?
I'm gonna read from verse 18.
Okay, remember you go to 9, you go to 20. Go ahead.
And David.
So we're back in 1 Samuel 18 and verse 18.
Yes, 1 Samuel 18 and 18.
Right.
And David said unto Saul, who am I? And what is my life or my father's family in Israel, that I should be son-in-law to the king?
See, David didn't even hold Saul to the first thing that Saul said. Because in David's mind, he was like, bro, I'm not even worthy to marry this man's daughter. Now think about it. Couldn't he have said, well, man, you an evil dude, you try to kill me, you owe me a daughter. You owe me, bro. He didn't even use the things that were bad about Saul against him. He didn't speak evil of him, man. He just said, look, I'm not even worthy. You the king. The Most High has chosen you to be king. Who am I to be your son-in-law?
But you can see the purity of his mind.
He was that's the point. He wasn't tainted.
Right.
Right? To the pure, all things are pure. His thoughts were pure. What's that?
Should be fast forwarding.
Yeah. We can fast forward because it's all going to make sense.
Yeah, that just reminded me of what happened when he went up against Nabal.
Right.
And Abigail had to remind him that is the Most High servant. You can't touch him.
Right.
And put him to death. So that was another situation where he had to exercise humility.
Yep.
And obey.
And he had to let what the Most High commanded be the way he moved. He could have went and killed Nabal. He had every right to go take Nabal up out of there, but then he would have been looked at like, okay, you just out here killing folks. Nabal just he just a regular ass dude, right? He ain't no fighter, he ain't no warrior, right? He just a disrespectful man. But he had to, like you said, he had to think about these things and say, wait a minute, what does the Most High want? How does he want us to move? And Abigail, she reminded him of these things, and that purity in his mind allowed him to be objective to her, right? It allowed him to listen to her. Oh, I'm the king, chick, shut up. Now he's like, you know what? Thou speakest as a wise woman, right? You know what? You're right. And guess what though? Didn't Nabal still die?
Yep, he did.
Just not at the hands of David. And we fast forward a little bit, right? Let's jump back.
You even see also that the way David is that he's also willing to listen to people.
Yeah.
Just that when they coerce with him and try to talk to him, he's actually sitting listening and giving thought process of what they're saying.
Mm-hmm.
You see, some people don't even give that thought. Look at saying go back.
A man of counsel will be considerate.
Right. And they say that's like that's one of the greatest attributes of a leader, to be able to hear opinions from other people but still make the decision. Right. Be able to take everything into consideration and then make the choice.
Yep. Where we at? Oh, how about that? Yeah, Jan?
Oh, I was just thinking too, so I guess these are just the characteristics that made David a man of the Most High's heart.
Right.
Because he truly did love the Most High, and he humbled himself to the Most High in many situations where the Most High could have taken him out had he done the opposite.
Right.
So these characteristics of him, I mean, just in reading this story about him, just shows me, just how deep his love for the Most High was.
Yeah. The Most High, his nation, his family, his people, himself, his brothers. Like David was he was an exceptional man, character-wise, right? And we see, when we go back into Ruth and we look and we see that family line, right? Boaz. He was that type of dude also, right? He was a respected man in his city. He had money. He had the ear of the people, but he also had a high standard and a high character, according to the Most High. So we see that those things are inherent sometimes. You can be inherently a good person, but remember, training up a child and training that in your offspring, that's important also, because there's always something that wants to come and do what? take that out, knock that off, right? You're trying to instill good character and good moral standard into your children, right? Into your family. And then there's always going to be some negative influence that tries to override your righteous influence. And that's the war, right? Especially when you got children, man. We battling every day. Like, man, you pick them up from school. What'd you learn today? And you like, I'm not really worried about what you learned mathematically. What did you pick up from the other children? That's true. Right? Who did you fight? Who did you argue with? What did they say? How did you got to sift through, and it's wild. And then you got to do what? Well, that's not how you handle that, son. This is how you do this. This is how you think about that. This is what you do with this. This is what you do with that. So, because we're trying to replicate the Davids, right? We're trying to replicate the Moses, right? We're trying to replicate like all the righteous. We're not trying to be the Saul or the Cain or the Korah or the Dathans, right? We're trying to be the righteous of our people, right? And that's the fight, right? Let's read on.
1 Samuel chapter 18, verse 19.
Right.
But it came to pass at the time when Morab, Saul's daughter, should have been given to David, that she was given to Adriel, the Mahalathite, to wife.
Yeah, this is wild. This is wild right here. Like, how you gonna promise a man a wife and then give it to a whole nother man? That's wild, bro. But that's Saul right now. He's finding any which way he can to try to piss David off, right? Think about it. When Laban and Jacob contracted for Rachel, and he said, you're gonna serve 7 years. And he said, cool. At the 7 years, he said, give me my wife. Give me what I've worked for. Right? And then he tricked them. You think Jacob was like just sitting there like, cool? It was hot. I'd have been mad. I'd have been mad, bro. David contracted and said, look, I'll go out and fight. I'm gonna fight these wars. I got it. Putting my life on the line. But you know why he wasn't overly upset? Because he wasn't doing it for the woman. He was already gonna put his life on the line for the Most High. So it wasn't about a woman for David. That's why you don't read, and David went and brought Saul up on charges for not giving him the woman, right? Because David was like, cool, well, I'm doing this anyway. My character is not going to change based off of how you move. See, and the one thing we got to learn in these stories, especially like this David and Saul story is so crazy. The one thing you got to learn is that you can't let somebody else determine who you are. You can't let somebody change the good that's in you. All too many times, like the question that was so beautifully asked last night in class, how do I defend myself against murmuring and complaining? Ooh. It got deep, right? It got very good up in here last night. It was a good question, right? But really the moral of the story is, how do you defend against that? You can't let that change you. You can't let it change the good in you. You gotta resort to the good always and keep the good perpetuating in you. Right? And how did we do it? Well, the meditation, the study, the counseling, the talking, right? Gaining the understanding of other people, knowing those that labor amongst you, right? This story shows us that it doesn't matter what you're faced with. You can have the most evilest nigga next to you. And guess what? You can still be a good person. That's true. Remember, Saul was the king. He was the top, like there was nobody above Saul. Not Samuel, right? Not the priest. Even Samuel was scared. Let me not use that word. Even Samuel knew that Saul had the power to kill him. Remember? Well, Lord, if I go anoint David, Saul is going to kill me. So even Samuel knew Saul's power. But does that matter? No. It shouldn't change. Well, it shouldn't change the way. If anything, it should make you more wise. And don't we read that? And David moved more wisely amongst the men, and David moved more wisely with Saul. It's supposed to make you move in more wisdom and understanding, okay, this is what this person is about. This is what I gotta stay on, right? We went to, 2 Corinthians 10, the weapons of our warfare are not carnal. So that's the first indicator that I can't fight a spiritual war with carnal tactics, right? if this person's a murderer, I can't go try to fight his murder with more murder. He's a better murderer than me. He's better at evil than I am. So how am I going to fight him with his tactics? The devil is better at being the devil than you are. Don't you get it? Satan and the devil, they're better at it than you. You're just the host that keeps it going. They're the spirit that hosts you. But they're better at it. That spirit is better than you. That's the point. That's the point. What's that?
Evil can't cast out evil.
Satan can't cast out Satan. Evil can't cast out evil. Right? You're absolutely right. So our job is to not let what somebody else is doing on the negative front infect us and inflame us to the point where now we're moving like them. We're supposed to be affected in good. We're supposed to let good affect us. We're supposed to let love and charity and brotherhood and unity, those things are supposed to inflame you to move a certain way. But remember, our people, they love negative. They love contention. They love drama. Right? How many people we got online right now? 22. I guarantee you if I was on Israelite TMZ talking about all the other schools and talking about what happened with this celebrity and with this rapper and who fought who and who stabbed who, bro, there'd be like 1,000 people on the chat. Active in the chat.
Yeah.
But we ain't on drama. So you get 20 people, 20 people that are faithful.
Yes.
Right? Because they're here to actually learn.
Yes.
That drama stuff, that there's a place for that. Right? There's a place for that, but you can't live your life off of drama and negative, right? You can't let that be who you are. Did you finish?
La, sir.
Go ahead,
Verse
let's
20.
finish it up real quick. Let's get the next reading.
Verse 20.
Right?
And Michal, Saul's daughter,
Right.
loved David.
Go ahead.
And she told Saul, and the thing pleased him.
Right, and we're gonna see that he's gonna use this love of his next daughter to try to catch David up. Any questions before we get the next reader? I mean, it's good talk so far, right? Good talk. A lot of good questions. What's that?
Back up a little bit.
Oh, me?
You can't see. Your head's cut off.
Oh, okay. Right. You gotta take that off before you come up here. Hatazar, Shabbatashah, Yashakar, Ban Yasha'Allah, men of Israel, Michael, Barak.
Yahweh Shem Shah Brakatah.
Yahweh Shem Shah Brakatah. Yeah, we got a school rule. No Cowboys apparel on the podium. You cannot defile the sanctuary with Cowboys apparel. It says no defiled thing shall enter into the sanctuary. That's what. You're not gonna throw them shots at them Cowboy fans. You're not gonna do that.
And where's Yashikar? Oh, they're God's team, huh?
Right. And that's why we going so hard, because brothers is talking about the Cowboys as the heavens team.
They're chosen,
bro. Lie.
Anointed.
Cowboys is not their anointed team. No, they're Saul. Go ahead. My Cowboys slander. You're not gonna do it. My brother Moshe. Who on here? Is LJ on here? You LJ woke up early on the chat this morning. Bro, I hope you studying your Bible that early. Go ahead.
1 Samuel chapter 18, verse 21.
Right.
And Saul said, I will give him her, that she may be a snare to him.
Not that they're going to live happily ever after. She's going to be a snare. Go ahead.
And that the hands of the Philistines may be against him.
Go ahead.
Wherefore Saul said to David, Thou shalt this day be my son-in-law in the one of the twain. And Saul commanded his servants, saying, Commune with David secretly, and say, Behold, the king hath delight in thee, and all his servants love thee. Now therefore be the king's son-in-law. And Saul's servants spake those words in the ears of David. And David said, seemeth it to you a light thing to be a king's son-in-law?
Yeah, he said, you think that's a small thing to undertake? It's a huge responsibility. So David wasn't the type of guy to just grab the reins of something just for the fame, just for the notoriety. Right? He took account in, if I undertake this duty, what does that mean? Well, it's a weighty responsibility where most men would be like, oh, it's not the king's son.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that means I get all the kingly benefits.
Right.
He wasn't looking at that. He was looking at the responsibility of being not only the king's son, but also a husband. You see that? Also, he wasn't just running to go grab him up a woman. Right?
Right.
Well, I'm the captain of the host. They all should be mine. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Right? No, because being a husband, that's a whole duty in itself. Then being a husband to the, you can't make no mistakes. Because when she tell daddy, what's going to happen? You got to make some diligent inquiry of what's going on.
Right.
And then now you're associated closely with the king. That's a whole nother responsibility. So David was counting the cost before he just jumped into a situation. He didn't go off of his lust. He didn't go off of his belly. Who had their hand up? Yeah, right.
So another thing that kind of stands out with the situation with Saul's first daughter,
Right.
is the fact is, let's say something happened to Jonathan. Saul going down. That the person who married the first daughter would technically be in the next line of succession.
Right.
So Saul, the wickedness that he did in trying to one trick David or renege on his promise, but this is actually another move that he did here to ensure that David wouldn't get the kingdom.
Now, you brought it out early. I was going to bring it out. You brought that out early, but yes, what we're going to see here is that Saul is trying to preserve the kingdom for Jonathan. Literally, this is what he's doing. But I think he forgot that Samuel already told him that you or your child is not going to be on the throne. Your kingdom is going to be cut off with you. Right? But he's trying painstakingly to preserve. He literally tells this to Jonathan.
Yeah, he does.
He tells it to Jonathan. That dude, I'm trying to preserve this for you. You messing it up. You see that? So in his mind, he's like, well, it's over for me. Maybe Jonathan can take it over, but it's already over for all of y'all. That's the thing. So he's going, like he said, he's going through all these different measures to now get Jonathan lined up. But that doesn't matter. None of it matters because the Most High, his will be done. He already said what's going to happen.
And also, like, just in everything that's so, the Most High has right, what is it? He has righteous, like his rulings, like on things are righteous, like he has justification
For everything.
everything, because he not only is he building a name for himself in wickedness, but the Most High is like, time after time after time after time after time, you've shown that you don't deserve anything, not even life itself. So his judgment is righteous. His judgment on him and everything that he's doing, that his end is going to be a righteous judgment.
I'm going to read this real quick. This is a Sirach 39 and verse 33. All the works of the Lord are good, and he will give every needful thing in due season, so that a man cannot say, this is worse than that, for in time they shall all be well approved. And therefore praise ye the Lord with the whole heart and mouth, and bless the name of our power. All his works are good. We just don't perceive. We don't know what's good. We look at a loss as bad, right? A loss ain't always bad. A loss ain't always bad. You lose something, there's a reason why you lose it. But it takes you time to realize, like, oh damn, so she left me, right? It's good that she left me because she was cheating on me the whole time. Things like that. What's that? Ecclesiastes 39 and verse 33 down. Let's go back to Samuel.
First Samuel chapter 18, verse 23, last precept.
Right.
Seeing that I am a poor man, and lightly esteemed. And the servants of Saul told him, saying, on this manner spake David. And Saul said, thus shall ye say to David, the king desireth not any dowry.
But David is like, I can't marry your daughter. I can't afford to pay the dowry of virgins, right? Which we know that was that 50 shekels, right? So the king is like, oh, bro, I got that covered. You ain't got to pay no dowry. Watch this. You don't pay the money, but you have to do this to get married to my daughter. Watch, read on.
But 100 foreskins of the Philistines to be avenged of the king's enemies. Saul thought to make David fall by the hand of the Philistines.
Yeah, you're going to go out and you're going to get 100 foreskins for me, right? He didn't realize what type of dude David was. David wasn't no punk, and the Most High was with him. That's the difference. You know, when we look at, remember, we're like transitioning out of this judges period, right? And remember, when we read about these judges in Judges, we read about Gideon, and we read about Othniel, we read about Ehud, right? And we read about Samson. You didn't necessarily read like that the spirit of wisdom and knowledge and understanding was residing with these men. They were just straight up fighters, right? They were just straight up fighters. And you could see that because that's all they did was fight. They judged, but then what happened? They had to get another judge, right? But we see that David, he's using wisdom and he's a valiant, brave man physically. So he has all the components of a man, right? That's better than all the men that came after, before him. Y'all see this? Go ahead, where we at?
1 Samuel chapter 18, 6. And when his servant told David these words, it pleased David well to be the king's son-in-law.
He was like, cool, I can do that. I'll go out and fight some Philistines. I've been doing that. Only 100? That's a light task. But, okay, let's think about this. Let's think about this real quick, though. Let's think about this real quick. If Saul is using, and I'm just going to just add a little, not add into the Bible, but let's add a little bit of just how would this really play out? More than likely, Saul would have contacted the Philistines and said, look, I'm sending David. He's coming from this way. He got this many men. I need y'all to take him out. The scriptures don't say that, but come on. Let's go into the novella mode.
How kings would move.
Yeah, how would a king move? I'm gonna contact the next king and say, look, I need this guy out of here. Right? I need this guy out of here. I'm gonna contact somebody on that side to set that up. Because David been slaughtering these cats. It was nothing.
And he'll use that. He'll like, I know I killed some of y'all, but this guy's been wrecking y'all.
He been wrecking y'all. But David been destroying these cats. So was it anything to send David in to go beat up some Philistines? No, there had to have been some type of setup. Right? What were you gonna say?
I was gonna say you're gonna say that you're right, because when it's between kings, there actually has to become some kind of communication.
Of course.
When there's going to war,
of course,
there's communication on both sides.
On both sides.
Yeah. All the time, no matter what happens.
Remember, before Goliath even lifted a hand, what did he do? He kept coming down to the camp and just talking crap. I'm putting cases on all you niggas, right? Goliath was putting cases on cats. Shoe program. 24-hour lockdown. This is basically what he was saying. Like, when I whoop y'all, I'm putting y'all on shoe program. I'm locking y'all down for 24 hours. I'm putting cases on every one of y'all. And he just said he would come down day to day and just talk. Who's ready? Who's trying to fight? Right? You ever watch, again, if you watch the movie Troy, before they just went into a war, the two kings met up in the middle of the battlefield. And he said, look, send out your best warrior, I'll send out mine. If my best warrior defeats yours, we'll bow. If not, we fight. Right? He calls out, Boadrius! Right? And they're like, go get Achilles. He up in the bed laid up. Didn't even take no shower. He just threw on his clothes, grabbed his armor, gone. One hit, and that was the end of the battle.
Imagine when a king could fight his own battles.
You said what?
He said, imagine if a king could fight his own battle.
Right. David was doing that. Yeah, David was going and doing it, but there was still a level of discourse between Yeah, look, because the scriptures tell us that when you go to a city to fight it, proclaim peace. Right? So we will proclaim peace. Hey, look, we're gonna fight, but we don't have to. This can get bloody, but it don't have to. Just surrender. No, we gonna fight. Okay, cool. Well, let's get it. Right? And then what do? We just cut them off from civilization and wait. And in some situations, we just go right up in there. Just depends on the city, the walls, the structures, how the Most High had us do it. It was different battle tactics. Draw them out to go in and destroy the city. It just depends, right? We see that all through Judges. We see that we see that even in the book of Samuel. We're gonna see it in the book of Kings. What's that?
We see that now.
We see it now. Oh, we definitely see that now. These war tactics.
Sanctions.
Right.
Sanctions.
Cutting people off, blowing up ships and ports. You're absolutely right.
I'm saying the way the Most High had the Israelites deal with the nations, that's the way he deals with us also.
Mhm.
He gives us, hey, don't do this.
If you do,
hey, you do it,
I'll cut you off.
Put some hands on you.
Yeah.
You see, so the same thing, when he has us deal with them, that's the way he deals with us.
The law is like a proclamation of
There you
peace.
go. Yep.
Most High speak once, yea, twice.
There you go.
Guess what? Okay, now I gotta cut you off because the scriptures say that. That he'll cut us off. He cuts us off. He turns his face. Right? So the Most High, yes, he deals with us in that warlike manner.
Yep.
Right? Where you at?
1 Samuel chapter 18, verse 26.
Right, go ahead.
That precept. And the days were not expired. Wherefore David arose and went, he and his men, and slew all the Philistines, 200 men. And David brought their foreskins, and they gave them in full tale to the king, that he might be the king's son-in-law. And Saul gave him Michal, his daughter, to wife. And Saul saw and knew that the Lord was with David. Michal, Saul's daughter, loved him. And Saul was yet the more afraid of David. And Saul became David's enemy continually.
Right. You see that? He conjured up an enemy out of nowhere. Based on what? I want to do evil and this man's doing good. Right? So why do we have enemies? Why when you, Paul said it, have I become thy enemy because I tell you the truth? Right, that's in Galatians 4, right? Have I become your enemy because I tell you the truth? But think about it. Think about when you expose people to the truth. And they become, it says they become, they have enmity. Right? All of a sudden now, you don't eat pork and all of a sudden you become the enemy to your family. It's like, nigga, I'm just trying to do good. I'm trying to do good for myself. You don't celebrate Christmas and New Year's and Easter, right? You trying to keep yourself clean from the holidays. You keeping the Sabbath. All of a sudden you become an enemy to the world, right? You become an enemy. Now, but check this out. Who's the enemy of God?
Psalms 5:5, I hate all workers of iniquity.
Who's the enemies of God? What does Psalms say? Listen, the whole world is the enemy of God. That's what y'all gotta get. The whole world is God's enemy. Right, let's read it. Let's read it real quick. Where we at? Psalms 83. 83, start at verse 1.
Oh, wow. Psalm chapter 83 and verse 1.
Go ahead.
Keep not thou silence, O God.
Right.
Hold not thou peace, and be not still, O God.
Go ahead.
For lo, thine enemies make a tumult.
Thine enemies keep not silence, O God, because your enemies. Why is the world an enemy of the Lord? Well, all you got to do is just step out of your little small world, your microcosm, and take a look at the world, Craig. Get up out the parking lot and look at the world, Craig. Right? Remember that Friday? What's that? 83 and 1, Psalms. He said, thine enemies. Now we're reading about Saul being an enemy to David. What did David do to Saul?
Exactly what
Except for everything he told him to do. What did he do to Saul? Except for kill the Philistines? Cool, got it. Marry your daughter? Got it. Move out the house, go to the camp? Got it. Don't promise me the first daughter, but you give her to somebody else? Ain't tripping. Play the harp when you got demons? Sign me up. Yeah, what does Arya always say? Yes, master, yes, please, could I have another?
Yes, sir, could I have another?
Yes, sir, could I have another? Right? Just keep whipping me and beating me.
Yeah.
Just keep punishing me. Keep putting me in distress. Yes, sir. But why is Saul mad?
Because David is exposing him to his true evil wickedness that resides in him.
He's exposing his wickedness, but remember, the wicked hate. They hate good. They hate righteousness. Right? They hate that side. And it's, let's destroy it. Thine enemies. Go ahead, wait, hold on, go ahead.
And then Saul would never do any of the things David went through.
Nope.
Like he couldn't be humble. He couldn't have humility. He couldn't just follow orders if somebody was to reverse the situation.
Right, and that's what was being exposed. That Saul was nothing like David, right? Thine enemies, go ahead.
Make a tumult.
Right.
And they that hate thee have lifted up the head.
Right, and they that hate. Now, who hates God? The whole wide world. Right? Well, let's prove it. Let's read on.
They have taken crafty counsel against thy people.
Oh, hold on real quick. What was that?
Oh, no, I'm just talking. I had a scripture. Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead. They have done what?
They have taken crafty counsel against thy people.
Right, it says they have taken crafty counsel against thy people. Craftiness, right? They use laws, and they use holidays, and they use food and water and clothing and media. Damn, they use all that just to destroy little old God's people.
And more.
And they use more, right? Because they literally are using witchcraft to try to destroy God's people and try to make God not who he is and what he is. They put in little Nas X, right? Where he's lap dancing Satan, sliding down stripper poles into the Garden of Eden. Right? He on the cross getting crucified in a skirt. Right? He pulling up to the awards in a wedding dress with a Bible in his hand. Right? Literally. Really, he's showing what Christianity is anyway. Right? That's what he's showing what the church is about anyway, because they cater to all that. I didn't hear not one church, not one pastor, not one T.D. Jakes sermon speak up against Lil Nas X on the cross acting like he was getting crucified. I didn't hear not one Joel Osteen sermon talk about why did he slide down the stripper pole into Satan's lap. I didn't hear it at all. The only person I hear talking about that was Israelites. Us. Right? You know why? Because they love that. We hate it. But they hate God, so they'll consent to that. They like seeing a man slide down a pole and ride on Satan's lap. They love seeing that. They love seeing blasphemy. Right? That's how you know who hates God. That's how you know who's an enemy of God. Because of the things they push out there. Right? Because of the lies that they tell. But who they tell the lies on? God. The angels are white. God is white. Jesus, brown hair, blue-eyed, and like icicle skin. He looked like the dude from Game of Thrones.
The White Walkers.
The White Walkers. Like Jesus ain't no White Walker. Damn it. Yeah, like come on, man. But they'll lie, right? They'll lie on the Most High. They'll lie on the Bible. They'll lie on the people. What's that?
I just see in you saying that. I wonder why when Madonna came out with her song, there was this uproar about,
What song?
Was it Like a Virgin?
Oh, Like a Virgin. Right.
She had the cross and she was
Mm-hmm.
The churches, Catholic churches were like, they were to the cross.
You know why though? You know what's crazy about that? Because just like a month or two ago, one of the damn Catholic priests in New York almost got exonerated because he allowed some woman, some female artist to go up in the church and film a music video in the actual church, all up on the pulpit in like lingerie and doing all type of stripper moves. It was all over the news. And he was like, well, you know, we're just trying to connect to the younger generation, right? You got the Pope who says what? If Jesus was here, he would walk in gay parades.
Yeah,
he would allow gay marriages. Like, we sanctify gay marriages now. You can have gay grandparents and all this wild stuff, right? So remember, it's a bewitching of naughtiness. Just because they went against it back then, they wasn't really against it. Because while they were sitting there hating on Madonna, the damn priest was getting, he was feeling on little boys in the back room, right? He was molesting boys right there at the altar. So it's like the kettle calling the kettle black, the kettle calling the pot black. They were standing up against one thing, but doing a whole nother. They was all homosexuals. All them priests. All them nuns, lesbians. I mean, what do you expect them to do when you cut them off from doing the natural thing? They're gonna, and then you say, well, you gotta live your life like this. What they gonna do? Right? What they gonna do? You push that on them. That's what that whole Catholicism, Christianity, that's what it's all about. It's about the flesh. Right? Let's read where we at.
And consulted against thy hidden ones.
They did what?
And consulted against thine hidden
And they
ones.
consult against thine hidden ones. Go ahead.
They have said, come and let us cut them off from being a nation.
Right? Who says this? Read.
That the name of Israel may be no more.
Go ahead. Who says this?
In remembrance.
Read on.
For they have consulted together with one consent.
Right.
They are confederate against thee.
Go ahead.
The tabernacles of Edom.
Right. The so-called white man. Go ahead.
And the Ishmaelites.
Right. The so-called Arabs. Go ahead. Just open the door. Go ahead.
Of Moab.
Right. Go ahead.
And the Hagarenes.
Read on.
Gabal.
Right.
And Ammon.
Right.
And Amalek.
Right.
The Philistines.
Right. So-called African nations. Go ahead.
With the inhabitants of Tyre.
Right. Tyre. African nations. Right. I mean, literally, right here, you got the whole table of nations. Let's be real. You got the whole table of nations right here. And if you don't got the direct descent, you got descendants. Remember, Amalek is a descendant of Esau. Right? But you got the whole world, the whole wide world in his hand. They all hate God. Right? Go ahead.
Assur also is joined
right,
with
those are the Arabs, Arabic nations, Ashur. Go ahead.
They have hope in the children of Lot.
Right. You see that? They have hope in the children of Lot. You see that? So we got to understand that the world is our enemy when we try to do righteousness. The world don't want you to keep Passover. They don't want you to be here for Sabbath class. They want you to be in the mall. Right? They want you to be tied up to football. Like, there's a game on today. Texans is playing. They want you to, oh, snap. They want you to be like, oh, snap. Quadazop's talking too long. Let's wrap this up, brother. Well, you know what? If he ain't done by 2:50, you know I'm gonna have to slide and act like I'm going to work. I'm gonna have to slide out. You know how you get up. You know in church when you got up, and you walk. Yeah. Right. You pass through the. Right? Right? God bless. Right? If he don't wrap it up by 2:30, I gotta still stop at the stove. Give me some nachos and drink. Right? I know it's the Shabbat, but still, I got Texans. They ain't been to the playoffs in a while. Right?
Yeah.
Right? They don't want you doing these things. They want you to be caught up in this world, doing these worldly things, right? They want you to have excuses to not fight. You got to remember that. And the way they show their hate is to continually put you where you got to make these detrimental choices. If they loved you, they make it easy. If your boss, if your job loved you, they make You're coming back to your culture and heritage?
Upstanding.
Oh my God. You're trying to keep the laws of God? You know what? We'll give you the Sabbath off.
Yeah.
When is your worship day? Well, you know, Friday sundown to Saturday sundown. I'd rather be in class and not at work. You know what? We appreciate that. But they like, hell no, nigga. Saturday? Ah, please. Friday nights? You know, it's our busiest time. We would have no such thing. Right? Right, Aaron, you work at the mall, right? You know, that mall be popping on, well, not Colony, right? Not Colony anymore. That mall is like dead as hell all the time. But it picks up a little bit Friday, Saturday. They much rather have you from the job. You got to work today, right?
Yes, I do.
Right, you got to work later on. They're like, nah, nigga, you ain't escaping this. Saturday, please.
I get
But yeah, all the executives out the office until Monday. Right? Because they get to go watch their games and go run around and go on their little mini vacations and live with their families and do all that stuff. They don't want that for us. They want to keep us as slaves. Right? They want to keep us in that damn transsexual mind state. They want to keep us in the unknowing. Right? And that's how they show that they're the enemies. Drop it. Right? And now we see why Saul becomes this enemy of David. Because if you're an enemy of God, then you damn riding with Satan.
That is correct. I had a scripture I'm going to drop.
Yeah, what you got?
Back there, that's James 4:4.
Wait, hold up. Oh, no, go ahead.
James 4:4.
Green Bay on the chat.
Yeah.
You got to stop that, bro. Green Bay is playing today. Everybody knows that's my team. But I ain't rushing up out of here to go watch it. Because let's be real, we ain't going to be here till 7 anyway. And they don't need me to win. I mean, come on. You know, I ain't gonna say it's light work, but Shemaiah is a 49er fan, right?
Yes, sir.
He's riding and dying. He's here. He ain't gonna dip out early.
Right.
Oh, so he gonna do my back. My back hurt? Oh, no. All right, shut up, my knee's starting to tighten up. My knee is starting to tighten. I gotta go ice it. Brother's gonna stop it, bro. What's that?
I'm a Texans fan, but I'd already said I was going to.
Thank you, sis. Right? Somebody gotta be loyal to the Most High. I'm messing with you. I'm messing with you. Shavala, what scripture you want?
Keep it between each other.
I see you rocking my colors too, man. You could be on the bandwagon. What you got? What scripture you
James
got?
4:4.
Right. And for y'all online, if y'all don't know, there's a heated football rivalry going on. Yes, we do watch football. There's nothing wrong with it, right? We don't let that supersede our duty to the Most High in Christ, right? But we do have our teams that we favor, and it just so happens that a couple of brothers in the school, they're Cowboy fans. I'm not. I'm a Green Bay Packer fan. Brothers is 49, and our teams are in the playoffs, and so it's a little fun. It's a little rivalry. We talk smack. We keep it brotherly, right? And you know, may the best man win. That's how it goes, right? We're just having a little fun with the entertainment of the world. Nothing wrong with it. You can watch football, but I'm not dying. If my team loses, I didn't commit suicide, I'm not going to, right? I'm not dying if I don't see the game. I could always catch the replay on YouTube in 9 minutes. Right. Not tripping. That's correct. Right? 9-minute replay. Where we at?
James 4:4. What you just said.
Let's read James 4:4 real quick. Yeah, because you know, Cassidy a little overrighteous, like, why are they talking about football? It's a Sabbath. That's a heathen game. Yeah, you're right. But I'm not lost in it, right? I can't tell you all the stats. I can't tell you all the stats of the team. I can tell you what's in this book. That's right. Right? But I know sometimes you need a little downtime. You catch a game. There's nothing wrong with it. All right? That overrighteous spirit that some of us got to stop it. James 4:4, read that.
Yeah, James chapter 4:4, it says, ye adulterers and adulteresses.
Right.
Know ye not that the friendship of the world is enmity with God?
And that's the thing. A lot of us want to be more friendly with the world and have that friendship. You got that handshake agreement. Like, oh, you know, I'll participate. Christmas, New Year's. I'm definitely, you know, I'll do that. Right? Birthdays and Valentine's, you know, because Valentine's Day is coming up. Gotta go participate in that. Butt naked angels. Butt naked babies with bow arrows. I'm down. Right? Halloween. Gotta do that because the kids love Halloween, and if the kids ain't suffice, then I'm gonna be looked at as crazy. Christmas, gotta get them gifts, gotta participate. Right? The friendship of the world, right? Is enmity. You're an enemy with the Most High. Go ahead. Was that it?
Whosoever therefore will be a friend of the world,
Go ahead.
is the enemy of God.
Right. And how do you know that you're a friend? Well, Christ said it. You are my friend if you do whatsoever I command you. So if you know you're a friend of the world because you do whatsoever the world is commanding. Right? I command thee to think like this. They ain't gonna tell you I command you. They're just gonna say, do what you want. Do what thou wilt. Make your own decisions. Live, get it how you live. Get it out the mud. YOLO. All them little whack acronyms and sayings. Right? Don't worry about nobody else. You could do bad all by yourself. Right? That's what they're commanding you to do, but in a way of, just do you. It's all good, yo. Just do you. Don't worry about nobody.
I'm not gonna judge you.
No, nobody can't. Only God can judge me. Live off of Tupac lyrics. That's what the world wants you to live off of Tupac and DMX lyrics. You got DMX prayers. You got all the DMX prayers, but you don't know Matthew 6. You don't know Psalms 121. You don't know Psalms 23, but you got the book of DMX down pat.
I really need to talk to you, Lord.
I come to you humble and tired. Yeah, you got the voice and all that. But what about the Bible? Right? What about the scriptures? What about actually what it says in the word? Because DMX be contradicting himself in every prayer. Like, damn, nigga, you can't like, Lord, I'm about to do this crack, but forgive me. Yeah, it's like, come on, man. And DMX is my guy. Anyway, let's jump back. That was a good scripture. Right? Did you finish it? Yeah, we finished it. No, and it's real. When you want to make friends with the world, you're automatically at odds with the Most High because the Most High hates this world. Okay? He hates homosexuality. He said it's an abomination. He hates when we eat pork, shrimp, crab, lobster. He hates when we murder each other. He hates when we abort our babies. He hates when a father ain't around for his children, his wife. He hates when you sisters get BBLs. Right, and lip injections and the eyelashes, right, and the Cambodian weave that a woman done sacrificed to a whole nother god. He hates when you put that in your hair, right? He hates when you worship idols. He hates that when you idolize and put everything on a pedestal and make everything else a god above him. He hates that. He hates evil. He hates evil doers. He hates the wicked. The Most High hates many things. He hates Esau. He hates the so-called white man. Yes. Right? And how could you not? Look at his reputation. His reputation precedes him. His reputation precedes him. I mean, just think about it. Everywhere he goes, what happens? Destruction, death, murder, resources are depleted, raped, robbed. Like, when has he ever built a society that you could sit back and say, oh, damn, that's dope, son. Want to be there. They only build those in the movies. Where they go to the moon, or they go into the stars, and you're like, that looks pretty dope. But what is he doing? Because I destroyed Earth, I got to go somewhere else to cause more destruction. Right? He's like a plague. Right? And the Most High hates him. He hates him because he embodies. He's the physical embodiment of the spiritual demon Satan. There's no way around it. There's no way to fight it. All you got to do is just step back and watch the news. There's white people causing disasters everywhere. Right? It's white folks destroying the whole Middle East. Those is white boys over there. Don't act like they not. Those are white boys parading as Israelites. Those are white people parading as Arabs. Right? Those are white men fighting white men. It tells you in Revelations that they were going to take peace from the earth. That's what they've done. So they were going to use the sword to take peace from the earth. And that's what they've done. They've used their blessing to destroy this place. It says the earth is defiled by the inhabitants thereof. You can't drink clean water. You can't breathe clean air. You can't eat any nutritious food because there ain't none. There is no clean water anywhere. There is no clean air anywhere. There is no such thing as nutritious food. Okay? And who caused that? Who turned the world into a wilderness? Right?
Right now.
Tells you that in Isaiah 14, right? The devil turned the earth into a wilderness. A man. Wasn't some spirit that floated around and just, it was a man that waged war and destroyed things. Is this the man that caused the earth to tremble? Right? So we got to understand this. Let's jump back. Let's jump back. We could bang all day on Esau. Banging on Esau, right? So we understand Saul becomes an enemy of David because of the evil that's in him. Good is set against evil. We read that earlier. Go ahead.
1 Samuel chapter 18, verse 30. Then the princes of the Philistines went forth, and it came to pass after they went forth that David behaved himself more wisely than all the servants of Saul, so that his name was much set by.
Yeah, so he just started to increase in wisdom, and they really start to see David, and his name started ringing bells. Like you mentioned David, it's like, oh, that dude, that's a wise cat. It didn't say he got more strong in the gym. Did it say like he went to the gym more because he got more brolic and beefy? No. Yeah, he got more men around him to protect himself. He got bodyguards and stuff, right? He got buff. He got his chest big. Trying to get your chest big, right? He got his chest sectionals. No. It said that he increased in wisdom. Right? Read chapter 19. Just have a little fun, man. Read chapter 19. They ain't have me in the Sabbath class on a Saturday in a long time, so I gotta have fun with the folk, right? Go ahead, where we at?
1 Samuel chapter 19, verse 1. And Saul spake to Jonathan his son, and to all his servants, that they should kill David.
Here we go. So now he's open with his negative. We just gonna kill him. Go ahead.
But Jonathan, Saul's son, delighted much in David. And Jonathan told David, saying, Saul, my father, seeketh to kill thee. Now therefore I pray thee, take heed to thyself until the morning, and abide in a secret place, and hide thyself.
Right, so, Jonathan is helping David out. He's like, listen, this is the word, this is what we're going to do. So they come up with a plan to kind of keep David concealed and to kind of test the waters with Saul, try to test his spirit, try the spirit by the spirit, right? So they come up with a plan. You hide out, and this is how we're going to go forth. Go ahead.
Verse 3. And I will go out and stand beside my father in the field where thou art, and I will commune with my father of thee, and what I see, that I will tell thee. And Jonathan spake good of David unto Saul his father, and said unto him, the king sinned against his servant, against David, because he had not sinned against thee, and because his work had been to thee very good. For he did put his life in his hand and slew the Philistines, and the Lord wrought a great salvation for all Israel.
Now, a nigga that's your enemy don't want to hear this. He like, bro, I don't care about all that. I hate him. I don't care what he did. I hate him. This is what Jonathan was testing out. If I speak good of him, what's going to happen when Saul hears this? Right? Is he going to agree and say, you know what? You're right, son. He did do this. He did save us. Let me chill on my anger? Or is he going to inflame even more and let his rage and his jealousy, right? We read it all through Ecclesiasticus, all through Sirach about jealousy and anger and contention. You went up to a scripture yesterday about contention inflaming a person. Read it real quick.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 28, verse 10.
Right.
as the matter of the fire is,
right?
So it burneth.
Right, a fire is gonna burn. It's gonna rage, and if you fuel it, it's gonna keep going. Go ahead.
And as a man's strength is,
right,
so is his wrath.
See that? And his wrath is gonna be determined on his strength. If I know I can just break everything down, if I'm the Incredible Hulk, what fuels his strength? His anger, his wrath. Go ahead.
And according to his riches,
right,
his anger riseth.
You see that? And when you go through this chapter, it just shows you about this contention in a person and what it boils up and the situations that it brings out. And it's basically unstoppable. And this is what Jonathan, we could jump back. This is what Jonathan was testing, right? If I speak good of David, how's Saul gonna take it? Go ahead.
1 Samuel chapter 19, verse 5, last precept.
Right.
Wherefore then wilt thou sin against innocent blood to slay David without a cause?
Now the coldest part is this. What does this sound like? I know we ain't got there yet. You brought it up, Abadiah. What does this talk sounds like? Doesn't this sound like the talk that Abigail had with David? We're gonna get there, but this sounds like the talk that Abigail had with David, where she was like, David, remember the Most High. Don't go out and kill the ball. Da 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 da.
Right.
He's basically an idiot, right? But his idiocracy makes him kind of innocent.
Right, in a way.
In a way. He's such a fool, he's innocent from what he says because he's just retarded.
Right.
David was like, you know what? You're right. Let's see what Saul says. Because David was truly innocent. What did he do? What was his sin against the king? What was his sin against the Most High? So Jonathan is like, bro, you gonna sin against this man and shed innocent blood? Well, let's see. Does he have that David spirit to consider the Most High? Or does he got that satanic Cain spirit where he's going to rise up against his brother in anger? Like Cain. Read.
Verse 6. And Saul hearkened unto the voice of Jonathan.
Oh, wait a minute. Breakthrough. Damn. He came to his senses. He came to some sense. He hearkened. He's like, you know what? You're right. Go ahead. He is innocent.
And Saul sware as the Lord liveth.
He did what?
Where as the Lord liveth.
He did another vow, but let's be real. The nigga only agreed because he was like, you know what? I got to come up with a different way to kill him.
Yes.
I got to come up with a different. I can't really kill him because he is innocent.
Yeah.
So I got to find something to make him guilty. Yeah. So you know what? You're right. I ain't gonna kill him for his innocency. I'll swear to that. I'm gonna find something though. I'm gonna put something on him.
I'm seeing, dang, my son now believes in this.
Yeah. Yup.
And goes against me, so to speak.
Yup.
I gotta change.
And if I can't look bad in my son's eyes, because even my son is finding me out.
Yeah.
The demon on me is being exposed. So, son, as the Lord liveth, I will not kill this innocent man.
Yeah.
So now that means that he got to find some guilt in him.
Get an occasion.
Yeah, he got to create a cause for David to be killed. This is wild.
And then for people to be on his side about it, like you're justifying this all.
This is wild. This nigga's thought process is beyond the clouds right now.
Dang.
He didn't agree because he was like, oh, you know what, David is right, and the Most High Spirit is now reminding me. He agreed because he didn't want to look bad in the eyes of Jonathan for killing an innocent man. How do you get that respect? See, Saul was about man-pleasing.
Yes.
He was about keeping the respect of others and looking a certain way in the eyes of men.
Right.
You see that?
Yeah, because if your own son's coming to you like that, then what are the rest of the people going to be thinking about you?
Yeah, you can't come back from that bad name.
No.
He was going to create a bad name. Watch, read on.
He shall not be slain. And Jonathan called David, and Jonathan shewed unto him all those things. And Jonathan brought David to Saul, and he was in his presence, as in time past. And there was war again, and David went out and fought with the Philistines, and slew them with a great slaughter, and they fled from him.
Mm-hmm.
And the evil spirit from the Lord was upon Saul. As he sat in his house with his javelin in his hand, and David played with his hand. And Saul sought to smite David even to the wall with the javelin.
Yeah, this kind only goeth out by fasting and prayer. Bro, the harp wasn't helping no more. was overran with wickedness. David is playing, and in the midst of the playing, he tries to kill David. Bro, you just swore to Jonathan. You just made a vow. But oh, we in secret. So now I can get rid of him and say that he tried to kill me or conjure up some type of plan.
Yeah, he tried to assassinate the king.
Right? Oh, he killed himself. You kill him and you put the you put the arrow in his, you make him hold it. Oh, he killed himself. I don't know what happened. He shot himself.
It was an enemy combatant.
Yeah,
they got in.
Yeah. The Philistines, they crept into my. They tried to assassinate me, and he jumped and protected the king.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Like, I mean, can you only imagine what Saul was thinking?
Saul's already showed himself to be crafty.
Yeah, he's crafty and cunning. He's wise to do evil, but to do good, he knew of it not. Right? What's that?
In all of this foolishness, why couldn't he just send the man on his way? Why couldn't he just say, David, man, I don't like you. Can you just go?
You know why? Because he was realizing that David was going to be the king. The only way to preserve the kingdom in his eyes was to kill David. David had no children, but he knew David was the king. And how did he know? Because he recognized the Spirit of the Lord on him. Yeah. He recognized the anointing. It took him a minute, right? Because he's cloudy. He's rolling in his evil. He's nurturing hate. So his vision is clouded. But then when he had those moments of clarity, he's like, oh, snap. He's the guy. He's been the guy the whole time. I really got to get him out of here. I can't just send him on his way. Right. What happened when he come back? Right. What happened when he comes back? I gotta preserve this for Jonathan. This is what's in his mind. He's gonna reveal that later. I think it's in the same chapter. He's gonna reveal this, that he's trying to preserve this for Jonathan, right? Because he's gonna feel betrayed by Jonathan. Sending David on his way wasn't gonna cut it. Because just like Herod tried to kill all the firstborn, and Christ went on his way to Egypt and came back, right? Because he understood. Wait a minute, the prophecies must be fulfilled. What the Most High has set in motion, no man can just take that out of motion, right? But again, look how he's trying to accomplish his will. He's trying to combat the Most High's will with a murderous intent. A carnal intent. He didn't set up no prayers. He didn't go to Samuel like, look, I repent. Here goes a burnt offering. Here goes 1,000,000 sin offerings. Here goes this, some alms. Let me live right. He didn't do any of that. Now let me ask y'all a question. Do you think that the Most High would have extended Saul's rulership if he would have did that? Meaning, because Jonathan never sat on the throne.
Right.
Do you think that maybe Jonathan would have got a chance to sit on the throne? Yes. If Saul would have repented and said, man, bruh, I am trash. Here goes these bullocks. Here goes these rams. Here go 50 turtle doves. Here go a few pigeons, right? Here goes some offerings to the priests. Here goes some cumin. Here goes the store, right? You think that the Most High would have been like, nah, nigga, you cut off all. Or do you think that he would have been like, you know what? For Jonathan's sake, I'm going to let him sit on the throne, and then we're going to get it to David. What y'all think? Is the Most High unjust?
I think he would have, because didn't he do that with one of the kings?
Yes. He did that with all the kings.
Well, I know just one in particular I'm thinking where he had a stomach issue and he died. I forgot his name. I can't think of his name. But he extended his.
Was that Hezekiah? That was Hezekiah.
Hezekiah.
Right. He was supposed to die, and then he repented, and he gave him more years.
Right.
Right. But that's what I'm saying. So we see that is a possibility, right? We see it by having the whole spectrum of the Bible. Saul, no faith in the Most High. No foresight, right? But really there was no love there. Well, we know that. We talked about that, right? But just imagine if Saul would have did the right things, Jonathan might have been able to sit on that throne. But guess what? They both died in the same day in the same battle. And then now that's how we eradicate that line from the throne. But remember, it wasn't totally eradicated. Saul had grandsons. Saul had grandsons. But it didn't matter. See, Saul is trying to go to preserve this kingdom, and it don't matter if you try to go preserve it. It's what the Most High wants. He's going to put who he wants. He's going to exalt and put up a king and take down a king. It says that in Psalms. He's the one that promotes. He sets up kings and he sets up kingdoms, but he also tears down kingdoms, or he allows them to implode on themselves. Don't matter how much you want to try to preserve America. Well, I'm going to vote. I'm going to preserve the State of the Union. Nigga, please. You can vote till you blue. You can cast 1 billion ballots. This place is going into hell. It's already hell. This place is going to burn. I don't care if you vote. I don't care if you vote local judge, local congressman. I don't care if you vote local, federal, state. I don't care what you do. I don't care if you fight in the army, be a part of the police. It don't matter. You're not going to stop it. You're not going to stop what's going to happen to this place. Just like Saul couldn't preserve his kingdom. It was already given to another. Just like this earth. It's already given to us. We just got to go through the birth pains and the trials and the tribulations to get it. Because we already had it and we fumbled it. We already had the bag and lost it. So now you got to go back and work even harder for the bag. Right? Even harder for the blessing. Y'all see this? Where we at? Khan, I believe the Most High would have forgiven, but it was his time to go like he did Moses. Well, I mean, if you understand this story, listen, David was on the run for some years. I think it was like 14 years he was running from Saul. So David was still king for a while. We only truthfully, we're about, by the time Saul, we're a year, I think we're about the 3rd year of Saul's reign here. About the 3rd year. Somebody look up how long Saul reigned. Somebody look that up for me. It might be in Chronicles. It's definitely going to be in Chronicles. What you got? What's that?
Job chapter 18.
Right.
And verse, it's like 5 through 7.
Okay, go ahead.
Verse 5. Yea, the light of the wicked shall be put out. And the spark of his fire shall not shine. The light shall be dark in his tabernacle, and his candle shall be put out with him. The steps of his strength shall be straightened, and his own counsel shall cast him down.
See that? He let their own counsel break them. Their own war tactics. They fight against each other. The wicked, man. The own things they do to the righteous, he lets them do to themselves. Their own trap is what snares them. Right? Think about it. They threw out abortion for us. But why they have to stop it? Why they got to ban abortion all of a sudden? Yeah, because Becky is up in the clinic. Aborting like a she followed Boom Quisha. Right? Because Boom Quisha was up in there making it look glamorous. Remember old girl made the video in front of the clinic? Y'all don't remember that? Some chick made a music video in front of the clinic, the birth control clinic, and rapping. Bro, it was one of these chicks that's out.
Suki.
Somebody online put me on, but who is it?
Suki.
It was Suki.
Sukiana?
Yeah, it was Suki Hana. She made a damn in front of the clinic. Jesus. Was it the FREE? No, it was that.
That's Glorilla.
That's Glorilla. It might have been Glorilla. But one of them did this raunchy, disgusting, and she talking about aborting babies in front of the clinic. And she was in front of the damn clinic. So we glorify it, and then Becky, she's like, oh, I want to be like her. I want the BBL, the big lips, the weave, and guess what? I'm going to abort babies too. Then the white man's like, hold up, damn, wait, our numbers are going down, and Becky and Amy is pulling up to the clinic real tough.
We can barely have kids as it is.
Right. Wait, what are y'all? Wait, we got to ban this. We got to ban abortion now. We got to stop it. Right? Oh, you know what? Let's throw crack into the black neighborhoods. Oh, damn. Wait a minute. Crack don't kill these niggas. But crack is killing white people. They look at crack and die.
Yeah.
They look at fentanyl and they're just laid out. For some reason, it's like fentanyl, crack, heroin strengthens us. It's weird.
Yeah.
It's like bad food strengthens us. Niggas will live a long life eating pork their whole existence. Pig ears their whole life. Chitterlings, right? I just gotta get some hot sauce. It's like no hot sauce is a nigga's kryptonite. Right?
No hot sauce.
No hot sauce and no seasoning is a nigga's kryptonite. White folks, they die with no seasoning. They die. They dying off of crack. Why you think they fighting it? Because when it infiltrates their hoods, when it goes into, you know who said it the best? Eminem. He said, when it hits middle America, now it's a tragedy.
Yeah.
You see that? And that's the problem. When it hits white America, that's all of a sudden when they want to stand up. Niggas been getting shot in schools. Bro, the whole New York school system had metal detectors in it when I went to school.
Yeah.
I was in one of the only schools in New York that didn't have a metal detector. I went to a Catholic high school. So they went off of like principles of Catholicism that niggas was getting beat up in that school.
Right.
Niggas was bringing burners. Niggas was bringing ratchets.
Right.
Niggas was bringing box cutters into the school. I seen it.
Yeah.
I seen it. They was fighting in the downstairs bathroom. Niggas was getting bodied.
Yeah.
Right? But metal detectors. But then now they got to put metal detectors in all the schools.
Yeah.
Because you got white boys that'll walk up into a school in the middle of damn Colorado, the whitest of the white. If you know where Columbine is, that's like one of the whitest of the white communities. I used to live down the street from Columbine, right? That's like Brooke Shields white. It's so white, right? But then guess what? Now they want to make a big deal, right? Now they want to make a big deal of this, the one that happened in Jersey that Alex Stone said wasn't real. They want to make a big deal of that, huh?
Shady Hook?
Sandy Hook.
Yeah.
They want to make a big deal because it's Sandy Hook. Niggas getting shot in schools in Chicago, New York, LA, Florida. Man, it's crazy. They're not talking about that because it don't affect them.
Yeah.
But when it affects them, guess what? Now we got to do something. Now we got to put up. Now we got to make laws. Now we got to build statutes. Right? So you got to see how this enemy is working. Where we at?
He reigned for 40 years.
The song that right here it is. Wait, hold on. The song that the girl is twerking at Planned Parenthood is called "I Got Murder on My Mind." Right. So she's telling you that abortion is murder and glorifying it, and we like, oh well, that's my way out to live a free life. And then the white people is like, shit, well, I'm about to be free too. I'm gonna have all the promiscuous sex I want, and then I'm gonna do that. Right? I got murder on my mind. That is wild. That's wild. Go ahead. And don't watch the video.
Yes.
Don't watch the video. You don't want that in your algorithm.
What you just said, I'm gonna shoot this in right quick. You guys see on the news where this guy, a road rage shot this white girl, 17 years old?
Wait, say it one more time.
Y'all see on the news where this guy shot the white girl on that she was 17 years old. Road rage. They put it, now you don't never see them get on the news and say that they put a $20,000 reward out for somebody that can tell them. They made a sketch of a brother.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Dreadlocks.
Oh yeah.
But you don't see that. You just see it.
You don't see it. Would it be like when they know it's a Caucasian? It's like there's no description of the suspect.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Right. He's just Caucasian. Ain't nobody drawing no sketch. Ain't nobody putting his little whack Supercuts haircut in a sketch. Ain't nobody doing that. But as soon as a nigga got dreads, they sketching out dreads and he got a beard and he's bald. Right, they give you a clean description.
That's half far.
But they ain't doing those Supercuts haircut in a sketch. That old Kmart cut, you know what I'm saying?
Asian lady cut.
They ain't doing that. Go ahead, man. Yeah, I didn't watch it either, just looked it up. Yeah, don't look that video up, because that's going to be in your algorithm. And then you're going to have like all the niggerism music, like the Glorillas, the Sexy Reds, the City Girls, what's that one chick, Spicy Ice Spice?
Ice Spice,
man, it's bad. Yeah, it's bad. Go ahead, where we at?
We're at 1 Samuel chapter 19, verse 10.
Did somebody find me Samuel? Saul's reign?
It was 40 years.
Oh, you got what?
Acts 13:21.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead, read it.
Acts 13.
And we all on the same page, same mind, same judgment.
Acts chapter 13, verse 21.
All win. Go ahead.
And afterwards they desired a king.
Right.
And the Most High gave unto them Saul,
right,
the son of Cis.
Come on.
a man of the tribe of Benjamin, by the space of 40 years.
Whoa.
Yeah.
See that? Bro, half that time, David was running from him. I think like 14 years, David was running from this guy. Think about that. David had to wait 40 years. Yeah. I had to add that. David had to wait a number of years just to get Saul up out of there and deal with that negative and preserve himself and still move wisely. Yeah. That's, bro, come on. You talking about character, exemplar character. 40 years of this dude. But guess what? The kingdom got stripped from him in like his second or third year. It was prophesied that he was done. So for the next the next 38 years or whatever, 35 years, give or take, he's fighting to hold on to something that's not his. Yeah. He's fighting the whole time and perpetuating evil, not just on himself, but on the people. And painting this narrative of his wickedness. This whole time. You had 38 years to repent, my G. To get it right. The Most High gave you 38 years to look at yourself and say, you know what? Bro, I made a mistake. I got it wrong. He gave Judas 3 years. 3 years, man, walking with Christ and say, you know what? This is in me. Let me fix it. Right? He gave him time. He gave the Canaanites all that time in our land to fix what they were doing, to get off their idols and to be right with the Most High. And they were like, nope, we like these other gods. He gave them all that time, bro. He gave them years. He gave them the 40 years we was in the wilderness, plus the 5 years it took Joshua to wipe them, quote unquote, out. That's 45 years right there. And guess what? They were in the land while we were in Egypt. So think about how long the Most High was giving them. And the whole time the Most High was sending the Egyptians to fight them. Get right. And they're like, nope. We're going to sacrifice babies and children and kill people and drink blood. So is the Most High unjust? Nope. When he wipes them out, is he unjust? How long has America been having to get right? Since the Greek Empire, let's be real. Since 138, 140 BC. Right? They've had a chance to get it right, and they haven't. All they did was just transition from the Greeks' filthiness, Hellenists, to the Romans' extra filthiness, to America's extra filthy. Now you, America, Babylon, Sodom, and Egypt. Damn. It's like you transitioned into Sodom, Egypt, and like you went into a spiritual debacle.
That's a corporation.
Yeah. You are now a conglomerate. But that's what it says in Revelation. That's what it says in Jeremiah. The cage of every evil bird is what this place is. That's how whack it's gotten. That's how evil America has gotten. It's Babylon, Sodom, and Egypt. You embody three of the most filthy kingdoms that you could ever embody.
That's crazy.
And now you're just a conglomerate of those three filthy kingdoms or filthy cities. Sodom? Damn. Ooh. That's tough. Egypt? Damn, we know what they was on. And we know what Babylon was on. So, and you're subconscious, right? Yeah, I didn't watch that. I looked it up. Don't watch that. Right? Let's. So we know Saul 40 years. Dang. Go ahead.
1 Samuel chapter 19, verse 10. And Saul sought to smite David into the wall with a javelin, but he slipped away out of Saul's presence.
Because he was wise. Go ahead.
And he smote the javelin into the wall, and David fled and escaped that night.
That's it for you? Right. Next reader. Yeah. Next reader. All right, 125.
Ban Yashala.
Elijah, Shabbat Shah, Yashakar, Ban Yashala. Aymadi, Barak.
Yahweh Hashem Yahshua Barakatah.
Yahweh Hashem Yahushua Barakatah. Yeah, buddy. I know we be going over a lot in these classes, but just try to take as good as notes as you can. I know we hit a lot, and sometimes it's like, right? Just remember, you gotta. If I'm going fast, slow me down. I don't mind. I'll go.
Yeah, so you want to show your shirt?
Who, me?
Talk about the Cowboys.
Oh, right.
That's
He
funny.
can't. Yeah. Let's. You know what I'm saying? Trademark infringements. Come on. You know what it says. You gotta. You know what I'm saying? You gotta condescend the men of law state.
Oh, okay. Con.
You gotta bring them out the darkness.
Okay.
Right? Christ didn't come to condemn the world, but to bring the world out of darkness.
I got you.
So I gotta bring him into the light.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Con.
Y'all knew I was gonna talk. Y'all knew I was gonna talk when we were, but y'all was talking crazy to me. See, this is okay. Let me say this to y'all online. This is what happened. What happened was they all ganged up on me. The whole school, everybody, right? They all was like, "Oh, he's gonna lose," and his team's whack. They all talked bad about me on the chat. So I was like, "Okay, cool." I just kept quiet. I went as a sheep to the slaughter. Yep. And now I get my chance, right? The scriptures say, "Happy is he that sees his enemy falling." Go ahead, man. Go ahead, man.
1 Samuel chapter 19, verse 11.
Mm-hmm.
Saul also sent messengers unto David's house to watch him and to slay him in the morning. And Michal, David's wife, told him, saying, If thou save not thy life tonight, tomorrow thou shalt be slain. So Michal let David down through a window, and he went and fled and escaped.
So we see that she was loyal to David. She wasn't loyal to her father, right? On the account of her love for David, she was subject to David. She didn't let her father, his kingdom, his kingship. She wasn't like. Remember, we read about Delilah and Samson. We read about how those women were swayed by other men. She was loyal to David. She preserved his life. That was her husband. She loved him. That's how it should be. Go ahead.
And Michal took an image and laid it in the bed and put a pillow of goat's hair for his bluster.
Right. She. You know how back in the day you watch the movies and the kids sneak out the house and they put pillows in the bed to make it sound like it's them. That's all she did. She just set up something to make it seem like he was in the bed laying down. Oh, look, he's sitting right here sick. Where's he at? Oh, he's laying down sick. Oh, there he is. Yep. Let's roll out. Go ahead.
And covered it with a cloth. And when Saul sent messengers to take David, she said, He is sick. And Saul sent the messengers again to see David, saying, Bring him up to me in the bed, that I may slay him.
Oh, he's sick? Even better. Damn. That's easy. That sounds like what Esau did to the natives. Trail of Tears. Oh, let's get them chicken pox and blankets full of cold sores and smallpox. Oh, they're weak and sick. Now we can go in and kill them. Because we can't stand against them any other way.
Yeah, they was massacring us.
Guys ain't thinking like the Spirit of the Lord is contingent on a man being sick. No, it ain't. It's not. It's not contingent on that. The Spirit of the Lord is going to ride with that man regardless. Go ahead.
And when the messengers were come in, behold, there was an image in the bed with a pillow of goat's hair for his bluster. And Saul said unto Michal, Why hast thou deceived me also, and sent away mine enemy, that he is escaped? And Michal answered Saul, He said unto me, Let me go why should I kill thee? So David fled and escaped and came to Samuel.
So she kind of,
You're right.
damn. Yeah, she definitely, because David didn't say that. And now what does that do for Saul? Now I'm really justified in killing him because he tried to kill my daughter. You see that? Where the little white lie, she was scared. Justifiably so. Right? This man is an angry dude. He's the king. He could have off with her head like that. Right? So she lied. Oh, well, he threatened to kill me.
She was afraid of her father.
That's the point. She was afraid of her father. Her fear for her father was greater than the fear of the Most High. This is what it's teaching us. So she lied on David, and now Saul has his occasion.
Right.
Oh, snap. He tried to kill you? Well, we definitely got to get him now. Now he's not innocent.
It's definitely showing his character, because her being scared is going back to Jonathan. He was going to kill Jonathan.
Yep.
He was going to, and she knew these things, obviously. So just seeing it, and he's not even thinking, oh, my daughter, like he tried to kill my daughter. Oh, yay, now I can use this to kill David. I could care less about you, daughter. I got me.
Got me my reason.
Yeah.
I got a reason. And that's the problem. It's problematic. But then you kind of see if she's lying and Saul be lying and switching things up, where'd she get that from? Where did they get the lack of the fear of the Lord? Got it from Saul. Right. She didn't trust in the Most High, that if she stood up for righteousness' sake, and if she stood up for an innocent man, that the Most High would preserve her.
That's right.
So she figured, let me lie because I fear my father. But then that now gives him the fuel he needs to go and pursue David even more. What a tangled web we weave when we choose to deceive. Let's read on. Oh, what's that?
I was gonna say, change the subject a little bit, but when you look at verse 13 and verse 16, it goes, and put a pillow of goat's hair for his bolster. It shows that he had an afro. She covered him up, his afro puffed out. So it shows that he was a brother. I'm just saying, you don't read into these things when you start to understand.
Well, I mean, it's needless to say. I mean, yeah, for like a new person that you're trying to show, like,
Right.
yeah, but it's needless to say that we know that David was a black man,
Right.
right? The whole nation of Israel, right? Israel, they're black and Hispanic men today, right? But we were, melanated people with textured hair, right? That goes needless to say. But that's a good point. Where we at?
1 Samuel chapter 19, verse 18.
Mm-hmm.
So David fled and escaped and came to Samuel to Ramah and told him all that Saul had done to him. And he and Samuel went.
Right, so David did the right. He's like, man, let me go see what Samuel's talking about. Let me run to the priest. Smart. Go ahead.
And dwelt in Naioth. And it was told Saul, saying, behold, David is at Naioth in Ramah. And Saul sent messengers to take David. And when they saw the company of the prophets prophesying, and Samuel standing as appointed over them, the Spirit of God was upon the messengers of Saul, and they also prophesied.
Yeah, you see that? They went to go take David, and they end up getting converted over. The Spirit of the Lord changed them into other men. Like the same thing that happened to Saul when he was anointed. Right? It said the Spirit of the Lord changed him into another man. So they end up, what? We about to go do some evil, and then they get prophesied on, they get taught, and then what? They're like, wait a minute. No, we ain't gonna do that evil. We gonna teach too. Simple as that. Go ahead.
And when it was told Saul, he sent other messengers, and they prophesied likewise.
They got changed over too. Go ahead.
And Saul sent messengers again the third time, and they prophesied also.
And they got converted too. Now you can't resist the Spirit of the Lord, man. Right? He said he'll give you a mouth that you cannot gainsay. They couldn't come against what the Most High had set up. You stepping into the priest's house now. This is holy ground. Loose your shoes. Show some respect. Right? Go ahead.
Then went he also to Ramah.
So Saul is like, man, I gotta pull up. These guys ain't getting. You don't send a boy to do a man's job, right? This is Saul. This is what he's thinking. I'm gonna pull up now. So he pulls up. Go ahead.
And came to a great well that is in S.O.W. And he asked and said, where are Samuel and David? And one said, behold, they be at Naioth in Ramah. And he went thither to Naioth in Ramah, and the Spirit of God was upon him also. And he went on and prophesied until he came to Naioth in Ramah.
Right, go ahead.
And he stripped off his clothes also, and prophesied before Samuel in like manner.
Yeah, he ended up getting converted. You can't resist the Spirit of the Lord. You couldn't resist. Right? Again, chances for this man to repent. Chances for him to do the right thing. But he kept resisting, as we're going to keep seeing. Go ahead.
And lay down naked.
And we know that's not butt naked, right? Because that's unlawful for men to see other men's nakedness. He wasn't butt naked, but obviously he took off his kingly garments, his outer garments. Go ahead.
All that day and all that night. Wherefore they say, is Saul also among the prophets?
Right. Is Saul amongst the prophets? Remember they said that about him the last time? So Most High was sending that spirit for it, to get Saul right, man, to distract him out of that negative. Him, his men. And let's see if it's working. Let's see if Saul is allowing the Spirit of the Lord to guide him. Because that's what it's about. Remember, the Most High sends forth the Spirit, but he can't force you. He can't force you. It's what you allow. Right? We went over that a little bit earlier. It's, you got to make these choices. It's what you allow to be guided by. Let's see if Saul decides to yield his members as members of righteousness. Go ahead, read on.
1 Samuel chapter 20, verse 1. And David fled to Naioth in Ramah, and came and said before Jonathan, what have I done? What is mine iniquity?
So while Saul is up in Ramah, David goes back to Jonathan and tries to inquire, what did I do? Where did I go wrong? Go ahead.
And what is my sin before thy father, that he seeketh my life? And he said unto him, God forbid, thou shalt not die. Behold, my father will do nothing, either great or small.
So Jonathan talking kind of big here. Man, he's only the king's son. I mean, bruh, you acting like you about to whoop on Saul. Like, what you gonna do? Saul smack you right now. You just gonna bow down. Right? You talking big. I mean, I get it. He's trying to stand up for David and he ain't gonna do nothing, but bro, you couldn't call that. Because if Saul wanted to fall on Jonathan and get him out the way, he could have did it. Uh-oh. Read on.
Yeah, the experience different.
Because he does. Read on.
But that he will shew with me. And why should my father hide this thing from me? It is not so.
Yeah, Jan? Yeah, no, go ahead.
And David sware moreover, and said, thy father certainly knoweth that I have found grace in thine eyes. And he saith, let not Jonathan know this, lest he be grieved, but truly, as the Lord liveth, and as thy soul liveth, there is but a step between me and death.
Yeah, he's like, I hear you, Jonathan. I hear what you're saying. You're gonna stand up, but bro, he's the king. Right? He's the king. There's literally a step between me and death. If I don't watch my steps, if my steps ain't guided by the Lord, I'm done. This is what David is acknowledging. What is he also understanding? That Jonathan really don't control nothing. It's all about the Most High. He said, I get it.
I appreciate that.
But as the Lord liveth, and as Jonathan liveth, or as Jonathan saith, Jonathan could boast up his chest all day. But again, if Saul wanted to take Jonathan out, he was already this close to doing it before. Yeah. So David is, he's not disannulling Jonathan or discrediting, but he's just like, look, let's put it in perspective. Right? I hear what you're saying, but the Most High, he still got the control. He determines the steps. He determines the outcome. Go ahead.
Then said Jonathan unto David, whatsoever thy soul desireth, I will even do it for thee. And David said unto Jonathan, behold, tomorrow is the new moon, and I should not fail to sit with the king at meat. But let me go, that I may hide myself in the fields unto the third at even. If thy father at all miss me, then say, David earnestly asked leave of me, that he might run to Bethlehem, his city. For there is a yearly sacrifice there for all the family.
Right. Any questions on that before we get the next reader?
So Jonathan and David never was two best friends?
They were. It tells you that. Chapter 18 and verse 1. And it came to pass, when he had made an end of speaking unto Saul, that the soul of Jonathan was knit with the soul of David, and Jonathan loved him as his own soul. They became very good friends. So what are we going to be reading here in chapter 19 or 20? We're going to read how Jonathan and David both come up with a plan to preserve David's life. Yeah, because Jonathan looked out for David, straight up. They were like brothers, right? It said that their love compassed the love of women, right? And that's not in a negative, filthy, westernized mind sense. That's in a brotherly, godly sense. He was going to look out for David as he would look out for himself, and even more. You see that? And you came in a little bit late when we went over it.
Yeah, I see that.
But it's all good because we started at chapter 18.
But,
What's that?
Chapter 10. These guys,
First Samuel chapter 10?
Samuel,
Here come Damien.
1910.
Okay.
Those guys was bigger, because when it showed that spear in the wall, it stuck in the wall.
Right.
So it was a bigger in body back then?
Yeah, Saul, remember it said that Saul was head and shoulders above all the nation.
Okay.
He was taller by a head and shoulder length than everybody. So Saul was a big dude, but David was a big dude also as a kid. David was in his teens when he slayed Goliath, and he was able to at least he was able to wear Saul's armor. So imagine how big in body David was as a child, as a teenager. He didn't even get into his manhood yet. So what we're seeing now is David becoming, he's growing up. He's coming into his man years. But these dudes, big men. 5'7" was not the average back then. Right? 5'7" wasn't the average. More like 6'7" feet up. You and your 250 pounds, 300 pounds solid.
You said Goliath was what, like 9 feet?
So, Goliath was about 9-10 feet, somewhere in there. And they said that he was a smaller giant. He was smaller than all his brethren, and he was considered a giant. But if you think about it, you 7 foot and a man got a 2 foot advantage on you. I mean, gee whiz, that's 2 feet. That's a lot.
That makes the difference.
That makes a lot of it, because 2 feet is not just 2 foot, but that's weight. And if he's wide, right? Remember we read about the king. It said his bed. Yeah. His bed was literally the size of this podium. Yeah. it was the size, and then it was like double the width, and his feet still hung off.
Yeah.
Right, and that was this foot is what, 6 foot and 6. It's a 12-foot podium.
Wow.
He was like a 13-foot tall man. Right. When they talked about the Moabite king, say he was very lusty and big. It meant that they were big dudes. Like when it says that he was lusty, bro, lusty meant fat. They were fat as hell. They were fat, big dudes. Sumo wrestler type cats. But imagine being a sumo wrestler where you moving like a ninja. You moving like a 20-pound, like a 150-pound cat.
Wow.
Right? Like we were big, but we were agile. It wasn't like Larry Holmes, flabby and sick type big. This was like, you know, Mike Tyson's times 3, but Mike Tyson when he's 19.
Yeah.
Right? Remember how he used to move?
Yeah.
And he moved them hips.
500 pounds.
Bro, and he just boom, 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 boom. But imagine being 300 pounds doing that. And 7 feet. 6, like, come on. Crazy. You know, in this day, the taller you are, the more unathletic you are.
Yeah.
And the less agile. I was watching this little thing about these, like the tallest kid in the world. He's like 7'9". He's only 16. Yeah, he's 16. He's 7'9". Tall ass white boy. But when he runs, he's like, it takes him like an extra 2 minutes to get up the court because he can't run fast.
They're awkward.
Look at Yao Ming, right? Remember Yao Ming was super big, but what was his problem? His feet. He would break the bones in his feet because his feet couldn't sustain his weight. You see what I'm saying? So in this day and age, the bigger a person gets, they get that crazy growth, or they got a tumor on the, there's a growth gland, and some of them got tumors on the growth gland, and it pushes out growth hormone. And their bones can't keep up. Their body, they're not coordinated. They're less agile. Like, what's the most coordinated big person you ever seen? Shaq. That nigga was a monster. He could catch, he could shoot, he could spin. He was agile, he was like a cheetah. That dude was like a cheetah, right? For a big dude. When you look at other big men, they were a little bit more sloppy. The Sean Bradleys, the George Morrisons, the Manute Bowles, right? They were more like slower, and their coordination was like, where Shaq was like, he had that twitch muscle. He was imagine like Shaq on the battlefield. That's like a David. Imagine that. Shaq ain't no anomaly he is now. But Shaq was what, 7'4"? Size 21 shoe? 22 shoe? Y'all ever seen a 22 shoe in person? 7'2". So Shaq used to sell his shoes in Payless. And when you go up in the Payless, they would have one of his shoes on display that you could go touch and pick up and live in. That's how big the shoe, like, bro, literally, the shoe was like this. And you could literally like put a baby in the shoe. His foot is huge. He got big, size 22. That's a foot. That's like 2 inches away from 2 feet. Come on. Right? That's huge. And then the width, you could literally like make that a house for like a little kitten, little dog house. But imagine that on the battlefield now. If you transition Shaq's agility on the basketball court and you take that into a trained fighter with the Spirit of the Lord on him. Bro, stop. And then he could jump. David said it. He was scaling walls and bending steel with his bare hands. I mean, you know, the world shows us these things that were ancient, but the Bible tells us that through time we've diminished in stature, we've diminished in spirit, right? The earth just through age, things diminish. So if we were bigger, imagine the animals. The animals were much bigger and stronger, right? But everything was equal. Everything, the potency of the air and the water, right? The potency of the food. You made some wine and you hit that, 2 sips, good night. Like today, you might drink the wine from back then and die. Your liver can't filter that purity.
Alcohol poisoning.
Yeah, immediately it's like, damn, there's no filter. Imagine you breathe the air from Adam and Eve's time, and you just die because your lungs can't even comprehend what's going on because you're just used to having filth in you.
It's too pure.
Or you just regenerate that quick. All that oxygen. You breathe and you can run forever. One breath.
Wow.
Just saying. Things have diminished over time. You see that? So they were definitely bigger. Yeah, what's that?
1924. You say it's a sin for nakedness?
Yeah. 1 Samuel 19 and verse 24. What I said was, and what the scripture is, we go to Leviticus and read it. A man did not expose his genitals in front of other men. That's a sin.
Right. So the time when Noah's son exposed his father nakedness, he was...
Yeah, that was wrong. That's why he got cursed.
It was wrong?
Yeah, that was wrong. That was that. He shouldn't have been up in his father's tent seeing him naked. What man is going to creep up in his daddy tent or in his room and look at him naked?
Well, his daddy was John.
No.
It
don't matter, right? It don't matter. What did Ham do? Okay, let's do it like this. What did Shem and Japheth do?
He turned backward and showed.
Right. See, what it is this.
Cover over his father.
We grew up in this society that seeing each other naked and exposed, there's no shame in that, right? Remember we had to talk about that?
Yeah.
But guess what?
Yeah, you're right.
Guess what though? We grow up. You grew up in a situation of circumstance.
Yes.
Right. So in Jamaica and different places, you have a community pipe. We call it a standpipe. He knows about it. I know about it. Standpipe, where everybody shares this one pipe to get water. Everyone bathes there, so you see each other naked. Right. Just because you're exposed to the circumstance, don't mean it ain't wrong. That's part of the curses. Remember, we were exposed to the circumstances of eating chitlins in slavery. Was it right? No. Right. But that was the circumstance because of our disobedience. So now because you're disobedient, you all got to line up, and you don't think it's shameful because we're going to glory in the shame. That's what the scripture says he's going to do. Shame. So now, chitlins, I can make that taste good. Watch. Hook it up to a hose, turn it on, flush out the doo-doo, kinda, and all I'm gonna do is to throw some hot sauce, and it's supposed to be tasty.
Oh, wow.
We glory in our shame. You see that? So, yes, to see, it was a big deal. It was a huge deal to see another man naked, especially in the ancient day. You know who made it not such a big deal? Let's go into the Apocrypha and deal with it real quick.
Oh, okay.
You know who made it not a big deal to see another man naked? Why you can walk up in 24-hour fitness and Esau got his junk just shaking in front of you? Because to him it ain't a big deal. We're all men here. That's how Esau rationalizes.
This is how I really get to know you.
This how, yeah. And he walking up to you with his junk hanging, talking about where's the extra towels? Like, bruh, right? But we're gonna go into it real quick. Find it for me in the butt naked gems. What's that?
Man, you tell you something. What you just said about disobedience and what caused that.
Yeah.
Same thing in prison.
Yeah. Oh yeah. You gotta be community shower.
Yes.
And it's just a bunch of men's butt cheeks.
And that wasn't the worst part of it when they do the shakedown.
The cavity searches.
You end up taking the crap on the toilet while you gotta lay there.
Wait, what?
In the cell.
Oh, wow.
They lock the cell
Yeah, that's
down.
wild.
They
Yeah.
lock the cell down.
Yeah. Because the toilet is right
I
there.
used to ask him, I said, bro, you know how to add some track? He said, yeah, but can you add some water to that, bro?
Right.
Because they can't flush it. I said, can you please add some water, bro? Hey.
But that's the point.
Yeah, it was something.
This is a nasty, filthy, disgusting kingdom. Right? Think about just even the jail setup. They got the toilet right my bad. The toilet is the sink.
Yes.
And then it's literally like right next to the bed.
Right.
And if you ain't, most cats that got some sense, they'll build up a little sheet for some privacy.
Right.
But that's if they even provide that type of stuff.
And the toilet is built like you said with the sink where you drink your water from.
That's the point. The sink, You flush, and then that thing recycles, and then you brush your teeth with that boo-boo water. But you know what's funny about that, though? Guess what? All the water that comes out your sink at home was flushed in your toilet anyway. So they do the same thing, and it's the same thing. But the point is, they don't make it a shame for these things to happen for a man to see another man naked. It's like, oh, we all men, right? It's the boys club. And then you got other dudes in the gym. You got NBA players. Like, remember when they was holding down Anthony Davis in the locker room, smacking his naked butt? Y'all remember that?
Yeah.
See, nobody remembers that. Wow. But yeah, Anthony Davis, when he was in New Orleans, they in the locker room, they filmed it. They held him down. They was smacking his naked butt. Other men. That's foul, yo. Other men. They promote it on the sports teams. Oh, you know, it's the team locker. But then, you know what's cold when these cats is in there taking showers? You got the whole media in there. Yep. Checking out their junk, watching them walking around in towels, doing news stories on what size junk they got. Come on, bro. That's wild to me.
It is, man.
But when did they start it? They started in team sports when they're young. Right? We're going to go to Maccabees real quick. You found it?
Yes, sir.
What's that?
They did that in the Navy too.
The military. Group shower. You did everything as a group. You ate together. You slept on the bunk together. You showered together. Right? If I'm taking a crap, he's smelling it.
Oh.
Okay. No shame. And then, like, they do it in some colleges. Right? Co-ed dorms.
Yeah, unisex bathroom.
You co-ed bathrooms. So a woman is taking a shower here. She's naked. And a dude is just right here taking a shower. And then you wonder why rape and all these things is happening in these dorms. Right. And things like that. Because this society don't push the laws of the Most High.
That's right.
The law say don't see another man naked. It's not a good thing. Your children ain't supposed to see you butt naked. Right? Your brothers and sisters ain't supposed to see their siblings naked. Especially, after a certain age, you got to cut that group shower thing out. Yeah. When they babies and, they one, couple of months old, and you throw them in the tub together and they having fun, they're not really conscious of what's going on. But when they start pointing and grabbing, let's stop it. When they stop and stare,
That's done.
I'm serious. When they stop and stare, and you're like, oh, no, it's time for you. Like, I don't let my kids be in the room when I'm getting dressed. The little ones, I'm getting a shower, get out. Your mom is taking a shower, get out. When we're done, you can come back in. I don't let them see me getting undressed. Because then they start looking and pointing and I'm serious. They don't know what's going on, but they're like, what is that? Right? What is that? Wow. Right? Manashah. True. Manashah, because this is the thing. They, especially with the kids, you got to talk to them early about people touching on them and different things like that. Yeah. So I have that talk with Manashah. When I'm giving him a shower, a bath, I'm like, bro, remember, I'm only doing this because I'm giving you a bath. Right? But don't let nobody touch you here. Right? But then if I let him see mine, then he's going to start talking about it. And I don't want him to come around y'all talking about penises. And then, I don't want that, we don't expose him all the way to certain things. A warrior, he's taking a bath, you got to get out, little girl, right? Because he'll get butt naked and then he'll just be standing there and she's just looking at him. And then, we don't want her to think like, oh, go grab him and do all these different things, touching his butt, touching her butt. We don't want that. It's very sick, right? But you got niggas that be 100 years old talking about they taking baths with their grandkids. Come on, bruh. There is never, ever a reason for a man to take a bath with his child in the tub. Like you in the tub, in the bubbles. That's wild. You could put a foot in, right? I play with my kids in the tub. I throw them in, make the bubbles go, throw some toys in, and I throw some bubbles on them. But I'm not in the tub. Like no clothes on in the tub. It's wild. That's wild. But this is the society that we in. And we wonder why there's so much pedophilia, so much child rape, so much people being taken advantage of, why there is no shame in people's game. Because it's being built on not having a shame. Read where you at.
First, you want the point?
Just go to the point.
First Maccabees chapter 1, verse 14.
Right?
Whereupon they built a place of exercise.
Which is a gym. This is talking about the Greco-Roman Empire. They would come into our cities and they start to put their ways of how they lived on us. So they said they built a place of exercise. Go ahead.
At Jerusalem.
Read.
According to the customs of the heathen.
Wow. So when you see the butt naked statue of David, where he's holding up the world, the Olympic statue, ain't he butt naked? Because that's what the Greeks was on. Community pools, where they all just got naked, disrobed, and sat in there with all their germs, dirt, chlamydia, gonorrhea, just floating through the water. Read.
And made themselves uncircumcised.
Now, this is talking about us as Israelites making ourselves uncircumcised. Why? First of all, how did you know another man was uncircumcised? Right, because he was walking around looking at that man's rod, which is totally wrong. And then we literally tried to go and uncircumcise ourselves. We doing skin grafts. That's literal. Because now you wanted to appear like the heathen. Because I'm looking at your junk, you're looking at my junk, and my junk got to match up with your junk. That's wild, ain't it? But it was a shameful thing. But the heathen, the Greeks, bro, they was fine. They were fine with seeing each other naked. They were fine with orgies, because remember, their gods, Bacchus, he was the god of orgies, right? He was the god of threesomes. So just think about it. I mean, look, we serving our God, right? So mine gotta rub up on yours, right? I mean, not right, but that's how they was moving. Like, ain't no shame in the game. If mine rubs on yours and yours rubs on mine, this is what Bacchus wants. Because we got to get this orgy up, right? We got to be in these butt naked gyms. And then guess what? Now when you go to 24-hour fitness and the old fat ass white man, right, hops out the shower and just drops his towel and you see his crusty ass and you're like, wait a minute, bruh.
He get offended at you.
He get offended at you because he got naked. You're like, bruh.
Is there a problem?
But that's why I wouldn't go in them locker rooms in the gym. I'm taking off shoes and I have my shorts under the pants. Right at the basketball court, put it in the bag. That's it. I'm not going up in that locker room where everybody just swinging around with no shame, because we're not supposed to see that. But America takes it lightly. This society only. You can't go to Saudi Arabia and these other countries and just walk up in a place and see another man naked. Nah. Only in this country can you see that. Only in this country is it not a shame, because they don't believe in the laws of the Most High. What?
And then you can see that the Greek continued that practice into the Roman Empire.
Right.
With the Olympics. They would do the Olympics naked.
But the Greeks is the one that got the Olympics popping. Right? They used to do, they used to run naked.
Do shot put.
But they basically naked now. Them tight ass Speedos.
Exactly.
Like, come on, bruh. Bruh. Like, you running and things is moving. Like, come on, man. Like, get something loose on her. Cover that up. Tie it down, whatever. I don't know.
It got to be tight to throw it. It got to be tight.
Yeah. Like, you wearing compression pants in your crotch area.
Crazy.
Right? But then what's the new thing with the women? Right? They got the pants, they got the spandex that makes sure that, like, there's a sewn in line right in the front, and it accentuates, like, the two, how do I say this? It, like, accentuates, and you see, like, the mound.
What said a mound?
You see? That's what's happening. I was trying to be. I was trying to be.
Oh my goodness.
I was trying to keep it clean.
I'm
trying to be. Like, but when you see every picture of J-Lo, every picture of, they make sure they get that camel toe. Every picture of her, it's wild. I'm like, she's 60. Stop doing that. Stop doing that. Don't do that. Right? It's not appropriate for any age. But why y'all doing that with J-Lo? Why are they making the clothes where the spandex has that weird stitch right down the crease of the butt cheek? Then they got another stitch that goes this way, and it literally like
insinuates and
it like hugs, right? And you like, what? So you ain't gotta see nobody naked no more.
Well, the fabric that they do that for is to insinuate a lift.
Right.
It's supposed to assist with
your lust.
Working out, with the butt
with your lust. No, no.
No, but I mean, like they say it's to assist with squats and let your body work out.
That's what they say it is.
They say it is.
But they want niggas to look and lust. Because why do I gotta lift your booty if you already lifting the booty with a workout? But now I gotta lift your booty before you get there with these spandex, and they just like, I mean, it's not even a lift. It's like a pucker.
It's like they'll have a long shirt.
You use the restroom?
No, I wanted to see if one of the brothers is here, still here. Did he already leave?
Oh, they all went to the mall. Did you?
Okay, I have to head there because.
It's work time. Yeah. All right, bro.
Sorry about that.
No, you good?
So
You
much.
good?
I appreciate it.
Yeah, appreciate you coming through.
All right, guys.
All right, we see you. All right, bro. It's a good brother from the mall. We met in Katy last year. Yeah, he works security. Good brother, Aaron. We met him. We met him in Katy Mills. So yeah, all praises. Well, y'all see the point, right? Right. They making sure. What?
I got the scripture in the law about not seeing the nakedness.
Right. Let's read it.
Look at Leviticus chapter 18 and verse 6.
Go ahead.
None of you shall approach to any that is near of kin to him,
right,
to uncover their nakedness.
See that? Go ahead.
I am the Lord.
Right.
The nakedness of thy father or the nakedness of thy mother shalt thou not uncover.
There it is. And it's twofold because the nakedness of your father is also his wife. So you're not supposed to see him naked or his wife or your mama. So all bases are covered there, man. So it is a sinful thing. Remember, circumstance don't determine righteousness and what's righteous and what's wicked. The law determines what's righteous and wicked.
So,
you see that? What's that?
So in the ghetto back then, white girls,
yeah,
it was totally wrong.
That's wrong. Yeah,
but we never know better.
Well, that's the point. You
thing.
didn't. But this is the thing.
I will grow up underneath that situation.
Right, but see, that's the curse. The curse is that you're going to now have to be subjugated to a circumstance that is wicked and sinful because we didn't choose to do the right thing when we had the chance. So now, in the want of all things, in hunger, in thirst, if you want to take a proper shower, in nakedness, guess what? You got to deal with your enemy and how your enemy decides to deliver these things to you. So if he wants to, give you kimchi with a little bit of shrimp juice inside of it, or if he wants to give you chicken pumped up with pork enzymes inside of it, if he wants to mislabel the pork inside of the ingredients, guess what? You better do some more investigation. You better find a different way. And that's the point. I mean, what you're saying is right.
Saying, because we was under poverty. We never,
I know.
It's nothing.
With nothing you can do about it.
Better about it.
I know. I know. But remember, we made decisions that got us into this point of poverty. We made decisions way back in the wilderness that got us here today. You see that? So the things that you were dealing with in Jamaica, imagine what they were dealing with here in America. Imagine what they were dealing with in South America. There was a lot of things that they were subjugated to that was definitely unlawful, right? So, it's kind of, again, you reap what you sow, and that's the punishment for disobeying the Most High. It didn't have to be like that. He didn't intend for it like that. But now that you want to choose your oppressor's way, I'm gonna show you what your oppressor is on. They like to walk around naked. I mean, even up until a few years ago, they start making these naked gyms again. We did a whole cable show on it. Yeah, the butt naked gyms, and they was like sitting there working out naked. Yes, men.
Actual.
Yes, in America.
Yeah, you see
right up in here in Houston.
You see that, man?
They have butt naked gyms. Yes, you go there, you strip down to your birthday suit, and you worked out. All the nasty smells and all. Yeah, imagine that.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Yeah, you start doing certain stretches and yeah. Anyway, did you finish reading that?
No, sir.
Go ahead.
And forsook the holy covenant.
Go ahead.
And joined themselves to the heathen.
Right.
And were sold to do mischief.
Yeah, man, and that's the thing. So now, think about it. If we are running around butt naked, and I get aroused because I like the way she's looking, what's gonna happen?
Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna show y'all something. I was scrolling on Facebook. This blew my mind. So I was scrolling on Facebook, and this was like one of those stories. And so it said they were in South Africa. Now this is crazy. So the chick is in the club dancing. She's just like dancing around. And then for some reason, there's a dude sitting there. He pulls his pants down and pulls out his junk in the middle of the club. So the chick is dancing and she looks and she sees it and she just falls on the floor, pulls up her dress, and he just jumps on top of that in front of everybody.
Wow.
Yeah, I was like, what? I'm like, nah, this gotta be, but who sets that up? Like, but that's what they were on in there. Right? But that's what they were on back in these times. If we walking around naked, that's just an easier access to men, children, women, animals. Ooh. Let's not talk about the animals. Right? That's what they were on. That's what we allowed ourselves to be subjugated to. And there was no shame. What's that?
That's like the nude beaches.
The nude beach.
And then you've got the TV show,
Naked and Afraid. Like you running around butt naked with scorpions.
It's usually like a male and a female, right?
Yeah, you got like the butt naked survivor. Like why?
What's the point?
So you just gonna get sunburned everywhere?
You saw me dying out there.
You gonna just get sunburned. You ain't gonna have no tan lines. Listen, Britney Spears just put out a naked photo of her on the beach, and the whole internet went crazy. I'm like, why? Why y'all going crazy? She looks terrible. Terrible with clothes on. Why are y'all losing it? She looks like disgusting.
Right. You know what? But my experience there, incarcerated, that was some correction for me. It really was. That was big time correction for me. Even though there was some bull crap, it went down. That was big time correction for me. Cause I got the shit, like you said earlier about, I got the shit, get the shit and see what did I do? I messed up. Yeah, I sat there for some years, like 6 years, thinking about, man, I'll never do that again.
Yeah, because wearing somebody else's drawers is gonna do that to you.
Yeah, man, that's
hell yeah. When you got community drawers,
and then they try to,
oh yeah,
just really just degrade you when they do the what they call it a shakedown.
Right.
You got everything out, bring it with you, go to the gym. Now you buck naked in front of the ladies.
Right.
The female guards.
Yep.
You buck naked in front of them and all that good stuff. So they try to degrade you too at the same time.
Yeah, they try to, bro. They break down that psyche.
I said, look, that's okay. Y'all don't want to do this here. I ever get up out of him. I won't
Never
be
coming
there.
back. But that's real. But that's what it's meant. It's meant to break you. But then they also use it as a glory, some type of glory. But it says their glory will be their shame. You see that? So I mean, Damien, you understand that, right?
Yes, I
that
understand.
it's a circumstance, but we brought on that circumstance, and the Most High don't want us to move in that circumstance.
Man, so we have to be the iniquity of our forefathers because they do that.
Well, that's what we are doing. We are bearing the iniquity of our forefathers, but see, we can drop that burden by picking up the law, right? Because it starts with us now. So, I'm the forefather to my next generations. So I can break that cycle by doing what the Most High says, doing His will, and then hopefully that perpetuates to my son and his son, and then now we ain't got to be subject to all these things that we're under, all this captivity. All right? So let's jump back. Good questions.
Man.
If y'all got questions online about, so like, what's the precept in the Apocrypha you're reading? First Maccabees chapter 1 verse 14. Yep. We're reading about them Greco-Romans, them Greeks, Alexandrians, right? Wow. Those filthy Edomites. This is why they took this out. They don't want you to read how they was running around butt naked. Where you at?
Next reader.
Oh, next reader. Okay. You need one more? Sis.
I do have a question. It's in verse 5. Let's talk about when David said that he had to go sit at the table because
right?
It had to go before,
Well, yeah, that was our custom. We celebrated it. We celebrate the new moon. It was a feast. So yeah, he had to be there. So what he did was say, well, tell him I'm gonna go do the feast somewhere else at my father's house. So yeah, that was the custom that we sat down at the new moon and had a feast. Yeah, this right here is one of the scriptures to prove that. Wait, hold up. Wait,
Yeah.
hold up. Wait, we
About to put it-
2:15? Okay, you got about 5 hours? Okay, so what you doing? What you doing now? What you doing now? You about to
Put that finger up.
Oh, it's not what you think.
You about to go set up holy prayers for your team?
Stop.
You about to go do some burnt sacrifices?
Y'all cut it
You
out.
about to go do some burnt offerings?
Some burnt offerings.
You gotta go pray to eat.
Wow.
Y'all wrong for that.
Back up. Back up. That's you.
Y'all don't need to see me fail.
Yeah, no, we're gonna get this. Corey, shop the shop. Yeah, Corey, shop the shop. Corey, shop the shop. Yahweh, Banyash Raleigh.
Corey, Shabbat Shah, Yahweh, Banyash Allah, men of Israel, I might. Rock.
Yahweh Hashem, Yahweh Shabbat Thumb.
Yahweh Hashem, Yahweh Shabbat.
Cowboy start through me off.
Get that. From
Sorry
Mashma.
about that.
No, that right there. Mashma. Water, bro. What is that? Is that?
That's on the one.
Oh. Huh? Huh? Oh man, come on. You need some of that cowboy dirt.
Not live.
All right, bro. May the best man win. Shamala.
Say, stop it, man. Wait.
That's some righteous prayers.
No, I'm just saying. Good luck.
Man, I got somewhere I got to do that.
No, bro, we ain't tripping.
Yeah,
No,
no.
come on, we ain't tripping.
You know, that's why we laughed. Me and him was laughing when you said that.
Yeah, because you like, I do gotta go.
So I got night. It ain't.
You gotta fight to San Fran.
Wow.
Yeah, that's today. That's tonight.
Shalom.
All right, fellas.
Shalom. Okay, where we at? 1 Samuel 20 and verse 7. Let's get it.
1 Samuel chapter 20, verse 7. If he say thus, it is well, thy servant shall have peace. But if he be very wroth, then be sure that evil is determined by him. Therefore thou shalt deal kindly with thy servant, for thou hast brought thy servant into a covenant of the Lord with thee. Notwithstanding, if there be in me iniquity, slay me thyself. For why shouldest thou bring me to thy father?
Right. So again, they're conjuring up this plan. And David is just pleading his cause. He's like, look, man, you know my character. If you see the iniquity in me, just get me out of here yourself. Right? That's what the scriptures say anyway. You got to do all the whole pandering and bringing me to your dad. And no, just get me out of here. Right? Go ahead.
And Jonathan said, and Jonathan said, far be it from thee, for if I knew certainly that evil were determined by my father to come upon thee, then would not I tell thee?
Yeah, so Jonathan is like, well, look at my character. Wouldn't I not tell you? I've already told you my father's intentions. So don't you think I would really tell you if I knew for a certainty? Of course I'm gonna tell you, right? So we see these two men talking, and again, just pleading the cause for one another. And look at my character. Look at your character. We're upstanding men. Go ahead.
Verse 10. Then said David to Jonathan, who shall tell me? Or what if thy father answered thee roughly?
So he's like, wait a minute though. What if Saul, remember he's the king, what if he get about it with you? What if he answers you roughly? Right? Meaning, what if he kills you? Who's gonna now come and tell me what's on Saul's mind? Who else is in league with us? Who else is on your side, Jonathan? Who else is with me? It's a valid question, right? What if he gets you out the way? Then what? I ain't got no warning. Go ahead.
And Jonathan said unto David, come and let us go out into the field.
So now he's like, okay, let's get our story. Let's get the plan together on how we're gonna go about this, so that way Jonathan is preserved, and that way David can be warned either way. Y'all see this? So these men are using wisdom, right? They're using wisdom. David is knowing, don't go not in the way with a man that got the power to kill you. He knows that, right? Never trust that enemy. He knows that. David is making it very clear, you're my enemy. So David is like, well, damn, I can't trust you, right? But who can I trust? Jonathan. He's making it very clear that he's on his side. But they still got to move wise as a serpent, harmless as doves. Go ahead.
And they went out both of them into the field.
Right.
And Jonathan said unto David, O Lord God of Israel, when I have sounded my father about tomorrow, any time, or the third day, and behold, if there be good towards David, and I then sin not unto thee, and show it thee. Verse 13. The Lord do so, and much more to Jonathan. But if it please me, but if it please my father to do the evil, then I will show it thee, and send thee away, that thou mayest go in peace, and the Lord be with thee.
Right. So he's saying basically, if I send word the second or third day, or if I hear that Saul has a good intention to you, and I don't tell you, then the Lord is going to do to me worse if I don't tell you. But if I hear that he's going to do evil, I'm going to make sure I tell you. So he's basically just vowing to him, like, either way it goes, I'm going to let you know what's going on in Saul's mind based off his actions. Go ahead.
As he had been with my father.
Right. Because remember, I know sometimes the wording, the king's speech, the king's speak can get a little confusing. But the more you read, the more you study, the more you can break through that slight language barrier. Go ahead.
And thou shalt not only while yet I live show me the kindness of the Lord, that I die not. But also thou shalt not cut off thy kindness from my house forever. No, not when the Lord hath cut off the enemies of David, everyone from the face of the earth.
Right. So basically, Jonathan is like, look, you can't cut either which way it goes, you can't cut me off, because I'm looking out for you. I'm helping you to cut your enemies out of your life. So don't forget about me. This is what Jonathan is telling David. This is what he's asking him. You see that? He's reminding him, like, look, I'm looking out for you. Look out for me. I know Saul is on his thing, but I'm not on that. So just, look out for us. Go ahead.
So Jonathan made a covenant with the house of David, saying, let the Lord even inquire it at the hand of David's enemy. And Jonathan caused David to swear again, because he loved him, for he loved him as he loved his own soul. Then Jonathan said to David, tomorrow is the new moon, and thou shalt be missed, because thy seat will be empty. And when thou hast stayed 3 days, then thou shalt go down quickly and come to the place where thou didst hide thyself when the business was in hand, and shalt remain by the stone Ezel. And I will shoot 3 arrows on the side thereof, as though I shot at a mark. And behold, I will send a lad, saying, go, find out the arrows. if I expressly say unto the lad, behold, the arrows are on this side of thee, take them, then come thou, for there is a peace to thee, and no hurt, as the Lord liveth.
Y'all get that? Everybody? Okay, so basically this is the plan. This is half of the plan. David is gonna hide out next to a stone or a mountain, right? He's gonna hide out there. Jonathan is gonna shoot 3 arrows into the stone. Then he's gonna send a young boy, right? And he's gonna go out and Jonathan is gonna yell to the young boy, the stones are in the side of the mountain. Get them. That's gonna be the signal for David that it's safe. He can come back, right? So that's if it's safe. Now, if it's not safe, here's the other part of the plan. Read on.
But if I say unto thus, unto the young man, behold, the arrows are beyond thee, go thy way, for the Lord hath sent thee away.
But if I yell to the young man, the arrows are beyond me, they went far, that's like telling David, run. So the arrows and where he shoots them and what he says is going to signify safety or run. The arrows are on the side of the mountain, David, it's safe. The arrows are beyond thee, David, go. Good plan, right? Because now you're not gonna show your hand. And I'm pretty sure this is like a thing they were doing all the time. They were out there target practicing. Jonathan was just sharpening up his skills, right? So they used their everyday instinct to try to complete this task. Go ahead, and to preserve David. Go ahead.
And as touching the matter which thou and I have spoken of, behold, the Lord be between thee and me forever.
See that? So they're making this vow in the eyes of the Lord. And it's a good thing. This is a good thing because Jonathan is trying to look out for David, not for no reason, but being a good brother. Right? And yeah, obviously, Jonathan ain't stupid. Jonathan ain't dumb. He know what David is on. He know what the Most High is on with David. He can see it. Right? He can see it. He ain't dumb, but he's still asking favor beforehand, because I would too. Wouldn't you say, look, I'm looking out. Just don't forget me, man. I'm literally like standing up against evil, and my father is the evil. He's the enemy. God. Look out for me.
And reading this too, and also what I'm getting from this is Jonathan was not, the apple fell far from the tree. Jonathan on this. It wasn't like his father.
No, he
And
wasn't.
you can also see that he did have somewhat of a fear of the Most High because he saw the actions of David and how the Most High was protecting David. And then, he's using that wisdom.
Yes.
He's using that wisdom. He's learning from David and not taking after what his father.
Too much of Saul.
He could, didn't early on, we learned that the Most High said that, Saul's lineage would not get the throne. So he could be cut off, like literally, like die, if he had taken on the same force that his father did.
Yeah. But he's looking like, look, okay, obviously he don't know that the kingdom has been ripped from Saul and his generations, right? But at the same time, you can see where, he don't know. I don't think he knows David's intentions, right? Because think about it. What would any man do in a situation when another man is trying to kill him? It's like dog eat dog.
Right.
So the mind is like, well, I'm gonna kill him first. So if David kills Saul, then what happens?
He has to retaliate.
Can't he kill Jonathan? Ain't David more powerful than Jonathan? Jonathan ain't going out there slaying Philistines like that. He killed a garrison with 20 dudes, right? Let's be real. David is killing thousands. He went and killed 200 men and got the foreskins. Jonathan hit him and his servant did 20. It don't add up. So Jonathan is not on David's level when it comes to battle. So if David wanted to if you could take out Saul, he can take out Jonathan. But Jonathan is like, look, just look out for me. That's all he's saying. Like, I know Saul's gonna be out the way, right? But Jonathan is thinking that David is gonna retaliate, and like physically go at Saul when he gets a chance. He's not thinking. And yes, Jonathan had some of Saul's tendencies. He had a little bit of a presumptuous spirit on him when he went to go knock out that garrison. He didn't even tell nobody. He just went. He wasn't the captain of the army. That was Abner. Why'd he go? Why did he tell nobody? Right? So there was, I mean, Saul was his daddy. There were some tendencies. Right? So, but yeah, I mean, y'all see this, right? I know, we're just looking a little bit into it. But again, it just plays to the character that we already see. Right? Go ahead.
Verse 24. So David hid himself in the field, and when the new moon was come, the king sat him down to eat meat, and the king sat upon his seat, as at other times, even upon a seat by the wall. And Jonathan arose, and Abner sat beside Saul's side, and David's place was empty. Nevertheless, Saul spake not anything that day, for he thought something had befallen him. He is not clean.
Right, because why would a man not show up to the feast? Right? When was a man not supposed to be amongst the congregation? Right? If he was unclean. Right? So he's thinking, oh, David's unclean, he didn't come. Go ahead.
Surely he is not clean. And it came to pass on the morrow, which was the second day of the month, that David's place was empty. And Saul said unto Jonathan his son, wherefore cometh not the son of Jesse to me, neither yesterday nor today?
Right. So it's you, right? You were up. Who was up here? Oh, did you ever come up? Yeah, you did. You were the first one. Okay. Right. Any questions on that before we get the last salute? The last. Oh.
Lashabar, Shabbat Shah, Yahawah, Banya Sharala.
Lashabar, Shabbat Shah, Yahawah, Banya Sharala. Men of Israel. And Mike, Rock.
Yahweh Hashem Yahweh Shabrakatham.
Yahweh Hashem Yahweh Shabrakatham. I'm saying I get my Rams horn up, my battle cry.
Yeah, you know a little bit.
But you up in the house tonight. Troops, mount up. God. Yeah, buddy. We are in the home stretch, guys. Yeah, usually the Sabbath class goes long because of the questions. So it's all good, Come with it, yep. The workman is worthy of his hire. You're at 1 Samuel 20 and 28.
Book of 1 Samuel, chapter 20, verse 28. And Jonathan answered Saul, David earnestly asked leave of me to go to Bethlehem. And he said, let me go, I pray thee. For our family have a sacrifice in the city, and my brother, he have commanded me to be there. And now, if I have found favor in thine eyes, let me get away, I pray thee, and see my brethren. Therefore he cometh not unto the king's table. Then Saul's anger was kindled against Jonathan, and he said unto him, thou son of the perverse rebellious woman.
Oh, dang, he started going into his mama. Damn. Go ahead.
Do not I know that thou hast chosen the son of Jesse to thine own confusion, and unto the confusion of thy mother's nakedness?
Thy mother's shame. Go ahead.
For as long as the son of Jesse
you putting
liveth,
your mom to shame with that decision, is what he was saying. It's like you so shameful, your mom is ashamed now. Go ahead.
for as long as the son of Jesse liveth upon the ground, thou shalt not be established.
See that?
So now he's kind of turning it back on the son.
Well, what he just showed his hand right here. He said, as long as David is alive, you'll never be established, because he knows the successor to the kingdom is David. He knows that now. It's like that's been a solid narrative for a while. But Saul is so caught up in his anger, so caught up in his hatred, that he thinks killing David is going to give Jonathan the throne, like what the Most High said ain't valid.
Right.
Most High is going to get another David.
Yeah.
Right? Like how Cain killed Abel, and another Abel was born, which was Seth, meaning the righteous line is always going to be there. He said he got 7,000 reserved, right? He got men reserved that time and now to take that mantle. But Saul, not being studious of the Most High, not being pious, he's thinking, oh, I can just solve this with murder. That's simple. And all my problems are fixed. Nah, bro. No, it don't work like that with the Most High. He always has a backup plan. Go ahead, read on.
Nor thy kingdom. Wherefore now send and fetch him unto me, for he shall surely die.
So I'm doing this for you, Jonathan. That's real crazy. You doing it for Jonathan all of a sudden, for his kingdom to be established. But look at how the kingdom is being established. It says it in I believe it's Proverbs. It said that the kingdom should not be established on iniquity or unrighteousness, something like that. We can find it. But you can't establish a kingdom in wickedness. And every kingdom established in wickedness is what? It's destroyed. Woe to the rebellious kingdoms, bro, that establish in blood, right? They get destroyed. Look at Babylon. Look at Persian and Mede. Look at the Assyrian captivity or kingdoms. Look at the Romans. Look at the Egyptians. No kingdom that established itself in wickedness is around. They've all been destroyed, right? And every king that established his kingdom on murder and robbery and rape and being disingenuous and deception, it lasts for but a moment. It said the wicked is like a spark. They last for but a moment. Right? Go ahead.
And Jonathan answered Saul his father and said unto him,
Go ahead, read on.
Wherefore shall he be slain? What hath he done? And Saul cast a javelin at him to smite him.
Proverbs 16 and verse 12. Read that.
Proverbs chapter 16, verse 12. It is an abomination to kings to commit wickedness.
See that? It's an abomination. This guy Saul was abominable. Abominable to the Most High. Go ahead.
For the throne is established by righteousness.
That's how the throne should be established, by righteousness. So the Most High didn't matter. So if Jonathan consorted with Saul to kill David, his throne would have been established on wickedness. And he would have been abominable. Y'all see that? And if I'm not mistaken, the grandson that Saul had, wasn't that Jonathan's son?
I believe so.
Yeah. And as we read forward, David kept his promise.
Yeah. Look out for him.
He looked out. Remember, he said you could eat at the king's table for the rest of your life. His son was crippled. I'm jumping. But his son, was he, he was lame or something like that, yeah. But he couldn't walk.
Yep.
And so, remember, David went and fetched for him, and he's thinking, oh, David is sending to kill me.
Kill me, yeah.
And he said, nah, I came to look out for you. I came to do the righteousness I said I was going to do on Jonathan's behalf. He said, you can eat from my table all the days of your life. You ain't going to be king, but you're going to be able to just live. You see that? So David was, I mean, bro, Think about all that Saul did, and he still looked out for his lineage. Most High cut him off to a point where David still had a chance to say, you know what? I'm gonna exact vengeance on the grandchild because of Saul, and he did it. He said, bro, you could eat from my table. That's a big deal.
Yeah.
Right? You like eating from the king's table mean that you in his courts. When they said Daniel could eat from the king's table, he lived in the court of the king. He was in the king. He was in the kingdom. He was in the castle.
You know, the heir of the king.
Yeah, what that Daniel did, but just showing you that he got all those amenities and benefits, being Saul's grandson because of Jonathan. And we're gonna read it. I know I kind of jumped forward, but we'll read it in a couple of weeks. Good. Read on.
Whereby Jonathan knew that it was determined of his father to slay David.
See that? Jonathan picked it up and said, oh yeah, this is his doing. Go ahead.
So Jonathan arose from the table in fierce anger and did eat no meat the second.
What's that?
So back up to 32.
Right.
Or, yeah, 32 and 33.
Read it.
Verse 32. And Jonathan answered Saul his father and said unto him, wherefore shall he be slain? What hath he done? And Saul cast a javelin at him to smite him.
So Saul threw a javelin at Jonathan
Jonathan
to kill him.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he tried to kill him.
Going back then doing it. David, it was at his son's.
Yeah, this time it's at Jonathan that he tried to kill. Yeah, this dude was off his rocker.
You guys be worried about anytime Saul has a javelin in his hand.
Yeah.
You gotta walk very carefully.
Yeah. You could imagine, or any type of instrument, blunt instrument.
Yeah.
Right? You had to be on point when you was around Saul, because he get mad and just start
Throw a book at you hard.
throwing pots and pans at you like an angry female. Like, you remember your mama used to just throw things? Yeah. You say something, you oh, dang. That's a whole kitchen table at you.
All right.
But yeah, he tried to smoke Jonathan. So now Jonathan is like, yo, if you can try to kill me, like literally put your hand on me, I know it's in you to kill David. I know it's in you to kill David. You just told me that the kingdom needs to be established through me. And you just try to kill me. Like, bro, this dude was bipolar.
Yes.
This dude was bipolar.
Double-minded man.
I hate to put it on this guy, but dang, he got like real spirits on him. Like, we gotta kill David so your kingdom will be established, son. And then in the next breath, I'm gonna try to kill you, son. Like mental, but that's when the spirit of the Lord leaves a man. Ooh, it's bad. You can see it here. Like, this is not what we want.
And it showed that it's like Saul didn't do that for Jonathan. Like, that was all him.
That was all his plan.
It was all him the whole time. Because if it was for Jonathan, Jonathan would have been like, oh, well, Father, I see what you mean. I understand what you mean. But he was just like, nah, I'm doing this for you. And I immediately try to kill you afterwards? Nah, that's for me.
Because Jonathan didn't agree.
Yeah.
Oh, you don't agree? Well, F it then.
I'll make another one.
F it then. It wasn't about you anyway. It's about me.
You other sons also.
Read on.
Whereby Jonathan knew that it was determined of his father to slay David. So Jonathan arose from the table in fierce anger and did eat no meat the second day of the month. For he was grieved for David, because his father had done him shame. And it came to pass in the morning that Jonathan went out into the field at the time appointed with David, and a little lad with him. And he said unto his lad, run, find out now the arrows which I shot. And as the lad ran, he shot an arrow behind him.
Beyond him.
Beyond him.
So now the plan is coming into effect. He didn't shoot him into the stone. Shot him over his head, way out. So he can yell and David could hear. Watch, go ahead.
And when the lad was come to the place of the arrow which Jonathan had shot, Jonathan cried after the lad. And he said, is not the arrow beyond thee? And Jonathan cried after the lad, make speed, haste, stay not.
That was the signal to David. David could hear him screaming. Because it's just a perfectly orchestrated plan, though. But David he's in the field. He's hidden. So he could hear, run, go, don't stay. Didn't the arrows go beyond you? Right, go ahead.
And Jonathan's lad gathered up the arrows and came to his master. But the lad knew not anything. Only Jonathan and David knew the matter. And Jonathan gave his artillery unto his lad, and said unto him, Go, carry them to the city. And as soon as the lad was done, David arose out of a place toward the south, and fell on his face to the ground, and bowed himself 3 times. And they kissed one another, and wept one with another, until David exceeded. And Jonathan said to David, Go in peace, for as much as we have sworn, both of us, in the name of the Lord, saying, The Lord be between me and thee, and between my seed and thy seed forever. And he arose and departed. And Jonathan went into the city. 1 Samuel chapter 21 and verse 1.
Be clear on that, right? Okay.
Then came David to Nob, to Ahimelech the priest. And Ahimelech was afraid at the meeting of David, and said unto him, Why art thou alone, and no man with thee? And David said,
Because when David pulled up, you know what time it was. Why was David sent out by the king? For war. So they're like, oh, wait a minute, what's going on here? What you on, man? What type of business you on? Coming down peacefully? It's like John Wick. It's like, you working, John? You're like, John, you back working, John? Nah, Brad. Right? Or yeah. Right? They're like, wait a minute, you on business? Right. There, you working? Like, yeah. All right, John. Right? Reese was nervous. They're like, wait, David, you working? Hold up. Where's the men? You know, like, what's going on? Like, they didn't know what was going on because, I mean, usually there was communication, but it wasn't communicated that David was coming. That's all it is. Wasn't communicated that he was coming. What type of business are you on? Go ahead.
And David said unto Ahimelech the priest, The king have commanded me a business, and have said unto me, Let no man know anything of the business whereabout I send you.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he should have just, I mean, he's dealing with the priest. He's dealing with the priest. He should have told the priest the truth. Yeah.
So that was what I was gonna ask. So, but was he doing that because had he said what he was there for, somebody could have got word back to Saul?
I mean, word still got back to Saul, and as we know, all the priests get wiped out. And guess what? Yeah, I believe even David felt bad about it, about the priests getting wiped out. Hopefully, I'm not adding that.
No, he pulls him to the, when he's running, he pulls the priest with him. Remember, he goes to get the priest coming with us.
Wait, not all the priests, because remember, Doeg comes through and slays.
Right, well, those died, but the rest of them after.
Right. So he kind of felt bad, but the point is, bro, why did he have to conjure up some story with the priests? Well, I get it. You in fear, you don't know who's on your side and who's not, but I mean, they're the priests, though. You went to Samuel, but maybe the priesthood was still recovering from Eli, his sons, right? Remember, Samuel's sons was off. Samuel wasn't, so I guess, David was testing them waters. You could say that he lied out of fear. Or just not trusting these priests.
So I'm not thinking that he didn't trust the priests.
Because he went to them.
Yeah, because remember when he went to see Samuel?
Right.
Word got back that he was in Nahal.
Yep.
And it wasn't the priest
there was always spies on Saul's
that's what I'm.
Yeah, no matter what, the word was gonna get back. He should have just told the truth, but he didn't tell the truth, right? I mean, he should have just told the truth. Especially dealing with the priest. The priest could have maybe set up some prayers, supplication to the Most High. Who knows? I mean, when he went to Samuel, what happened?
All the people got converted when Saul sent the
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. When he was truthful with Samuel, what happened? That spirit shut Saul down. Should have did the same thing right here. Saul would have been shut down. He would have came. Doeg the Edomite would have been nada. He would have been. Them priests would have destroyed that cat. But he opened it up. He didn't. I mean, that's my opinion.
Well, to Satan, liar, lies, father.
Yeah,
lies.
the deceiver and deceived is it. Like, that's my opinion. I'm not saying that the scriptures are saying that. I'm just saying, just based off of what happened prior, where he told Samuel what was up. The Most High worked on his behalf. This time he lied. He basically lied to them because Samuel did not send him on any business. And we see what happens. They end up dying. So, what's the lesson? Tell the damn truth. Tell the truth all the time. Even if you think it's going to get you out of a situation, you might cause somebody else to fall. Yeah. Go ahead.
And what I have commanded thee, and I have appointed my servants to such and such a place. Now therefore, what is under thine hand? Give me 5 loaves of bread in my hand, or what there is present.
Right. Like, give me 5 loaves. Remember, he been hiding out in the field for the last 2 days. Go ahead.
And the priest answered David and said, there is no common bread under my hand, but there is hallowed bread, if the young men have kept themselves at least from women. And David answered the priest and said unto him, of a truth women have been kept from us about these 3 days, since I came out, and the vessels of the young men are holy, and the bread is in a manner common, yea, though it were sanctified this day in the vessel. So the priest gave him hallowed bread, for there was no bread there but the showbread that was taken from before the Lord to put hot bread in the day when it was taken away.
Verse 7. Now a certain man of the servants of Saul was there that day, detained before the Most High.
Now, remember, where were you at? Verse 7? Verse 5. And David answered the priest and said unto him, of a truth, women have been kept. And the priest gave him the hollow bread, the showbread, right? Remember, the showbread was for the priest only. For there was no bread there but the showbread that was taken from before the Lord to put hot bread in the day when it was taken away. Right? Remember, Yahushua uses this instance in Matthew's, I believe, the 14th chapter or the 12th chapter to articulate that the law is not meant to destroy and kill us. The law was that the priests ate the showbread. But was the law meant for a man to starve? No. So even though the showbread was for the priest gave it to him. Did they break the law? No. Because it wasn't meant for a man to starve to death. These men were starving, they were hungry, right? The priest, it's good to do good according to the law. It's good to do good on the Sabbath days. I believe this was a Sabbath day that he did this too. Right? And that's why he used the instance. But basically showing that the law wasn't meant to kill us. Like, we're not under like slaves to the law. You're dying under the law. You're dying under the law because of decisions you make. Right? But he used it. This was an instance in history that he went all the way back to David. because Yahweh Shai was a very astute man in the scriptures. He was very knowledgeable in the Bible. He was very knowledgeable in the law, right? He was the most knowledgeable in the law, right? The Pharisees, not so much. Now, the coldest part is the Pharisees would have let David starve right here. That's why he used it. Because he's like, you niggas would have let your brother starve based off of the law says, because it don't say a man shouldn't eat, right? But he was using that to show them, y'all would have let David starve. And it wasn't just David here. David had men with him. He had men's, right? You would have let all them people starve based on the letter of the law, right? The carnal mind, not seeing that the law wasn't meant for you to starve. It was meant for you to look out for each other. Now, see that? That's why I want to go back to that. If you ever understood why he said, did you not see David take the showbread from the priests? This is what he was referring back to. Go ahead. Where we at?
Verse 7.
Yeah, you can jump. Yep.
And his name was Doeg. and Edomite.
Hey, what?
An Edomite.
Yeah, so you got this damn Doeg, the damn Edomite, bro. Ugh. Because Saul was just going around collecting action figures. He was like a big kid collecting men. That's what the Bible tells us, right? Josephus said the same thing. Every city he went, he fought, and he collected the big and strong and the beautiful. So obviously, Doeg was a healthy Edomite that he kept because he was strong and good looking. Go ahead. What?
So that's not the Edomite is a priest or what?
No, Doeg was one of Saul's men that he sent to the priest. Yeah, he sent him to the right. Watch, read verse 7.
Now a certain man of the servants of Saul.
What? Go ahead.
Was there that day.
Yeah, so he was a servant of Saul. So Saul had Edomite servants, which makes sense because he was fighting against Amalek, whooping on him, but he wasn't supposed to be taking servants of Amalek. Ooh, see? Ooh. Who wants them to be servants? Well, I do. But at that time, you weren't supposed to have them as servants. They were supposed to be wiped out. Here goes Saul breaking the Most High's commands that he's giving him directly. Remember, all of Amalek was supposed to be wiped out. He saved Agag. Well, he saved Doeg too. He got Doeg riding too, right? And after you save Agag, everything is open. Go ahead.
Detained before the.
What?
So basically, this Doeg was actually a remnant of Agag, because remember in I was saying Judith. Remember the guy from that kills. That
Yeah, Hernan, he was an Agagite.
He was an Agagite.
Well, this is the thing. It says that. It says that about him, that he was an Agagite, right? But this says that he's an Edomite. So remember, Esau had many children. You can't just say that he's just a remnant of the Amalekites.
Right. Okay,
because Amalek was a grandchild. You had many grandchildren, so he could have been an Edomite from another tribe of Esau. Okay. Remember, he had many sons.
Okay.
Yeah, so we don't want you to say he's one thing. It don't say.
Right.
Right.
Okay. Yeah.
But it says that he's an Edomite. It does say that he's an Edomite. Wow. Yeah.
Doesn't this show that there was somebody, like, we don't know if this Doeg was around the priest, right? It just says there was a servant of Saul that was that day.
Right. I mean, he could have been around at that. I mean, let's see here. Oh, well, listen, it said he was the chiefest of the herdmen that belonged to, so he was over the herdsmen of Saul. So the herdmen, they move around. They're not just stationed in one area. They'll move the herd here and there, but they may have had a herd where these priests were. Right? So what was your question though?
There could have been somebody.
Oh, that gave word? Oh, most definitely. The king is everywhere. The king is everywhere. He got somebody right? The scriptures tell you about that. The scriptures tell you about speaking, like laying on your bed and speaking against the king and he hears it. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Somebody get it real quick. It's like, how the hell the king, I'm in my bedroom, how you know what I'm saying? Like the king got ears and eyes everywhere, right? He always got somebody that's doing what? Trying to pander and kiss up to him and, oh, you know, I got this information, king. You got to, you know, because why? They want the favor of the king, right? So you always got people that's betraying people for the king to get that favor of the, you know, the king's behalf to oh, I get to sit at the king's table. You see what I'm saying? Or I get to get taxed. Like, oh, you know, the king looking out for me. So the king had, bro, he had minions everywhere. It's his kingdom. And think about it. A king is going to position people in places where he can't be to do that very thing.
Yeah.
To listen, to watch, to be his ears, to be his eyes, to bring back information. You found it?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, read it.
Ecclesiastes chapter 10, verse 20.
Right?
Curse not the king.
Right?
No, not in thy thoughts.
Right?
And curse not the rich in thy bedchamber.
Go ahead.
For a bird of the air
right
shall carry the voice.
See that? He got birdies. Tweet, 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 tweet. He got Twitter. He got tweets. He got birds. Right? They flying kites to the king. He's flipping pigeons, bro. Pigeons is flipping, and then they sending letters, man. Right? You're like, how the hell he here? Well, he got ears. He got flies on the walls. He got people putting cups to the wall and listening. Right? We heard you had said, but bro, I was like dreaming that. How would you hear that? King got niggas in your dreams telling on you, right? Go ahead.
And that which hath wings shall tell the matter.
Yeah, them thoughts and that speech is gonna fly off to the king's ears. So nothing, a real king, it says a righteous man knows the estate of his flock. A good man, a good shepherd, right? Now, knowing that estate, he can't be in every corner of the flock, but he has things to watch out and to warn and prevent and to tell, right? A king can't be everywhere in his kingdom, but he can, right? Because he appoints the eyes and the ears. Remember, they call something, you watch like the Game of Thrones and show, they call it the king's hand. I'm the hand of the king. Well, what does that mean? I'm the one that puts what the king says into action. I'm his hand. I'm going to put the work in. So he says it to me, and then I get it done. Right? King's hand. But the king had eyes and ears, many of them. So word is getting back to Saul. Right? Go ahead.
And his name was Doeg, an Edomite, the chiefest of the herdmen that belonged to Saul.
Right.
And David said unto Ahimelech, and is there not here under thine hand spear or sword? For I have neither brought my sword nor my weapons with me, because the king's business required haste. And the priest said, the sword of Goliath, the Philistine, whom thou slewest in the valley of Elah, behold, it is here, wrapped in a cloth behind the ephod. If thou wilt take that, take it, for there is no other save that here. And David said, there is none like that, give it to me. And David arose and fled that day for fear of Saul, and went to Achish, the king of Gath. And the servants of Achish said unto him, is not this David, the king of the land? Did they not seem one to it?
Wait. Read that again.
And the servants of Achish said unto him, is not this David, the king of the land?
Yeah, they already knew who the king was. Based off of straight action and based off of wisdom. They knew who the king was. They recognized David as the king already. Saul been lost. He didn't know. He didn't know. Just because you don't know don't mean it ain't real, bro.
Right.
Everybody else is seeing like you fumbled that. David is the king. You see that? And he the king of the land. Go ahead.
Did they not sing one to another of him in dances?
Woo! Go ahead.
Saying, Saul has slain his thousands, and David his 10,000.
Yeah, David is that king just based off the work he put in. Dang. Go ahead.
And David laid up these words in his heart, and was sore afraid of Achish, the king of Gath. And he changed his behavior before them.
So why did he get afraid? Why did David become afraid of this king?
You gonna tell Saul that David was in his lane?
Nah.
Because he lied when he said when he was there for to the priest.
No. It's because they knew what?
I would say that he already went to war with them. He beat them before.
That's the point.
He's a threat.
They're looking at David as a threat. They're like, wait a minute, you killing tens of thousands, but you by yourself? Ooh.
Perfect.
Perfect. You already wiped us out. Ooh. Now you here? Ain't no army. There's no men with you like that. You ain't got no weapon. You got this. You got the one sword. Got him. So David had to do what? Said he got he used wisdom, man. Yeah, he got afraid. He got afraid in the way of he didn't just automatically get prideful. Like, yeah, I whooped y'all niggas' asses last week. Now what? Now what? And start moving his neck all crazy and like he was like, oh dang, he said that. Ooh, they remember how I get down, but I can't be that guy right now because that's not the circumstance. Becoming all things to all men, right? Condescending to low estate, not boasting himself off of previous actions, not letting his pride. Come on, man! Like it's David, he could have ripped through this dude's whole army, but why? Why tempt the Lord? Right? Why tempt the Lord? The Lord didn't tell you to go do that.
Right.
Most High is preserving you you on the run.
Right.
You are not in a position to fight right now.
Right. That's not the move.
It's not the move. So David is great at doing what? Recognizing situation, right? And being observant, being vigilant. Because your adversary, the devil, is telling you that he's next to you. Right? So he got fearful in the way of, you know what? Dang, they got the advantage. Read on.
And he changed his behavior before them.
Right.
And feigned himself mad.
Right. He changed himself into a madman. All of a sudden, he just got Alzheimer's. All of a sudden, he went crazy. He got demons on him. Damn, this nigga got demons.
Like a lunatic?
Yeah, he's a lunatic. Because what does he start doing? Go ahead.
In their hands. And scrabbled on the doors of the gate.
Yeah, he just yeah. Like, you know how, like when you watched, remember The Accountant?
Oh.
With Ben Affleck? Mm-hmm. He would just go into his thing, he just start writing on the walls.
Yeah.
And he would just write and write and write until what? He got the number that he was looking for. You ever watch A Beautiful Mind? Right? Kind of the same type of thing. Like they just go into that remember watch Rain Man? Yeah. Like the damn the toothpicks fell and he counted them all. He went into Rain Man mode. Yep. He just started, yeah.
Exactly.
And they're like, bruh, what's going on with you? He's like, yeah.
They're like, David.
David.
Yeah.
David.
He just started losing it. Go ahead.
And let his spittle fall down upon his
He
head.
started dribbling on himself.
That's crazy.
Right? But I'm gonna show you something. So there was a dude, right? He was in jail. This is a real story. You can look it up. He was in jail, and he was on a murder trial, and he did not want to do the life sentence in jail. So, then maybe it's not a true story. Maybe I got this from a movie, right? I don't remember. There's been so many things. But anyway, he's before the judge. Maybe I got it from a movie. Maybe this is like Desperado or something. But he's standing in front of the judge, and And they're about to sentence him, and he goes in his pants and starts licking his fingers.
Oh.
Pulls out a whole glob of booby.
Oh.
Start licking his hands, right? And they're like, oh, he got to go to the mental institute. When they come to find out later, it's just peanut butter. Packed his bum full of peanut butter and just, right? Because everybody knows when you play that mental card, people are going to let you off a little bit easier. Like, oh, his wits ain't with him. So the things that he say, the things that he does, he's not really going to be accountable for. Did I get that from a movie? What movie was that? Was that Desperado?
I don't know.
In the beginning when he was talking to him at the bar? No, that wasn't. That was it. At the beginning when he was talking to him at the bar, I think that was the story he told.
Probably read the scriptures.
I gotta stop watching that, but that's what I'm saying. Cass be reading the scriptures.
It was a movie though.
They read the scriptures and they mimic the scriptures. Right? It said David feigned himself mad. He changed himself to a madman. But ain't that what a lot of criminals try to do? Like, oh, I'm mentally, their plea is mental insanity. And they try to go be in the loony house because it's not maximum security. They get to watch a little bit of extra TV to get more jello with their medication. They playing ping pong in there. You know what I'm saying? Or they just get to stare out the window. It's a real thing. But look, we see David doing it because it's cunning.
My brother, he was at the club one time, right? And these two dudes were fighting. And then he kind of got involved, right? So now they're both on him, right? They wanna fight him,
right?
So he had took like the bar stool and just started swinging around, acting crazy, and then threw it, and they're like, they kind of like, oh, this guy's crazy.
He's mental.
He walked out.
Yeah,
they didn't want to mess with. They
Everybody knows that people that ain't got their mind with them, they are extra strong. They got a little bit of extra strength on them. Like, no. Right? So, it doesn't always work? No. Right? Because the cops don't give a shit. They don't care about that.
How strong?
Yeah, they cuff you up, beat you. Right? But David was, listen, wise as a serpent, harmless as a dove. He was trying to preserve his life. He feigned himself mad. He started drooling, scribbling all types of madness everywhere. They're like, damn, this dude's off his rocker. Go ahead. You're reading 22 and 6. Chapter 22 and 6.
Verse 14. Then said Achish unto his servants, Lo, ye see, the man is mad. Wherefore then have ye brought him to me? Have I need of madman, that ye have brought this fellow to play the madman in my presence? Shall this fellow come into my house?
Like, what would do with him? He was crazy. Go ahead.
Chapter 22, verse 1. David therefore departed thence and escaped to the cave of Adullam. And when his brethren and all his father's house heard it, they went down thither to him. And everyone.
And think about it. Why does he go to Achish? Well, he know that Saul is not just going to go to war with Achish. He's not just going to start a war because of David, right? He's not going to go into this king's land to start a war. So that was a good way to hide, right? The enemy of my enemy is my friend, type of thing. So let me go over here real quick, because I know Saul is not just going to walk up into Gath and just start going haywire looking for me. So I get a little bit of a breather by going here, right? Hanging out a little bit. And then once he puts on this act, then he's able to flee. But then guess what? Hey, David is in Gath. He leaves. Nobody else knows where he's at now until the next word gets to Saul. That's kind of how that works, you know. Go ahead.
And everyone that was in distress, and everyone that was in debt, and everyone that was discontented, gathered themselves unto him, and he became a captain over them. And there were with him about 400 men.
See that? So, and when his brethren and all his father's house heard it, they went down hither to him. See that? So everybody, they riding with David. They're like, wait a minute, this is David, right? A good man. So 400 men now gather up with David. What's that?
And they in modern day, they always try to play this exact thing that's happened here, as like the outcast king or the rebel king
or some type of coup.
Yeah, like it's like somebody's outside that all the what you would say the outcasts or the misfits will go to.
Right. Yep. Yep. But we see, you know, they looking at the situation and they forsake what they have and they go to where David is.
Right.
Right. Go ahead.
Verse 3. And David went thence to Mizpah of Moab, and he said unto the king of Moab, let my father and my mother, I pray thee, come forth and be with you, till I know what God will do for me.
See that? So he's like asking refuge for his mother and father, because what's the king's next move if you can't get David?
Yep.
All his brethren is gone. I'm gonna go to your family, hold them hostage, hold them as the carrot on the stick. David is smart. He's smart, and he's going to these other kings. I mean, well, let's think about it. There are no other kings to really go to. You can't go to Saul because he's after you. So the only other thing to do is go to these other kingdoms, right? Where in order for Saul to get David's family, he got to go wage war on a whole nother nation. Now, is he willing to risk war, right? On a whole nother nation for two people, for one person?
You hope not.
You would hope not. You would hope that, damn, this nigga is not that retarded. But guess what? When a man is inflamed with his anger, when he got his feelings guiding him, man, bro, many men have went to war for some real fictitious things. Right? Go ahead. Huh? Yeah. Yeah, that's very true. Go ahead.
Verse 4. And he brought them before the king of Moab, and they dwelt with him all the while that David was in the hold.
So Moab was good with it. The king of Moab was good with it. I'm looking at this as David got the respect. He got the respect on the account of a few things. First of all, it was the Most High's will for this to happen. But when you do what's pleasing in the sight of the Lord, even thy enemies will be at peace with you. This is it right here. I mean, why do you think we get Proverbs? Who do you think the Proverbs is coming from? And all these different things. They're coming from these actions of these men. And we see it, right? So David is getting favor from his enemies through his obedience to the Most High. It's just that simple. It's just that simple. It's not even a hard concept. Go ahead.
And the prophet Gad said unto David, abide not in the hold, depart, and get thee into the land of Judah. Then David departed and came into the forest of Hareth. When Saul heard that David was discovered, and the men that were with him, now Saul abode in Gibeah under a tree in Ramah, having his spear in his hand, and all his servants were standing about him.
Right, 7. 1 Samuel chapter 22 and 7. And Saul said unto his servants that stood about him, hear now, ye Benjamites. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Remember, where was, remember, Saul was from that one Benjamite city that did that one thing to that one Levite woman. That one time back in Judges. A long time ago, but not so long ago. So he got he went and got the most stiff-headed people. Some Benji. You know, Benji ain't backing down. Right? They're not going to back down. So he went and got him some Benjamites. Will the son of Jesse give every one of you fields and vineyards and make all of you captains of thousands, captains of hundreds? So now I got to bribe the men. Right. I got to bribe the men because this dude, David, is too cunning. So now I got to use what? Carnality. Fields, vineyards. I got to make promises that I'm not going to fulfill. You still ain't give David the first wife that he earned by slaying Goliath. You tricked him out of that. Tricked him out of the second wife by making him flee. Like, it's wildness going on. And these dummies are trusting Saul. They're not looking and seeing this guy's character. And it's totally on display for all to see. It's not being hidden. It's not hiding who he is, right? So now, can David give you these things? Well, no, he can't, because he don't got these things to give. In because David is not really king in the sight of the majority of the people. Right? He's only king in the eyes of the Most High right now, and Samuel. But everybody else, like, who is David that I should serve me?
Right.
Nabal. Who is the king that I should serve him? Right? So it's like, well, he don't got these things to give because he doesn't technically have the rulership to be able to do this. So Saul is boasting his rulership. We read it. We read it. Go back to that Ecclesiasticus yesterday that you asked the question on. And it said a rich man's anger.
Yeah.
Right? Watch this. Read it. Read the, it's right. Read that. Read the part about the rich man.
Ecclesiastes chapter 28, verse 10.
Right.
And according to his riches,
right,
his anger rises.
See that? Saul's anger is infinite, or can be infinite. Why? Because he got infinite riches. He can pay anybody he wants. He can give away as many fields and as many women and as many confectionaries, and he can give away as many chariots and this and that, as many as he wants. Why? Because he has he's privy to all the kingdom. It's all his. So he can promise fields and women and wives and land. He can promise all that to infinity and beyond because he's rich. But then that means that the more he can promise that, the more his anger explodes. You see that? Y'all with me? All right, let's move on. 8, that all of you have conspired against me. Oh, wow. Damn. Nigga. They all with you though.
Right.
Right? And there is none, and there is none that showeth me that my son hath made a league with the son of Jesse. So he's upset because nobody exposed Jonathan.
Oh, wow.
Nobody knew though.
Right.
Remember, this was all between Jonathan and David. Nobody knew the plan.
Right.
Nobody knew the conspiracy. But here goes. So what's going on with Saul right here? What's he now becoming? Paranoid. An evil suspicion has overthrown many. Now he's suspicious. He got an evil suspicion of his servants. They didn't know. They didn't know that what was going on. But now see, this is y'all's fault.
Yeah, not mine.
Not mine. This is y'all. You niggas didn't tell me what was up with David. And look.
He got my son.
Look. See. No accountability. Passing the blame. But now this dude is really going mental.
He just promised them all this stuff.
I mean, this is wild as hell.
And then blamed them right after.
This is wild because this be happening, bro. This is like today. It's like today news.
So is he just going off of assumption again? Like,
Yes.
Okay, because how did he know that Jonathan?
Well, he knows because David is gone, so he knows that it's Jonathan that, he puts 2 and 2 together. Yeah. But what he's thinking is that his servants had a hand in it. So he's blaming them. We read it. It said it was only between Jonathan and David and the Lord.
Yeah.
So he's blaming them, thinking that they allowed Jonathan to team up with David and they basically coerced it or let it happen underneath his nose. That's not what happened. His servants did not know. You see that? His servants didn't have no hand in what happened. It was the Most High, Jonathan, and David. So what is it showing you too? This guy don't look at anything spiritual. He looks at men. He looks at only what men can do and not what the Most High wants to do. Right? There's many things you can pick up just from a few sentences about Saul, man. Right? And there is none of you that is sorry for me. Oh, I want sympathy. Or showeth unto me that my son hath stirred up my servant against me to lie in wait as at this day. Y'all ain't doing enough. Nigga, you out here sitting under a tree, chilling with a javelin in his hand.
Right, again.
Again, so you already know. He did the New Jack City. Right? Sit your butt out. Right? So he laid them all out and he's walking around like, see, ain't none of y'all. He got the javelin. I'd be nervous.
He's like fake throwing it.
Yeah.
None of y'all
right?
was trying to help me.
Where was you? Right? I'd be like, bro, listen, come on. Wasn't even there. Right? Who's that?
This is also how you can tell, like,
his spirit was off and he was rolling with that spirit of Cain, because he immediately made himself the victim.
Right. I don't know how this happened. Am I my brother's keeper? I don't know.
Yeah.
Right. Immediately made himself a victim. Nigga said, nobody feels sorry for me. You the king! I gotta feel sorry for you, bro. Right? Now check this out. Here we go. Never trust thine enemy, because when he's sitting next to you, he be waiting. Right? Then answered Doeg the Edomite. Oh my God. Quick. Damn white boy stands up quick. Hand raised. Right? Right.
My king?
Yeah. Many thanks, right? many oblations. Right? Then answered Doeg the Edomite, which was set over the servants of Saul, and said, I saw the son of Jesse coming to Nob, to Abimelech, the son of Ahitub. Uh-oh, snitch. That nigga, yeah, he ratted. And he conquered, and also and he inquired of the Lord for him. So he's saying that the priests of Ahimelech inquired of the Lord on David's behalf. He gave him victuals and gave him the sword of Goliath. Yeah, he just sang. He tweeted. It says it, right?
He also embellished.
He tweeted. He sent the tweet out in less than 160 characters. This man wasn't playing. Right? But that's what, you hang out with Edomites, that's what's going to happen. They're going to tell him. They're not going to be loyal, but he's loyal to the king. Why? Because now he knows. Oh, snap. Fields?
Yeah. Word?
Money? Right? Wait, I'm going to conspire with the king to get these amenities. So, oh yeah, Doeg was trying to come up.
Yeah, he wasn't trying to be a herdsman.
No, he wasn't trying to be no sheep over the dam. I'm over here watching niggas walk sheep. I'm good, bro. I'm trying to get up in the king's court.
Start my kingdom.
Hell yeah, basically. I'm trying to get up in the king's court with all the beautiful walls and women and this and that. AC. Tired of being a field nigga. I'm tired of being a field cracker. Yeah, I'm trying to get that nice one. Yeah, bro. I'm trying to, shower daily. All that.
I see them doing that. I want to.
Yeah, I'm trying to get all the amenities, man. Right? So I'm telling. I'm ratting. That's what he did. He told. Right? Then the king sent to call Ahimelech, the priest, the son of Ahitub, in all his father's house. Damn. And the priests that were in Nob, and they came, all of them, to the king. And Saul said, Hear now, thou son of Ahitub. And he answered, Here I am, my lord. Saul said unto him, Why have ye conspired against me, thou and the son of Jesse? See, and this is the problem when David lied. He never gave the priests a chance to make a decision. See that? He never gave Ahimelech a chance to be like, nah, I ain't riding with that. That's against the king's wishes. He never gave him a chance. So Saul don't know that. Saul is just thinking what? Oh, y'all down with David. Didn't know that David didn't tell the truth. Who knows what Ahimelech would have did?
Right.
He might have been like, you know what? We don't want to be a part of that. I don't know. It didn't happen like that, obviously, but can't you see? Y'all see here where he didn't give him a choice, right?
He could have made a different move.
He didn't give him a chance to make an objective, conscious decision. He boxed him in with, no, I'm just here on king's business. So basically, the king said it, so do it. Oh, dang. Uh-oh. Right? So now we're going to read that. Wait a minute. Saul's thinking that they conspire with David. Y'all with me? Okay.
A question, sir.
Yes, sir.
So that Amalek priest is white, right? Because something.
No, hold on. What priest?
The priest.
Ahimelech?
Yeah.
No, I don't say that. Doeg the Edomite is an Edomite.
Okay, so those people are what people?
Those are the so-called white man today.
Okay.
The Edomites, yeah.
The way it sounds like David went to him for counsel, right?
Well, David went to him for food and a sword. because he said it. What do you have under your hand? Give it to me now. He said, all we have is the showbread. He said, do you have a sword or a spear? He said, all we got is Goliath's sword next to the ephod. So he went to him for food and for weapons. That's it. That's it. How did Doeg know that he went to him talking about inquiring of the Lord?
That's why I was like, he
you adding stuff. You don't hear him say, pray for me or ask the Most High. You didn't hear David do that. He said, give us food and give us weapons. That's it. And Abimelech obliged, but he didn't have. He went off of what David said the king has told him to do. So most people are gonna say, well, oh, the king said it. Roll with it, right? My bad. Oh, it's cough drop. You know when you eat too many of them, they burn your tongue. They like rip the taste bud. My bad. Yeah. I don't know why I ate that. Wasn't even coffee. It tastes good though. You got like this gel inside of it that like menthols your throat. Whoa, it's very tasty. Yeah. But these are dangerous, man. Okay, where we And Saul said, hear now, thou son of Ahitub. And he answered, here, my Lord. Saul said unto him, why have thou conspired against me? Thou and the son of Jesse, in that thou hast given him bread, a sword, and hast inquired of God for him. Like, it didn't say that part, that he inquired of the Most High for him. It didn't say that. That he should rise against me and lie in wait, as at this day. And Abimelech answered the king and said, and who is so faithful among all thy servants as David? So he's like, wait a minute, bro. David is a faithful dude. Right? So now here goes character. You trying to kill David, but why? Right? Which is the king's son-in-law. Let's remind you that's your son-in-law. Right? And goeth at thy bidding. And is honorable in thine house. He's kind of saying like, bro, he's kind of your responsibility. That's your son-in-law. He does your bidding. He moves off of your word. Right? You chose him. Did I then begin to inquire of God for him? Be it far from me. Let not the king impute anything unto his servant, nor to all the house of my father. So he's saying, look, bro, I'm going off the fact that this is your chosen guy. He's dedicated to you. He moves off your word. So why would I think that it's a conspiracy? So he's pleading a righteous case right here, man. He's like, bro, come on, I ain't guilty of this. I didn't conspire. I'm going off of what he said. And what is he saying? That David's word is as good as the king's word.
That's what makes Saul mad.
Why would I question him? Because now it's, well, if I question David, I'm questioning the king. Yeah. You see that? So we got a little conundrum here. I mean,
they're being sensible, but Saul.
Right. This is sensibility, but Saul is not sensible at all. He got no senses. Because he's so angry and inflamed. Right? So he's saying, look, bro, don't put this on me, please, or my family, or my father's house, because you got my whole family out here. And all the priests. You come on, you know this ain't good. Right? Nor to all the house of my father, nor for thy servant knew nothing of this, less or more. Now this is the priest. He's like, look, bro, I didn't know. I didn't know. You could imagine like Saul's like that damn mafia king, and he got the priest just sitting there sweating. Yeah. Oh no, it's all good. Drink some tea. Oh, yeah. I got you. And he pull out the gun, cock it, lay on the table. Yeah, it's all good.
What's the need for that?
Real calm and yeah. And the dude just shake. Oh no, it's all good, brother. What you so nervous about? Just drink. It's all good, brother. And it's all good, brother. He got the spear. Yeah, it's all good, brother. And he like, damn. Like he's very intimidating, right? You can see like that old movie of mafioso. Say good, man.
This is the same javelin?
Right, that's that one that you had through.
No, man.
Damn, that's that saying. God damn. Jonathan escaped it. Damn, but man. Right? 16, and the king said, thou shalt surely die. Wow. No mercy, no discretion, no, not even like a thought.
Inquiring.
Like not even more, much more inquiry, like, oh, so you didn't know, so what happened?
What did you know? Yeah.
What happened where you helped him? Well, oh, he came and said this. So guess what? Remember, old girl, she lied and said that David was trying to kill her.
Ooh,
whack.
Okay.
Right now he's conspiring and causing a coup with the priests.
Right.
So he's mounting up his reasons,
Right.
all based off of little small lies.
That's true.
Right? That's why it says life and death death and life is in the power of the tongue. Right? Thou shalt surely die, Abimelech, thou and all thy father's house. Now wiping out your whole lineage. This is a cold judgment.
Yeah.
This is a very bad misjudgment.
Right.
Wow.
Right? But we know that Saul moves on a presumptuous, hasty spirit. And the king said unto the footmen that stood about him, turn and slay the priests of the Lord, because their hand also is with David, and because they knew when he fled, and did not show it to me. Oh my God. But the servants of the king would not put forth their hand to fall upon the priests of the Lord. They had some sense. They were like, nah, we ain't doing that, because we do that, the Most High is going to destroy us. They were more afraid of the Most High than Saul. Good for them. Let's see who's not afraid of the Most High. Let's see who does not care about the priest and the priesthood. And the king said unto Doeg, right? Turn thou and fall upon the priest. And Doeg the Edomite turned and he fell upon the priest, like no hesitation. He just started walking through. Slip, 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 slip. Bro, no hesitation.
But you know what? That just shows right there that Doeg, because he knew, but he didn't tell Saul that David was there.
Yeah.
So this
Because he's a
right
liar.
here, he's a liar, and this also shows that Saul is showed partiality to this Edomite and not even the priest of the Most High. Like he's definitely running
It
this.
confirmed with
Yeah. Saul is definitely gonna have to wait like the third or fourth generation to get into the kingdom, bro, because this nigga was off. You got white boys killing priests. Bruh, come on, man. That's like, them priests went out, they was probably like, man, let me just kill myself. Again, this white boy fall on us.
Yeah,
Like,
probably
that's wild,
killed by
bro.
him.
Like, let me just take myself out. Right? You got this damn herdsman shepherd smelling like dung. He smelled like wet goat hair. You know he smelled bad.
Yes.
He was an Edomite, right? He looked bad. But you got this damn caveman killing the priest, bro. You definitely are off. But it just shows you, again, we keep talking about character and mentality. And think about it. Saul was moving like an Edomite in this situation. If Esau had no thought to second guess Saul, and it was Saul's order, so what mind is Saul in? He's in a murderous Edomite mind, murdering his brother. Look how quick Doeg did this, because it was in him, right? Because that was the issue with Esau and Jacob from the beginning. Esau was always trying to take Jacob out. And the first chance he got, that nigga was like, hell yeah. How you want me to take him out? Double tap?
Expeditiously.
Right? Expeditiously, right? How you want me to take him out, me lord? He didn't even ask that. He just started going. Can you imagine it? Like in modern times, right? Take him out. And he walk off. He don't even take a breath. He don't even bleed. He don't even blink, right? He got a clip full of 70 bullets. And he just headshots. Bow, 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 bow. Or you got the other weird Edomite that does what? Play with his food. Torture him. Ripping out toenails and fingernails and kissing them on the forehead and doing all types of weird stuff. That whole, call him my precious.
Yeah.
He doing the whole Hannibal Lecter.
Yeah.
Right? He doing the whole Hannibal Lecter type of murders. You got two different type of Edomites, man.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, bro. I don't know which one he was, but
Yeah,
he
I
obviously he was a murderer.
still get something. I need to get it right with these priests who you're talking about.
Okay.
Yeah, these are Israelite priests are.
Yes. These are Israelite priests. That's why. That's why. But the servants of the king would not put forth their hand to fall upon the priests of the Lord. These were the priests of the Lord. Remember, we are still in Canaan.
Yes.
Our kingdom is established. We still have the Philistines and Canaanites that live amongst us, but these are our priests.
So who killing them? The white men?
Yes, a white man, Doeg the Edomite.
So none of those white never was priests where you're reading it.
Not right now, but later on in history, the priesthood translates to the Ethiopians.
Okay.
And then we know that the Edomites in Herod's time, in John Hyrcanus' time, they become the priests, and then you got Herod. But in these times, there was no Edomite priest at all. That didn't happen until like the first century. Not first century. That didn't happen until after the Greeks. After the Greeks come into power, then that's when you start to see that. That's like in the first, not the first Jewish wars, but right before it. So like 138, 112 BC, before the first century is when you see Edomites now becoming priests. Herod the Great was a priest.
So
No, he wasn't a priest. Excuse me. The Tetrarch, he was the king.
So what year the Crusaders in Jerusalem?
Which Crusaders?
Because you have a Crusader fight against the Arab king for Jerusalem. Remember Jerusalem fought by the Arab.
But
and then the Crusaders coming.
You talking about the religious crusades?
Yeah.
When it was like
the Christian crusade.
Right. That's further in history. That's like 1300s, 1200s, right? But like one of the first ones, 70 AD. You could call that a religious crusade, because it was. You can call the time of the Greeks, the one like 138, 130. That was a religious crusade, because what they did was they came in and pushed their religion on us.
Yes.
They would come in, they came into Jerusalem, they knocked down our temple and erected a temple to Bacchus.
Yes.
So those were religious crusades. That's been happening ever since the white man had a chance to do that. You see that? So, but yeah, Doeg, he was a white man. He was one of David's servants that killed these Israelite men. Oh, excuse me. Doeg was one of Saul's servants that killed these Israelite men. You see that? And it was easy for him because that's in the nature of Esau. Yeah. Doeg wasn't no Israelite living in Edom. Let's not do that. Mama called me Edomite, I'm gonna call him Edomite. Bible called me Edomite, I'm gonna call him Edomite. So I'm gonna read on. And the king said to Doeg, verse 18, and the king said to Doeg, turn thou and fall upon the priest. And Doeg the Edomite turned, and he fell upon the priest and slew on that day 85 persons. 85 persons did he kill. That did wear the linen ephod. That's how you know these were our men at the time. And Nob, the city of the priest, smote he with the edge of the sword. So this was a Levitical city, right? Let's see if I can pull it up on the. I just tell y'all. See, when you in class, you get to get like the amenities of a TV, and you get to see the maps. That's when you're here. When you're not in class, you got to look it up yourself. Right? So let's see here. Nob. Let's see if it's going to tell me where Nob is. But more than likely, this was a Levitical city. Yes.
Since you about to pull it up, because I was trying to I was trying to look since when David was on the run, was he going to the refuge cities where he was going?
That's a good question. We about to look. Well, we know he went to 2 priest cities.
Yeah.
He went to where Samuel was. That's where the priests were. That's where the Most High put his name. Then he goes to this city, and it calls it the priest city, right? Let's see. Oh man, oh man, Doeg the Edomite. Doeg is whack, bro. Can't wait to have him in the kingdom. David was discovered. So David went to Mizpah of Moab. That's first, right? So we look at Moab, we slide down. Mizpah. It's not giving me all the land markings. Let's see, Moab, Mizpah. Still not giving it to me. He left Mizpah. Oh, see, this is the thing. Right. He went to the land of Judah. Stood, fields, Wait, after David, he went to the land, so he went to the land of Judah, saw her that David was discovered. Saul was in Gibeah. We know Gibeah is where? That's Benjamin. That's where Saul's from. That's a Benjamite city, right? Gibeah. That's where Saul is from. That's why he said, you Benjamites, right? Where's Nob, though? Let's see. David to Nob to Elimelech the priest. David to Nob. N-O-B. Let's see if it even gives me on the map. Oh, yeah. I don't see it. I'm not seeing it here. It's all good. It's all good, but it does tell us that it's a Levitical, it's a priest's, that Nob is the city of priests. Nob, the city of priests. So this was a Levitical city. 19, he smote he with the edge of the sword. Whoa. Whoa. Both men and women, and children, and suckling, oxes and asses, sheep with the edge of the sword. With the edge of the sword. So you see, Doeg went to a city and just wiped everybody out. Now you see how treacherous Esau is? Where they'll walk into a city and wipe out everything at the king's command, but we can't even do it at the Most High's command? Yeah, bro. He did not blink an eye. Women, sucklings, infants. 20. And one of the sons of Abimelech, the son of Ahitub, named Abiathar, escaped and fled after David. And Abiathar showed David that Saul had slain the Lord's priests. And David said unto Abiathar, I knew it that day when Doeg the Edomite was there, that he would surely tell Saul. I have occasion, see this? Dang, he felt bad. I know, I be knowing it's there, but I don't remember where everything's at, man. But look, he felt bad. Yeah. It says it. I have occasioned the death of all the persons of thy father's house. He took the blame. He technically did not give them a chance to make a choice. You see that? So now he's like, bro, just abide with me. What's that?
Occasion. A state of affairs that provides a ground or reason.
He gave the reason. He gave the reasoning. He gave that reasoning and not a good reason. Go ahead.
An occurrence or condition
Yeah.
that brings something about.
Yeah. Since he didn't tell the truth, those conditions now were predicated on what he said. Right? And he felt bad. As he should. As he should. He felt bad. So, and I mean, what else you gonna do with this young man? His whole family is wiped out. He might as well roll with you now.
His whole family, the city that he was in.
Yeah, his whole city, his mama, daddy, he ain't got no oxen.
All his friends.
Everything's gone. I mean, bruh, he might as well roll with you now. You might as well, That's like an adoption, quick, right? That's the righteous thing to do. I mean, David could have been like, bro, that wasn't my fault.
If it was all.
If it was Saul, Saul would have been like, Negro, please.
That's tough.
That wasn't on me. Yeah, that's tough. Tough luck.
Man.
Saul was David was a good man. Abide thou with verse 23. Abide thou with me, fear not, for he that seeketh my life seeketh thy life. But with me thou shalt be in safeguard. Right? Is that it?
That's all.
That's Saul, folks. Now sit on there. Right? That was a lot. That was a lot. But hopefully y'all learned something. You're gonna learn today. You're gonna learn some things today. Right? Yeah, you gotta keep going on these stories. Go over them in your mind, because this is important. This is a very important story. We got any questions on the reading? Oh, you found out?
Well, it was showing that it's like around Jerusalem, like Bethlehem, and it's like.
So, okay, that
it's
means
like,
it was in Judah then. It was in Judah. It was a Judite Levitical city. Oh, you know what I'm gonna look at? The Levitical cities. Let me see. I do have a map of the Levitical cities. Let's see if Nob.
That's what.
Because you know how sometimes it'll mention a spot, then it won't never mention it again? Or a land. Sometimes that's what happens. Let's see if the Levitical cities, the Exodus. Right. While I'm looking for this, is there any questions on the reading? Anybody online? Any confusion on the reading? City of refuge. Levitical cities. So let's see here. Levitical cities, you had Gibeah was a Levitical city. Almon was a Levitical city. I don't see Nob.
It's
Nob, you see it?
It says by Anna.
Okay, by Ramah. Nob. Gibeah. Okay, so it's literally, oh, damn, that's in Ephraim. That's in Ephraim. Because remember, Ephraim was that place of the priest at first. That was where the Most High put his name. That's where we would go up to worship. Remember, Samuel's father, he was the Ephrathite, right? But he was not an Ephraimite though. He was a Levite that lived in Ephraim, right? So it looks like Nob was a Levitical city in Ephraim. You see that? You good with that? Yeah, right under Gibeah, right above Gibeah, right in between. What?
Oh, if you was trying to show it on it, it's not up there.
Oh no, I wasn't trying to show it because it's not showing on mine.
Oh.
He pulled it up there, and then
Yeah.
you pulled it up there.
Yeah. I was,
Right. Bible maps. Right. Okay. Anything? Any other questions? Any questions off the read?
I have one question.
Yep.
Yeah.
My man.
What Saul, I mean, you never got to it, but what Saul was doing in the cave, when the cave, people didn't understand that he was sleeping, but the scripture never saying he was sleeping. So
You said when Saul was in the cave?
yeah, where really was doing?
You mean when David cut the hem of his garment?
Yeah.
He was, if I
I
remember
never say the
correctly,
scripture
he
never
was.
say sleep.
No. He wasn't asleep.
So
He
when
was
was
asleep in the valley. And David was up on the mountain and looked down and saw him, and it said the Most High put a deep sleep on him, and he went and he took his water canister, right? But when he was in the cave, he was looking for David.
Yes.
Yeah, he wasn't sleeping in the cave. He was looking for David, and David was hiding in the cave, and David cut the hem of his garment, and he knew it. Yeah, he wasn't asleep. Maybe you mixed those two up.
Exactly what was doing in the cave. Because
What was David doing in the cave?
Covering himself.
No, David was hiding, and
No,
Saul was
Saul.
looking for him. Let's read it. Let's go to it.
Come.
You found it? Well, what is that?
1 Samuel chapter 24.
Oh, damn, we're about to read it next week. Right? But no, we'll read it. Go ahead.
I just want to get to understand.
I got you. Let's read it. So he wants to know, what was Saul doing
Yeah.
in the cave?
Because some people say, I know I'm not sleeping, because when I read the verse, he never was sleeping.
No, he wasn't sleeping here. He was definitely looking for David because he heard that David and the men were there. If I'm not mistaken, this is going off of memory. My memory's trash. Let's just read the account.
1 Samuel chapter 24, verse 1. And it came to pass, when Saul was returned from following the Philistines, that it was told him, saying, Behold, David is in the wilderness of En-Gedi.
Mm-hmm.
Then Saul took 3,000 chosen men out of all Israel and went to seek David and his men upon the rocks of the wild goats.
So think about it. Imagine what these rocks of the wild goats look like. They had little small caves and indentures. You ever see goats on a mountain? I mean, you've seen goats. You ever go to the zoo and they got the goat habitat and the mountains just go up like this? And the goats just jump from mountain to mountain. They sit there, they lay there. You're like, how the hell?
Yeah.
They got little small caves and things like that. This is where these men, David's men, were hiding in caves. You see that? So Saul gets 3,000 men. Let's go. Let's read on.
And he came to the sheep coast by the way where was a cave.
Come on.
And Saul went in to cover his feet.
Oh, you want to know what he did there? Yeah. To cover your feet, he went to go use a restroom.
Yeah, that's all.
Yeah, he went to go relieve himself. Listen. To cover his feet, he went to the restroom. Remember when we deal with was it Eglon?
Yeah.
The Moabite. It said that he covereth his feet. Maybe he covered his feet. Yeah.
Okay.
When you go to the restroom and you sit on the pot, your feet be covered. You relieve yourself. That's what he was doing.
Because when they read this in church,
Yeah.
they say he was sleeping.
No.
And I said, no, they never, this just say
No, he wasn't sleeping. He was pooping. Yeah. Because guess what? He was a human. We're humans, and we cover our feet. Yeah, that's what he was talking about. When you pull down, and
it covers your feet.
Wow. And it was funny. You could go into any commentary and it tells you the same.
Yeah, but when you tell Christian, they say he was sleeping. That's
Right, because Christianity makes the Bible a comic book where nobody eats, sleeps, drinks, boo-boos. Right, nobody has sex. It's just like immaculately. So you immaculately defecate.
Yeah. Wow. I got you, sir.
Yeah. I didn't know. Yeah, okay. So yeah, he was using the restroom. Yeah, he was being a human. What is it showing that David caught him in a moment of he caught him off guard. Because when you in the bathroom, you ain't thinking you're like that, man. We in the battlefield. But if you that comfortable, go to the restroom in the middle of the war, you tripping. Better hold that. Listen, Zion will tell you. Zion used to be in the military. He tell you when you out there, he said, bro, it's like you holding that for days. Yeah. Because ain't no situation where you can go. Yeah. So them bowels had to be very, very, very ironclad.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he was in the military. Come on, right?
Yeah.
What?
You gotta hold it.
Speak on it. He said you gotta hold it.
If you running drills.
You're not. Yeah, there's no bathroom breaks, right?
No.
Yeah.
You might be in that drill like all day.
And you holding it?
Yeah.
The number 2?
Everything.
Oh no, that's why I ain't go to service then.
Right. Yeah. Check this out. The ESV.
That tried to send me
He
home.
just pulled up the ESV, and it came to pass. And he came to the sheepfolds, by the way, and there was a cave. And Saul went to relieve himself. Yeah. He went number 2.
Nice.
Wow.
I mean, bro, even David talks about men pissing on walls and things like that. Like us.
They like to piss against the
Yeah,
wall.
whoever pissed against the wall, like that's what he was doing as men.
Mad.
Yeah, so he went to the restroom. Yeah. Good question. And then you can see that also back in Judges with Ehud, the Moabite king. When Eglon, the Moabite king, when Ehud killed him, stabbed him in the gut, they thought that he was in the restroom for a long time. They were like, damn, maybe he covered his feet. Maybe he's relieving himself. That's why they didn't want to go in on him. But they're like, wait a minute, that's a
long time.
Yeah. That's a long time. Little legs going numb, and it's a long time to be crouching down.
I hope the king's okay.
I hope the king's all right. Yeah, and they went in and checked on him, and they seen that he got killed.
Right.
So yeah.
Legs going numb.
Yeah, that crouching, because we used to crouch back then. We didn't sit on 90-degree toilets. Y'all know that, right? We crouched.
Did it the right way.
That deep squat. Yeah, we did that deep squat. Right? You know, and then John Crapper. That's a guy, John Crapper. Yeah, it's his name. He came with this toilet. So you say I gotta go take a crap.
You forever known for
John Crapper. Anyway, I'm gonna go use the John.
Yeah.
You ever wonder where that came from? Use the John? John Crapper.
Now I know.
John Crapper. What else we got? Y'all are hilarious today. Crap. Is that it? Anything on the line? That's it. I mean, read. Okay. Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, we're gonna close out with the prayers. I Makium, Opanya, Yerushalayim. Oh, see? Yeah, all this sitting. All this sitting, man.
Yeah.
Oh, let's see here. Let's see here.
That's my food, you know.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahasham Yahweh Shai.
Bahasham Yahweh Shai.
Baba Kushai.
Baba Kushai.
Shemai.
Shemai.
Aitha.
Aitha.
Shalach.
Shalach.
Ma'aka Allah.
Ma'aka Allah.
And the righteous angels.
And the righteous angels.
To watch over.
To watch over.
Shemariah.
Shemariah.
Barak.
Barak.
Rapah. Chazak.
Chazak.
Izar.
Izar.
Magun.
Magun.
Samak.
Samak.
Yasharallah.
Yasharallah.
Shalach.
Shalach.
Much wisdom.
Much wisdom.
Knowledge.
Knowledge.
Understanding.
Understanding.
Much patience.
Much patience. Much faith.
Brotherhood.
Brotherhood. Love.
Spiritual power.
Spiritual power.
Forgive us of all of our sins.
Forgive us of all of our sins.
Thou shalt come quickly.
Thou shalt come quickly.
For thee is our hope.
For thee is our hope.
Always and forever.
Always and forever. Amen.
Just read.
Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, please listen to us right now. Send Michael and the righteous angels to watch over, bless, heal, protect, and make strong the people of Israel. Also send unto us much wisdom, much knowledge, much understanding, much patience, much faith, much brotherhood, and much love, spiritual power, and forgive all of our sins. Yahweh Shai, come quickly, for in thee is our hope, always and forever. Amen.
Amen.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahasham Yahweh Shai.
Bahasham Yahweh Shai.
Bahawa'ah.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahasham Yahweh Shai.
Bahasham Yahweh Shai.
Bahawa'ah.
Let's bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the light to see.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahasham Yahweh Shai.
Bahasham Yahweh Shai.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the ram horn to call the people.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahasham Yahweh Shai.
Bahasham Yahweh Shai. Shaman.
Zayat.
Lamashak. Yasharallah.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
And this is Psalms 92. It is a good thing.
It is a good thing.
To give thanks unto Yahweh.
To give thanks unto Yahweh.
Sing praises unto thy name.
Sing praises unto thy name.
Almost high.
Almost high.
Show forth that loving kindness.
Show forth thy loving kindness.
In the morning.
In the morning.
And thy faithfulness.
And thy faithfulness.
Every night.
Every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
And upon the psaltery.
And upon the psaltery.
Upon the harp of the Solomon. solemn sound.
Upon a heart with solemn sound.
For thou, O Yahweh,
For thou, Yahweh,
hast made me glad through thy work.
hast made me glad through thy
I
work.
will triumph in the works of thy hand.
I will triumph in the works of thy hand.
O Yahweh,
O Yahweh,
how great are thy works.
how great are thy works.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not.
Neither do a fool understand it.
Neither the fool understand
When the
this.
wicked spring as the grass.
When the wicked spring as the grass.
When all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
And all the works of iniquity flourish.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
And that they shall be destroyed forever.
But thou, O Yahweh,
But thou, O Yahweh,
art most high forevermore.
art most high forevermore.
From all thy enemies.
From all thy enemies.
O Yahweh,
O Yahweh,
all thy enemies shall perish.
from all thy enemies shall perish.
All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered.
All the works of iniquity shall be scattered.
But my horn,
But my horn
shalt thou exalt,
shalt thou exalt,
like the horn of a unicorn.
like the horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
My eye also shall see.
Mine eye also shall see.
My desire on my enemies.
My desire of my enemies.
And my ear shall hear.
And my ear shall hear.
My desire of the wicked.
My desire of the wicked.
That rise up against me.
That rise up against
The
me.
righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm
He
tree.
shall grow like the cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like the cedar in
Those
Lebanon.
that be planted in the house of Yahweh
Those that play the house of Yahweh
shall flourish in the courts of the Most
shall
High.
flourish in the courts of the Most High.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
To show that Yahweh is upright.
To show that Yahweh is upright.
He is my rock.
He is my rock.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
This is Psalms 133. Shayar.
Shayar.
Malawat.
Malawat.
Lajawad.
Lajawad.
Hanan. Matuad.
Matuad.
Ramah.
Ramah.
Ayam.
Ayam.
Shabbat.
Shabbat.
Akim.
Akim.
Gum.
Gum.
Yachai.
Yachai.
Hashaman.
Hashaman.
Hatuad.
Hatuad.
Ayel.
Ayel.
Haraash.
Haraash.
Yerah.
Yerah.
Ayel.
Ayel.
Hazakwan.
Hazakwan.
Zakwan.
Zakwan.
Aharon.
Aharon.
Shayarah.
Shayarah.
Alpayah.
Alpayah.
Marawakiwa.
Marawakiwa.
Katol.
Katol. Haran.
Shayarah.
Shayarah.
Ayel.
Ayel.
Haraya.
Haraya.
Zayawan.
Zayawan.
Chaya.
Chaya.
Sham.
Sham.
Tazawah.
Tazawah.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Habarak.
Habarak.
Hayayam.
Hayayam.
I will
Amen.
Aman.
Amen.
Psalms 133. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like a precious ointment upon the head, that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life forevermore.
Ba'ashem Yahushua.
Ba'ashem Yahushua.
The water.
The Yah.
Amen. Circle it up. Circle it up. Call it.
Man of Israel, I'm ready. Barak.
Yahweh Shem Yahushua.
Kwam Yisrael.
Kwam Yisrael.
Kwam Yisrael.
Kwam Yisrael.
Kwam Yisrael.
Kwam Yisrael.
Get him a time. Face the sisters. Call it.
Salute now the daughters of Zion, men of Israel, I'm ready. Barak.
Yahweh Shem Yahushua.
Let's say shalom to everybody online.
Shalom.
Get him a time. Dismiss.